I think that we've agreed to embark on SKULLPONDERS. I think I'm going to start my recordings now. Now, I will say, I do need a, like, theme for the fort outside of just building a library. I want to play as the other dying dwarven faction. Also, sorry for ignoring you, YouTube folks. I'm also kind of ignoring the Twitch chat. Don't forget to leave a like on the stream. An aerial library? As in the Little Mermaid? Or you mean like in the air? I mean, then I would have... I mean, I want to do an above ground fort. I will say that much. I want to do something that's above ground. Because above ground is cool. YouTube folks, there's 160 of you watching and only 49 likes. I think we can do better than that. Twitch chat, how many of you are here? 213. Appreciate you guys. We are currently in an ad break, but I will just click this button. Aquatic library? I think I did an aquatic fort in Surprise Town. Oh, that's pretty cool. Does it go all the way to hell? Did I just start the VOD? Yes. So we've decided to use Embark Anywhere to embark on a castle called SKULLPONDERS. This castle. It has no usable weapon metals, so that gives us some pretty hefty limitations from the get-go. I would have to do a lot more prep for that. Also, you know, in tens of thousands of hours, Pink Primeval, I guess how many werewolves specifically I've seen. Werewolves, not were-creature, werewolf. In my tens of thousands of hours. 2. I've seen 2. So you'd have to do a lot of rerolls. I know this world has werelorises and werelizards, but they're not common enough to really be able to do that. You'd have to, if you want to see somebody do that, I would say go watch Hoodie Hair's video. You basically have to cause an apocalypse beforehand. You have to run around as a were-creature in adventure mode for months and just bite people for months and 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 months on end for it to be like doable in fort mode. Were-wizards? Not in the game yet. I mean, it's less kinky and more ruining people's lives and turning them into mass murderers, so if that's your kink, please stay very far away from me. Why are you bullying me? What did I do? What, the were-wizards thing? Come on. I should earn that one. So for our starting factions, there's the Raw Diamonds, which was that fortress that we just embarked on for funsies. Okay. We've got the Hammers of Dance, who I've been previously playing, who have Surprise Town and the other fort that we built. And also a few odd sites in the middle of nowhere, like this goblin pit that I took over and this castle that I took over. There's the Obstinate Rampart, which has a single destroyed dwarven hillocks and a handful of castles and 2 monasteries. There's the Lean Paddles, which is completely dead and has nothing. And then there's, you know, the Raw Diamonds. So there's a completely dead faction, a mostly dead faction, the sort of dead faction that I revived a bit, and then a functional faction that seems to primarily be elves. I shouldn't play the dead faction, but I kind of want to play the dead faction. Why are they so rare? Because every world only gets were creatures, Derek Myers, when a god curses somebody into lycanthropy. Lycanthropy in Dwarf Fortress can be any number of creatures. There's like, I think 20 or so different possibilities. So basically you get there might actually be more than that. I need to go count. But there's several dozen different types of were creatures. Only one of them is a werewolf. So every time you generate a world, you have to roll a dice every time a god curses somebody into lycanthropy. And generally the gods pick one or two creatures to curse into, and then that's it. So you'll get two different gods cursing people into lycanthropy or vampires, and they'll make like were giraffes, were lizards, and another god will make like were mammoths in one world. And then that's all you get for the rest of that world. So it's kind of a matter of rolling the dice until you just happen to get werewolves, and then you have to see one. Which again, like, they don't always show up. So were elephants and were mammoths are terrifying, yeah. Well, I always kind of build a theme and / goal, which means read chat and ignore 90% of what they say until I see something that works. If you say that series of words again in my chat, Crane, I may have to time you out. Please think before you speak. I often make a ton of totems. I put the word ponder and totems together. Yeah, I mean, the Dead faction is just a normal dwarven faction with no population. They just have no population. So upon embarking here, I will be using make own to make a bunch of to make those necromancer creatures join me, is the first thing I'm going to do. I'm thinking. I mean, that's just very easy and gonna kind of be a necessity because there is no metal that's usable here for weapons, Necrontyr. Trading for weapons is something I almost never do anyway, so that probably wouldn't change much about how I play. So that's kind of just a given for this particular fortress for me. But yeah, I was kind of thinking about bumping it up to 5x5 and chucking the river in there. It's like, that's totally fine. Question is, though, river on the edge or a little further down and get river in the corner? I think just river on the edge, maybe like this. That's where I'm going to do the embark. I mean, how's that stealthy? Wouldn't you want the necromancers below? I'll tell you this. Just because of how Dwarf Fortress works and how job claiming works, I don't like splitting the faction. Like, I mean, I could do stuff like that, but like, when you're separating out areas and separating people into certain spaces, what often ends up happening is they'll try and claim jobs that are not inside their area, even if they're in a burrow. So like, you'll end up with random job cancellations unless you restrict them from all of their tasks. And even then, they'll still try to pick up some tasks outside of their burrow, which just ends with a lot of random job cancellations that can't be fixed. Or like they'll need to speak with the mayor and then just suddenly your game's at 1 frame a second because they can't get through the locked door to speak with the mayor and complain. That used to be a lot more doable before they had to attend meetings with people in charge and stuff. Like, I'm okay with doing that with 1 or 2 characters, but I don't want to like build an entire fort around that because it does kind of lead to some pretty systemic problems in the fort, which just because of the way the game's built. I've done that before. But I don't think it's that viable, really. No weapons, only wrestling. Can I use armor? I actually have a question. Can I, if it's no weapons, only wrestling, can I use Mark's dwarves? Because that could be fun. like all melee as wrestling. But then I guess that would mean I could use shields. And I've done that before. Mark's Dwarf, no ammo? Then you might as well just use fists. That completely defeats the purpose. I mean, don't knock bone bolts. I've had squads with nothing but bone bolts completely disarm enemies before.
Happy year, Ty, for dwarf content.
Well, cheers with the 12 months, Jesse. Thank you much. Year 2. Appreciate you. I mean, well, shields aren't that effective. Okay, so the problem with using shields as weapons, I've done this before. The problem with using shields as weapons is... Actually, I've got a dumb idea for a theme. The problem with using shields for weapons is you end up basically unable to kill certain types of forgotten beasts. Like, that's the issue with it. Is there are certain types of forgotten beasts that your dwarves will die of exhaustion before being able to kill. Because they don't do cutting damage. So it doesn't matter how good your shields are, certain types of beasts are virtually... Well, I mean, the blockade isn't a dwarf, so that's a different thing. But, like, certain kinds of forgotten beasts are just about unkillable with just a shield. How about all bone armor? Can you even make full bone armor? I know you can make, like... I mean, like, so because I have no armor, I'm very limited on what I can do because I have no... Actually, okay, here's a theme. I know everybody's just like, use what the enemy brings, right? You guys keep saying this. How about this? I'm not allowed to use what the enemy brings. Because I think that's actually the bigger challenge here. Like, I'm allowed to trade for stuff, sure. Maybe I can't trade for weapons and armor, but I can trade for raw materials. But if I'm not allowed to use what the enemy brings, if I'm only allowed to forbid it, that is a bigger challenge. Yeah, exactly. Like, can't, like, basically just prohibition on Goblinite and any other Anite that gets brought. Well, you don't even need to make a giant water farm. You just need, like, 40 cage traps. Like, you don't even need to do that. You just need a bunch of cages. Well, here's the thing. Look at the materials that are available here, Droven. That's the thing. Look at the materials that are available here. Gold. That's it. So because the only material in this entire area is gold, I'm stuck with just gold, which can't be used for weapons. So I could make a weaponsmith's guild and try and get artifact gold weapons. Or actually even better, an armorsmith's guild and try and get artifact gold armor. Oh, that'd be dope. So what this is going to end up being, especially in the early game, is a lot of turtling. Best prospect would be to import. It would be to import ore. Yeah. Well, not even bars, just like ore specifically. But like, I wouldn't be limited in leather. I wouldn't be limited in bones. I wouldn't be limited in wood. But I think I think like we can theme this on like the warrior monk vibe, you know? Like if everybody's a monk, what about traps only? That's not a challenge. You know, traps makes the game so easy that I try not to use them. That's not it. Yeah, that's the opposite of what I'm trying to achieve with this. Can make a bunch of crossbows and bone bolts. Oh no, absolutely. Absolutely. Warrior monk surface fort. The other thing about this area though is it is calm, so I'm not gonna have to worry about untamed wilds or anything. What you're hearing is Mark's dwarves only. No. What you're hearing is I'm not allowed to melt down gear or use enemy gear and have to keep it all forbidden. That's what you're hearing. Although I'm gonna have to be, I'm gonna like draw the line at clothing though, because it's pretty hard to keep them from claiming clothing. I can do custom uniforms in my squads to limit gear. I'm not gonna be able to do that with clothing. So I'm just not gonna worry about clothing. What about no metal allowed? I think that that removes the, like, success, though, of being able to make something, right? Like, I mean, if we want to say, I'm not allowed to import metal, sure. And I can't melt anything down or use enemy weapons, sure. But I think the success of getting an artifact gold weapon is worth the build-up, I guess, you know? It's so viable that I don't do it because it's too easy, Hobbs. Also, Kit Fox, what's up? It's been a while. It has been. It's that time of year, though. Everybody's busy in the spring. Do I have to restart the game? Is there a patch or something? Or are you just chilling? Regardless, hello. I don't want the dwarves to be naked because that'll just piss most of them off, and I kind of had a pissed off dwarf fort last fort, so I kind of want to try and make them happy-ish. Not Lulzar? I know that might sound like a crazy concept, but... Nothing to promote, sadly. Boo! Come back when you've got the goods. Nah, it's good to see you, regardless. Hope things are well. I'm going to be in town soon, going to Formula 1 in like a couple weeks. Stuff's all right, Kaimo. Stuff's all right. An exception on artifacts for sure. You're curious to see how leather plus bone plus wood plus obsidian. I mean, obsidian would be an option, yeah. Can get a dwarf, probably dead, but I mean. I think we've got this worked out. So let me just run through kind of my list. I'm not allowed to use Goblinite for anything. Period. That's the first thing. Or anything that siegers bring. Am I allowed to import metal? Yes or no? Or rather, am I allowed to import metal for weapons? Because if the answer is no, then I should be allowed to import metal for furniture and stuff. Like I should be allowed to import platinum to like make tables or something. Well, I'm not counting picks. I'm also not going to use picks as weapons. So I'm just going to state that I'm not counting picks. So I will be importing picks. Same with like a couple of battle axes. Because yeah, those are necessary. Oh yeah, well, if I manage to get any godly metals or adamantine, that's something different. Cavern dwellers don't exist in the game anymore. They were removed. Literally, like, they're deleted from the game files. Like, they're not in the game. Lanix. That was last patch or the patch before? One of the two. It says it's wooden. Well, it uses wood as part of it, but yeah. It's a wooden handle. YouTube chat. So I'm allowed to import metal. I think I'm just gonna put this restriction on myself, actually. So I'm allowed to import metal, but I'm not going to allow myself to import any metal that can be made into weapons with the exception of pickaxes and battle axes for chopping down trees. That is the exception, because I need those. that's kind of gameplay critical. And the goal is to just get as many books as possible and build a big-ass library on the surface, primarily. What if imported metal's been economy on hard mode? I think the problem with economy on hard mode is just that all of the... I mean, I could turn economy on hard mode. It's not really an issue. Economy on hard mode mostly just makes guild halls a lot harder. Like, it does make the value of items harder to buy, but not by a lot. It's pretty negligible when it comes to trading value of things in Dwarf Fort. It's what hard mode for economy does is it makes building guild halls harder and temples harder. I don't know how much gold is going to be here. But also, yeah, that's another thing is, I mean, having a lot of gold at your disposal, it is limited, right? So if I'm not importing metal anyway for weapons, then it doesn't really matter. Also, I should note that there are 2 factions I'm at war with, like, right next to me. Including those humans that are, right there. Like, that blob of red wants me dead. How many times is it going to be burned? I don't know. Ask the Germans. And the Romans. And whoever else did book burnings. There's humans that are at war with me. But I think the goblins actually are in the human sites. But yes, you are correct. It is goblins and kobolds. But there's also humans that are at war with me. There's also elves that are at war with me, but they're further away. I was trying to go a little bit further back in time so that it wasn't too current, Greg, and then some, but correct. If those humans are at war with us... Also, isn't it more just like trash pile and less burning at this point? But those humans are at war with us. We should call the library the Great Library of Alexandria. I don't think Alexandria is a line that you can name a thing in Dwarf Fort, but I'm going to prepare for the journey carefully. Okay, so this castle that I'm settling on is SKULLPONDERS. So I think if I call it anything other than SKULLPONDERS, I'm just going to be upset. So, motherfuckers, ponder that skull, okay? Unless there's any objections. That seems a little grim. I think that we are simply a bunch of skulls pondering. You know? I'm not taking that as literally. That sounds very goblin-y to me. I think you might be a goblin spy, in fact. The Wheel of Odor. The stinky Wheel of Time. All in favor say bois? Man, I can't name it the Wheel of Time. I was just curious. The Wheel of Knowledge! The knowledge... The place? How about the plague of knowing? We spread the plague of knowing. The Great Library of Man Defender? The Ink of Knowledge? Ooh. How about the Paper of Knowledge? Curse is also pretty good. The Curse of Knowing. Chat, plague or curse? To be or not to be, that is definitely a question. Seeing a lot of curses on Twitch and YouTube, actually. Yeah, we're going with the curse. The Curse of Knowing. Don't ever watch that movie. It's not good. Obviously, it's going to be a totem. The totem is withering away. is contemplating. Actually, let's just say the totem is contemplating the codex. The codex looks offended. Anything else I should add to this? Maybe the skull is weeping because the skull is cursed with knowledge. The totem is weeping. Can I make an orb? Is an orb just a word? I think I need an instrument called an orb. I think I could do a circle. Yeah. I could do a circle. How can a codex looks offended? I mean, obviously it has a face. Naturally. Like in Cthulhu, where knowledge drives you insane. I mean... The totem is weeping. How about I do a... Blazing sun. The blazing sun is burning the totem. Is burning the codex. No, that's backwards. Okay, so this is an image of a totem, a codex, and a blazing sun. The totem is withering away. The totem is contemplating the codex. The codex looks offended. The totem is weeping. The blazing sun is burning the totem. The blazing sun is burning the codex. That's a very surface fort thing to do, though, Vanarurum. Well, not necessarily a Necronomicon. It's just a book on dating advice, and this dwarf has been single their entire life. It's a true curse. Let's call it the ageless... library. Yes, because then they can take other people's weapons and whack them with them. Congrats, Midnight X. And considering you've missed the part where we embarked, you're going to be very surprised in a minute when you see SKULLPONDERS. Also, I'm just going to go into my bot and set up the goal here. Shit. I think it's the year 1070. Started year 1070. No using any enemy weapons or armor for anything. Now I'm like having a crazy person moment. How do you spell armor? It's A-R-M-O-R, right? Or is there a U in armor? Why is my bot telling me that I'm spelling armor wrong? I guess my bot's British. Alright, I'll stick with that. No using any weapons or armor for anything. No importing metal or weapons or armor. must acquire sure. Neither. Thought that looked wrong. Must acquire all book. All right. Exclamation point goal has been updated. Last fort. Has been updated as well. Why is it in italics? Because I told it to. I felt like being fancy. Need a paper industry in this fort? I was going to do really cool clothing, but paper's an option. All right, so we are warrior monks. So I'm going to give everybody 2 points in kicking and dodging. That's the first thing I'm going to do. Maybe fighting and dodging or wrestling or something else. Let's go with wrestling. 2 points in wrestling, 2 point in dodging, 2 point in dodging, 2 point in wrestling. Now, I stated that if somebody uses a non-weapon material to make an artifact, that I'm considering fair game. So if a dwarf makes a artifact gold shield or helm, because we do have gold on the map, I can use it. So I think we're going to start this fortress off immediately with a armor smith's guild and a library and a weaponsmith's guild. That's what I'm thinking. Give one person some biting. All right, sure asked. You can be the biter. You lose some dodging though, because I want 6 points. So let me just check your personality right quick. You dream of mastering a skill. Masterwork. You can be an armorer with 1 point in butchery. Why not? You dreams of creating a great work of art. You can be a weaponsmith with 1 point in engraving. You can be an engraver and miner. You dream of raising a family. Okay. So you can be a record keeper? Ooh. Astronomer. You dream of mastering a skill. You can be a geographer. And let's say mason. Well, let's just go with engraver, actually. You dream of creating a great work of art. Let's give you 2 points in armor smithing and make you into a brewer. I've got 1 peasant left. You, I think it was art, right? No, you dream of mastering a skill. You can... You know, actually, that's not a bad call in regards to student. That's actually not a bad call. Although, let's not worry about that for everybody. Maybe just a few. This one up here, you dream of mastering a skill. Let's give you... You know, we joked about this in the last fort. Making legendary swimmers. Hmm. 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 Every dwarf got dodging and a fighting related skill. So wrestling, fighting, and one got biting. What ups? The sky, hopefully. Why don't I give you Tanner and Cook? Save that for reclaiming Surprise Town? Yeah, maybe. I don't know. We could bank that one, but... I kind of like the idea of a monkish bathhouse, you know? But we'll see. I think that might be it for the dwarves. Chad, I'm just going to really quick go use the washroom. I really need to pee. I'll be right back. You always give a dwarf +1 student because, especially for military, they will teach faster. Yeah, but that only works for like the starting 7 though. Nothing outside of the starting 7. Okay, bronze. Oh, that's interesting. This faction doesn't have access to copper. Huh. Oh, that's interesting. Untraded metals to make godly personal temples for dwarves. The rule is I'm not allowed to use the enemy metal for anything. So I'm not going to use it for anything. Which means it's going to get destroyed. That's it. It's heresy, if you will. Heretical armor, even. How do they make bronze without copper? Don't worry about it. Probably importing it. Because, like, if I go here, type in bars. Yeah, they don't have any copper. Till blind finds the optimal way to destroy enemy gear. Throw it into a pile and crush it with a drawbridge. Yes. Brass and bronze, though, and billin? Yeah. Yeah. Oh, man, I need to import a bunch of brass is what I need to do. So I'm doing a surface fort. Goodbye, plump helmets. You'll be missed. Although I will bring some extra wood or some extra food. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 cow's milk. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 cow's milk. We'll make some cheese off the bat. Ooh. What animals are available? Since I'm bringing cow's milk, I should just bring cattle. I genuinely could not tell you the last time I just had cattle. Chat, what other animals should I bring, not cats, that I could get at least 3 of? Also not cavies. Like turkeys or ducks, geese. Sheep are like 50, so I can't do sheep. Dogs? Chickens we could do, yeah. I'm not going to bring rabbits. Unless somebody gives me $250 in the next 2 minutes, I will not bring rabbits, because rabbits are completely useless and the only thing they do is make skulls. So, and they're a grazer. If rabbits had a use, then I'd consider it, but they don't. Dogs for war training. I could do dogs. Well, it's called SKULLPONDERS. You watch yourself. Yeah, I mean, we could do dogs. Unlike real life, war geese don't exist. Actually, I can only do 2 dogs. I don't have enough points for 3 dogs. I have to remove something else. Well, that's fine. I don't need a friggin' ladder, so. All right, we've got dogs, and I saw a bunch of people say chickens, so let's bring some hens. 2 hens and 2 rooster. I got a few points left, 8 to be specific. Let's just bring some more milk. Let's just do that. I mean, neither does America, so your problematic opinions on geese don't matter. Geese are lovely. I've talked about this at more times than I can count. Geese are like the least aggressive birds I've ever encountered. I don't know what's wrong with every other human being on Earth. This is not limited to Americans. But geese are like the most inoffensive. They poop a lot, but they're birds. They're like the least offensive birds I've ever encountered. I mean, I had both goats and pigs in the last fort, so we've already got 2 food source animals. Primarily food source animals in chickens and cattle. I don't need another one. And cows give a lot of leather. Like a lot. So. I think that's it. Chat, I think we're going to... You've been bit not once but twice by geese while fishing. Why are you sticking your hand close enough to a goose to get bit by a goose? This is a you problem, man. Just gotta respect the animal's space. I think that's it, friends. Strike the earth? Yeah, it's because, like, America keeps threatening Canada's sovereignty, so they're defending it, as they bloody well should. It's the silent invasion. We've been invading you for years with geese. You didn't know this? They're perfectly tame up here, just like moose, and the beavers, and the thousands of sled dogs. Pardon me, I just need to take a sip of my maple syrup out of my vile Force of Darkness mug. I should make a different version of this mug that's just geese. Geese of the Canadian Frontline. Damn right, South Park was right about something. Actually, I don't think that was a bit in South Park, but my head also doesn't open and close like this, so they're wrong about that. Vile Force of Honkness. Mm-hmm. You think someone did a video on that? I'm sure somebody did, and I hope it was joking. Blind's Canadian? Last I checked. It'd be weird if I wasn't suddenly. I think that would be a bit of like a call for an existential crisis. That's what it says on my birth certificate and my passport. So, yeah. Let's embark. You're confusing animals in Canada, Romanoid, with animals in Australia, okay? Get it right. I realize we're both very large countries, and thus very much better-ish than all the not large countries, but, except for fake large countries, like, you know, some of the other large countries that are just many, many countries in a trench coat. Don't confuse our animals. Our animals are lovely. Fancy goose. 404 not found. I mean, it's just a goose in a suit, mate. We've been over this. Let us begin. You have arrived. After a journey from the mountain homes into the forbidding wilderness beyond, and your harsh trek has finally ended, and your party of 7 is to make an outpost for the glory of all Dalakmaiden. Sure. There are almost no supplies left, but with stout labor comes sustenance, whether by bolt, plow, or hook. Provide for your dwarves. You are expecting a supply caravan just before the winter entombs you, but it is spring now. Enough time to delve secure lodgings. Ere the Megolsoloth's demons get hungry. A new chapter of dwarven history begins here, at this place, SKULLPONDERS. No, this area is calm, and I did that intentionally, 404. If you want to know the goal, exclamation point goal. Welcome to SKULLPONDERS. So if you look at the mini-map, you'll see some things. I'm choosing violence today. No, I chose I didn't sleep enough last night is what it is. So my sense of humor is spicy. So this is what they call a baron. However, this baron is a citizen of the Smiles of Dabbling. They've dabbled in smiling once or twice. And the Smiles of Dabbling is also apparently made them into a member of the Raw Diamonds, which is a dwarven civilization, and the Symmetric Razors. This person is 970 years old. And it turns out that they have all of these slaves. Now, these slaves are citizens of the sensitive confederacies, which leads me to believe that also some of them are former prisoners of things and now slaves of this, which leads me to believe that the basements of confusion, is that like the land of confusion? Which leads me to believe that this individual here purchased these slaves. What is that in dwarven culture, to those of you who know? Also, don't mind the carp. I'm sure they're friendly. And the common snapping turtles and the river otters. And the alligators. What is that in dwarven culture? It's capital punishment, actually. It's like critical offense. If I consult the very important ethics page. And to confirm, Neezer, you wanted the expedition leader, yeah? To consult the Dwarven Ethic, the great page of Dwarven Ethics. Uh-oh, I need to tab out to do this correctly because I just screwed up my menus. My windows. To consult the great page of the Dwarven Ethics, dwarves consider slavery to be capital punishment. So, I'm going to do some shenanigans here. I'm going to make all these slaves join me using Dwarf DF hack. That's the first thing I'm going to do. The second thing I'm going to do is I'm not going to make this character join us, and we're just going to move in. We're just going to move in. And maybe I'll make them join us, put them in one of these towers, and lock them up there. Because we're going to do some destructive demolition on these towers. And hopefully that'll be fun. How are the slave citizens? Isn't that a paradox? Well, they were citizens, okay, so they were a part of the sensitive confederacies, born into the sensitive confederacies, sold into slavery by the sensitive confederacies to this character. Well, yeah, but I can break stuff. I can cave things in. So first, before I do literally anything, who's my expedition leader? Athil is the expedition leader here, who's now named Neezer. YouTube chat, the first person to post 3 pickaxe emojis gets to name something. It can be whatever you want within reason. Truly treasures the economy. Sorry, not the economy. Truly treasures the company of others and does not enjoy participating in physical confrontations. He works to square this natural tendency with his respective martial prowess, and he has a tendency and he generally is unhindered by the thoughts of others concerning his actions. He doesn't cling tightly to ideas, is open to changing his mind, and he prefers that everyone live as harmoniously as possible. He is grateful when others help him out, and he tries to return favors, and he tends to hang on to grievances. He does not easily fall in love or develop positive feelings, or develop negative feelings, and he doesn't try to get things done perfectly. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and likes being outdoors at least, and only grumbles mildly at bad weather. If I go through the rest of his things, he dreams of mastering a skill and personally values nature and finds the pursuit of knowledge to be a waste of effort. What are you doing here? And values tradition. He likes native gold. Oh, that's why you're here. Bismuth bronze and blue diamond. Rabbit leather. That doesn't exist. Rabbits don't give leather. Like, they don't have skin. But it doesn't say giant rabbit leather. Arkloid, what would you like to name? It doesn't say giant rabbit leather, it says rabbit leather. So in Dwarf Fortress, if you butcher a rabbit, you don't get meat, you don't get skin, you don't get anything, you just get a skull. That is it. for some reason, which is why I never embark with bunnies. If they gave like one piece of leather and like one piece of meat, or one piece of meat, I would bring them. But because you only get a skull. Any bearded dwarf. Okay, we're gonna run out of those real quick, but we'll do. Anyway, he likes giant red squirrel bone, strangler parchment. Oh my god. The color midnight blue, crossbows, rings, and chickens for their scratching. And the words of the bejeweled diamond, and when possible, prefers to consume anchovy, purple amaranth beer, and buffalo milk. And absolutely hates blood gnats. Something I'm gonna do real quick. With the exception of the ponies that I'm just gonna eat, all of my starting animals are gonna be allowed as pets. The other thing that I'm going to do is say, you worship the god Avus. Oh. What is Avus? I didn't get to know any of the gods in the last fort, so. The god of mountains, volcanoes, disciplines, order, and duty. Nice. So now I need to name a dwarf Archloid with a beard. Would you prefer the weaponsmith, the clerk, or the brewer? Archloid. Angel Man, thanks for becoming a YouTube member. Twitch chat, can I get a round of beers? YouTube chat, can I get a round of beers for the brand new member? The weaponsmith. Okay. Twitch folks, I'm not going to say anything, but the thing that was redeemed is off cooldown, if you know what I mean. Yeah, Wolfist Wolf got it. The clerk, there you go. Wolf got it. YouTube chat, since Twitch chat claimed something else, the first person in YouTube chat to put 3 red circle emojis into the YouTube chat gets a dwarf, or whatever you want, within reason, if I have it available. You could also get a chicken. I don't know. The world's your dwarfster. He is very polite and inconsiderate of property. He is not driven and rarely feels the need to pursue even a modest success, and does not easily fall in love and rarely develops positive feelings, and has a greedy streak, is slow to anger and often feels lustful, takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful, and does not go out of his way to help others. He is rarely happy or enthusiastic, and of course he's conflicted by this, as he values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. I'm also thinking about lowering the population cap for this fort for a little bit. Maybe like the first 2 years or something. So I have time to build without getting a massive population immediately. Especially because I'm going to be making those slaves join me. And also this is a very small faction, so it kind of makes sense in a lore kind of way. You were already typing? Oh, really? Well, timing works. He is often nervous, and he tends to be swayed by the emotions of others. He is curious and eager to learn, and when he's thinking, he has a tendency to chew on his cheek. He rarely speaks when he's exasperated, and his voice trails off whenever he's trying to remember something. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at better worlds, at inclement weather. Starting 7 dwarves for only 2 years. I'm never going to do just the starting 7 because you want to get those first 2 migrant waves. Also, yeah, you want to get those first 2 migrant waves. Maybe 20? How about 30? I think 30 is a good number. 30 including kids. I'll turn it down in a sec. I'm also going to turn up the economy because, why not? He personally hates freedom and would crush the independent spirit wherever it is found, and hates those who wield power over others. What? Those 2 things aren't conclusive. And respects perseverance and finds the pursuit of knowledge to be a waste of effort, and dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. He likes earthenware, nickel, and jasper opal, and giant capuchin leather, and greaves, and traction benches, cavies for their 3 toes. Oh, you're a monster. And tigerfish for their spirit, garlic plants for their cloves, and the sound of the chartreuse meadow of tweeting. Dislike. And when possible, prefers to consume bluefin tuna. Me too, actually. And dwarven beer. You know, I'd try it. And hard wheat flour. I don't know if I'd eat just plain old flour. Also, Joshua Go Lightly. Thank you very much for becoming a YouTube member as well. Appreciate you. And hard wheat flour and can't stand leeches. And for gods you worship Sholon, farewell. Sholon is the god of fortress, war, and chaos. Wolf is up next here. You want the clerk. And in the YouTube side, Alexandro. What kind of thing would you like me to name, and what would you like me to name it? I know literally fuck all about Magic the Gathering, Sam. I know that there are land cards, and the art looks kind of cool on some of them. And some cards are banned. That's literally all I know about Magic. Wolf, the clerk, does not easily hate or develop negative feelings, often feels discouraged and has an active sense of humor. He is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from himself. He isn't particularly ambitious and takes offered helping gifts without feeling particularly grateful. And he is quick to anger. He has a greedy streak and he is often nervous. He tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day. He likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at bad weather. He dreams of raising a family and personally finds the pursuit of skill mastery off-putting, and doesn't care about nature one way or another. He likes dacite and iron, as well as fortification agate and moonsnail leather, 8-sided prisms, bolts, and the sound of the berry of sweetness. When possible, of course, he prefers to consume giant hamster, me too, and turnip wine, and hates blood gnats. He's got greasy hair. This dwarf worships Shedem. Shedem is the god of dusk and sparkly vampires. I mean, twilight. Yes, you like the evening. Korab L, it's good to see you. I would say at this point, it's very American, Bad Lotus. I can't name a pickaxe. Pickaxes aren't nameable. So instead, I will give you a rooster, because that's basically just a walking, living pickaxe. It's just a pickaxe with legs. He dislikes abstract discussions and would much rather focus on practical examples. Doesn't stick with things even if minor difficulties arise, and probably runs away in fear. Generally acts impartially, is rarely moved to mercy, and will peck you in the face regardless of what you do. Can easily fall in love because there's hens everywhere, and often develop or positive feelings. So it falls in, isn't the meanest chicken ever. Tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others. That checks out. Finds helping others emotionally rewarding. That's bullshit. And tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects. I mean, what projects do they really do exactly? He tends to share his own experiences and thoughts with others by making loud noises early in the morning, and he isn't given to flights of fancy. He tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions, even though they can't understand him, and he tends to be swayed by the emotions of others, even though he can't understand them, and doesn't tend to hold on to grievances because he has a brain the size of a peanut, and tends to be passive in discussions. I feel like he's probably very loud and rambunctious in discussions because he's a rooster, but we'll roll with it. And you're tough. Yeah, it just hits different when they're giant. So we got a river down here. So I'm going to go over here and I'm going to go to fishing and disable that. And I think I'm fully caught up now. No fishing. Fishing is illegal. So here's what we're going to do. I'm going to go to settings real quick, and I'm going to go to difficulty. We're going to turn economy onto hard, and I'm going to go to game settings. And I'm going to go to population cap, which is currently set to 240. Let's go 30. And 40 with babies. The maximum of, with a maximum of 12 babies currently. I will turn that number up as we go. And which slave do I recruit? I think what we'll do is every season I will recruit a slave. Because that'll give kind of like the idea of them slowly joining me instead of them all just joining at once, you know? You know what's funny, Hunavira? It's a bug. It's not an intended feature. And it's one that they went, people like that? Okay, we're going to keep that. Can you grab a fish? Only if the fish joins me? I guess I could try and use aquariums? I can't remember if there's sand on this map. But the fish will just leave the map, so there's not much I can do with them. You're sensing the rooster is targeted hostility? That wouldn't surprise me, actually. Just closing some tabs I don't need open. You can make aquariums? Yes. It's a couple steps, but you can make aquariums. I think I'm going to take one of these ones that are blinking legendary. You're a legendary fisherman. I hate you. So not you. How about you? You're a legendary siege engineer. Oh. What other skills do you have? Just siege engineering? Oh. These are 100% going to become my mayor. Never mind. I'm going to take you. Because of your armor smithing. So I'm going to use a DF hack command, which is make own. And now they are a part of the fort. They're a member of the Curse of Knowing and the Lean Paddles. They're still technically a slave of the sensitive confederacies, but they're now one of mine. They also worship Korud Duslud Luthi, which is the god of plants and animals, and they are a member of the Teal Doctrines of Plants and Animals. Also the Bloated Filth. Wow, that is a busy god. The god of metals, crafts, creation, pregnancy, family, children, birth, youth, longevity, and hospitality. Everything. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go one layer below all this, and I'm going to grab the unforbid tool and just unforbid everything in here so that everything is unforbidden. And I'm thinking basically right about here. I'm going to cut this off, deconstruct everything back here, all the way up and all the way down, support it with like one beam, and we're just going to demo half this fucking castle, is what I'm going to do. I'm just going to demolish it, knock it all down. That's what I'm going to do. So I'm going to queue up some digging around the edges. I'm going to demo half of it because two reasons. Reason number one, I want the construction materials. Reason number two, I want to build up. I think I have 2 picks. And then the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go to the nobles screen and I'm going to go manager. Let's actually just go broker. Give it to you. And bookkeeper. Give it to you. And there is a native platinum throne right there. What are these made out of? Aluminum, allanite, kilonite, electrum, I should melt these down, shouldn't I? Kilonite. What else do we have? Walnut wood chest with webs in it? Does that count as goblinite? Got a mica door. A hematite statue of a monkey. A monkey man. We've got 2 borax floor hatches. Chalk floor hatch. Bismuthnite floor hatch. These are all finger lime wood. A lot of wooden doors. I should also check these books. The Secret of the Castle, The Castle Question, Errors in the Fortress, Storage and Coming Troubles, Master of Altruism, Did Loyalty Falter, Musings on the Castle, Unknown Keep, Harmony in Practice, It All Begins with the Keep, The Art of the Keep, Ochmerish Round Thunders, my love, The Keep, Fact or Fiction, everybody's kid's favorite toy. The Sacred Nature came full circle. Can the human save the world? No, they can't. Mystery of Ushrer Dykegorged and Ushrer Dykegorged. And the Birth of Prowlers. Okay. One, two, three, four. Okay, so it's 4 Z levels. That should be enough that I should be able to deconstruct all of this, actually. We don't know who Ushur Dykegorge is. So let's just follow Einod. And hope that we don't fight with these critters. Another thing I'm going to do is... This is where the cave-in is going to happen. So I'm just going to make a meeting area right here for right now. Just so everybody goes inside. No, it's Thod. If I look at their known acquaintances, there's a poet and a human bowman that they know. But nobody's a long-term acquaintance that I'm familiar with. I'm not sure. You know what's funny? This person isn't even a Baron of here. They're a Baron of Woundquald. Woundquald. We're only taking 1 slave. I'm only taking 1 every couple of months because I don't really want them to all just join me at once because that would just give me, 1, a sudden deficit in food and drink. And 2, it would take a while. I think in real life it would take a bit of time for them to join us. Oh shit, these are boulders. These aren't even blocks. Oh my lord, I can... Okay, well, I guess I should also go hack down a tree somewhere. Also, for plants down here, what do we have? We got bladeweed. Got garden cress, carrots. Ooh. You know, something just occurred to me that I didn't think about. Is this like a no-grow zone? That would actually be kind of it would be both interesting and extremely annoying if I had to go out here to farm. Got almond trees, apricots. Ooh. I was gonna say, I was actually gonna ask, isn't bladeweed a dye? But anyway, let's chop down. We got persimmons, apricot, almonds. Chat, I know that somebody's gonna go, they're gonna get stuck in trees, but don't worry about it. I'm just gonna do this. Just click this button right here. They're now gonna gather fruit and vegetables from shrubs, and they're gonna gather fallen fruits. So they're only gonna gather seasonally falling fruits, but they are still gonna gather fruits. So now that I've done that, I'm going to go down to here, and I'm going to grab a singular maple tree. Nice. I'm also going to go right here and make a pen pasture. Seems like one of my dogs has already been claimed as a pet. We'll let the dogs run free for right now. But the larger livestock are all going to get moved. Slowly moving anyway. Looks like everybody's gathering plants. Well, okay. I need you to hack the tree down, but I guess what I could do, since we're gathering plants anyways, is just go in here and just make a food zone. Well, it's more ground food, less floor food, but... Oh, shit, asparagus weapons. The great hen master of the fortress. You're very cooperative. Anyway, yeah, so this is a castle, and I am building a surface fort with the goal of building a massive library. And the theme of this fort is I am not allowed, not in the slightest, I am not allowed to use any metals or weapons that come from enemies. I'm not allowed to import metals for weapons, and I'm not allowed to import weapons with the exception of pickaxes. That's my exception. And the reason I'm doing this is so that I can build a big old library full of warrior monks and scholars. That is the goal and plan for this fort. I think I should make this bigger. It looks like you're pen pasturing your pets. Although... maybe I should pen pasture them inside, but we'll move them. Actually, let's move the hens into right here for right now. The hens and roosters, because they don't need to graze. No, this isn't Slade. This is Jet. Nervoso. Slade is like black. Why the exception for pickaxes? Because your boy needs to dig. I'm not allowed to import metals for weapons, but I'm not allowed to buy weapons. But I'm allowed to buy battle axes and pickaxes because I need to hack down trees and I need to import wood. And I need to be able to get wood somehow. So that's why the exception, YouTube chat. Exactly, Strike. Exactly, J. Martin. We must striketh the eartheth. Yeah. Striketh the earth. Also, thanks to everybody who's tuning in for the new Fort Day. Appreciate you guys. Feels affection after interacting with a pet. He's officially got 4 pet chickens now. So he's got Dastot, Meng, Kulet, and Alex. I feel like we need to make you a very nice chicken coop. Maybe make your house the chicken coop. Like, build this dwarf a literal house with a chicken coop in it. Yeah, well, I mean, the starting 7 are all at the very least friends, which is actually interesting because they're usually kindred spirits, but Neezer's like not getting along with everybody else as much, which is actually kind of interesting. Feels affection remembering adopting a pet. Feels funness remembering interacting with a pet. Okay, so why haven't you... Oh, you did. I totally missed you chopping down the tree then. Gonna just make 2 stoneworker shops. Right there. I'm also going to assign a manager. Now you might be going, but Blind, why are you assigning a manager when you've only just started? Aren't you going to have to make an office? No, you don't need to make offices for anybody until you hit Dwarf, with the exception of the broker. You don't need to make an office for a manager until you have 20 dwarves. And I'm just going to say rock blocks. Out of Jet. And whenever there's more than 10 jet, make jet blocks. And I'm just going to tell them to make 2 off the start, 1 on each. I'll assign those manually. Can you speak to a manager? No! I mean, you can speak to the expedition leader. Even if they only lay a single embark. I mean, that would be an easy thing to mod into Dwarven culture because Kiwis exist in Dwarfort. So you would have to change like the game raws so that dwarves have domesticated, so that all dwarves in your world have domesticated Kiwis. But you could do it. You could, in fact, do it. I'm also going to do something that's very self-serving. I'm going to make a bookcase, and a bookcase, and a blocks, and a blocks. I'm also going to wait for those blocks, and then I'm going to make a block carpenter. Also, it looks like stuff is growing up here now, which means I guess they've just clear-cut the area, and this area is a growing zone. I was worried. They lay ostrich-sized eggs? How big is a kiwi? What? Excuse me? I beg your pardon. If that's true, that's wild. I had no idea. So wait, are they like 80% egg then? Are they like mostly egg? Carpenter. Wow. I'm learning a lot that I didn't realize about Kiwis. Trying to decide where I should put that library. I'm kind of tempted to just put it like up in here. Like maybe up at the top of this. Let's also deconstruct all of this. There are x-rays of pregnant Kiwis. I'm sure that there is. Oh, this is interesting. So the outer walls are all rough. The inner walls are block. Huh. Wonder why that is. Fascinating. I'm also just going to real quick go in here and make these out of... Well. Never mind, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to do this, though. 1, 2. What kind of site is this? This is a castle. Is what this is. This is a castle. I'm also going to make another wheelbarrow here. And increase this to 2 wheelbarrows. Also going to run up to the top here, and we're going to dig out these. You'd like to... Well, we have one in the fort, so you can claim it. It is 395 years old, named Luto Peaceful Spiraled. Moreb. Am I naming it Moreb? Looks like you. I'm sure it does. Moreb, first off, what are you? You are a large, scaly humanoid. It has a short tail and dark olive scales, which are set far apart. This night creature was first created by the human necromancer Etus Manersqueeze of Scarred Theater, after horrible experiments on an elf named Ramaro Tattooed Dreams in humor style. in 915. And you wear human-sized clothing from the looks of it. He is confident under pressure and unfriendly and disagreeable. Bothered by this since he values friendship. He's quite ambitious and he tends to consider what others think of him. He tends to not reveal personal information and is conflicted by this as he dislikes that sort of concealment in the abstract. He prefers that everyone live as harmoniously as possible and thinks that he is fairly important in the grand scheme of things. And he tends to be swayed by emotional appeals. He likes to keep things practical without delving deeply into the abstract, and can sometimes act without deliberation. He personally sees merrymaking as a waste and respects power, and dreams of creating great works of art. Welcome to the fort. He has no preferences because is a necromancer slave. And you worship a pretty complicated deity, which is, well, actually, sorry, not that complicated of a deity. It is the deity, the Korra, the lobster of Shell, which worships plants and animals. Hello, Morbits in YouTube chat. Also, YouTube chat, because Twitch chat just redeemed something. The first person to put 3 tree emojis into the YouTube chat, I'm trying to keep you on your toes, gets to name something. Could be a dwarf or something else. Let's just go up to there. But I'm also going to need to do this. Yeah, because otherwise there's considered no access. And then this side over here. Don't quite have enough jet blocks just yet. Gotta wait. Joshua, what would you like to name or redo in the YouTube chat? No, that's what happens when a necromancer goes nuts. When an elf starts disliking trees, they just go join a human or a dwarven civilization. Experiments are exactly the same as a normal dwarf when in your fort. They're just taller. You died along with every other dwarf. More bits. Is there a laid back dwarf? Would you like a dwarf with a beard or a dwarf without a beard? Those are my distinctions for you, Joshua. We are going, once again, we're going to run out of beards very quickly. You can have Ton the brewer. It's all good. Joshua, town-forted, doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges and tries to do things correctly each time. Is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture, and he is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance. He isn't given to flights of fancy, and he has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over considering the advice over practical applications, and he has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others and can handle stress. He holds his breath when he's nervous. He runs his fingers through his hair when he's annoyed and needs alcohol to get through the working day. He dreams of creating a great work of art and personally values hard work and doesn't really value merrymaking. He likes gold and sardonyx as well as clear glass and bolts and doors and llamas for their long necks and giant hamsters for their puffy cheeks. And when possible, of course, he prefers to consume giant snowy owl, bloated tubers, and dwarven rum. He doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges and tries to do things correctly. I already read that. He worships Avuz, who is, once again, the god of mountains, volcanoes, discipline, order, and duty. And he is friends with pretty much everybody in the fort, including Mareb. I mean, I would imagine they're probably more meaty. There's probably more to a giant owl. There you go. You construct that. I can deconstruct this. And deconstruct this. And we have plenty of jet now, so I can also go over here. This is a castle. These are quite common if you play adventure mode. They're quite common in the overworld as well. They usually are used as a military base for various factions in the game. They're not even remotely uncommon. But I used embark anywhere to, embark anywhere, as it says on the tin. Which is a df hack command to embark here. Uh-oh, kind of screwed that up. I thought I had one more layer. Actually, this might be a bit more of a pain in the ass than I thought. All right, well, we'll just do it this way. I shouldn't have done that bottom layer first. Oh well. Castles and forts are very similar. It's just castles have a different layout. And I think it's humans that make castles, whereas it's like dwarves and goblins that make forts. I could be wrong. Not to be confused with a mountain home or a dwarven fortress. Or a dark fortress. There's a lot of nuance and variance to the types of forts in this video game about forts. Are they all sleeping? They may all be sleeping. Nope, they're all eating. Okay. The other thing I'm going to do here is I'm going to go rock table, rock throne. They're tearing right through your jet walls. Yeah. I mean, these dwarves are they're pretty industrious when it comes to what they must destroy and demolish. We've also done enough surface demolishing so far that I'd already be getting invaded by giant animals if this was an Untamed Wilds fort. We're back to gathering plants. Something else I need to do is I need to just go here and say plant gatherers, and let's just specify the two farmers, maybe? Well, let's do you and you. Maybe you and you on plant gathering. The other thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to go farming workshop, and I'm going to go over to here and make a farming workshop, and we're going to make some cheese. Actually, why don't I do that outside? One layer above ground instead of outside. I don't know how many of these walls I'm going to leave this way. I'm probably going to change the layouts pretty quick.
Cheese
for everyone.
For everyone.
So we're into late spring. What do you think, chat? Should we bring in another slave? Do you think another one has joined me yet? Also, somebody is fighting. That's concerning. Or do you think it's too early? We're going to make cheese. Make bridges between the pillars. I mean, they're kind of already there. I mean, I could make more bridges if that's what you're saying. I might just, like, widen the walls a little bit. I'm probably also going to slowly deconstruct and reconstruct it all because it's all made of boulders, right? Like, this is actually a lot of raw materials. Like, a lot of raw materials? Well, the idea of this fort is to make a surface fort, so I'm going to try and use as much of this material as I can before I actually start digging. It's going to be kind of heartbreaking, actually, if there's no other jet on this map. Like, truly? Does anybody off the top of their head know how to make blade weed? Wait, what? Did I not bring milk? What? You grind it? Okay. I can never remember if it's processing or... Well, I know it's a surface crop. Somebody drink all my milk? I mean, it's possible, I guess, but... You mill it? Okay. Well, that's bizarre. Okay, well, whatever. I'm very perplexed by that, but... Yeah, I know it makes emerald color, but fed it to the chickens? Probably, yeah, I don't know. The cows drank it, because it's cow's milk. Oh. I'm dumb. I just got this dwarf stuck up here, but that's okay. Dwarf, I need you to go remove construction. Please knock that dwarf down. Or first let that dwarf out, I guess. Oh, we just knocked him down. That's fine. That was probably the most rude awakening a dwarf has gotten in ever. And then deconstruct this and that. And then I'm going to go down to here and I'm going to make a mechanic shop. And I'm going to go over to other creatures. What are you? Oh my god, they're one giant family. Holy shit, that's amazing, actually. You are 8 years old. And your skills are... You are a really good speaker and comedian. You're very funny. Make own. There we go. Welcome to the fortress, friend. Okay, so these two sides are now completely separated. So I'm going to start doing this. They's going to have lots of work in a moment. And I'm going to go underneath this. I feel like I should place more than one support because only one support's gonna be a little silly looking. Like kind of very silly looking. So I'm gonna plop one there, which is gonna be beneath that. Yep, because this is gonna be 1,000 times faster and a lot more fun. I'm also going to begin building a wall right here. Also just going to make sure that I do actually, in fact, have another door, which I don't... Okay, so that is the door right there. So I do, in fact, need to make a separate door. So I'm going to make 2 walls, 3 ramps, and 3 ramps. I quite like that design, so I'm actually going to kind of stick with it. Because who doesn't like a little bit of, you know, concussive engineering, shall we say? I'm also going to go down to here and chop down 2 more trees. Go over here and make a tiny little wood stockpile. And I'm going to make 10 beds. I'm also going to need to figure out how we're going to do bedrooms. Concrete bondage? That's a series of words I never thought I would see together. What? Just going to suspend this one and this one so that we'll have a way in and out. I'm also going to remove this door, this door, this door, and this door. In YouTube chat, if I may ask, is there a way to set a maximum cap on enemies in the siege? Exclamation point, difficulty, or not difficulty, exclamation, or not exclamation point. You hit escape, you go to game, and then you just, I think it's literally siege, isn't it? Or did they move that to difficulty? Yes, they moved that to difficulty. So under difficulty, you go to custom, and then, yeah, there it is, invasion cap, right there. I mean, you can also increase the numbers. If you watch the Gore-Tusk video, you'll see me fight sieges of 2,000. The game ran at about 12 frames per second while they were attacking. Actually, I think it was 1,000 soldiers and 1,000 monsters. So it's like 1,000 soldiers plus mounts. It was fun. I mean, concrete bondage is certainly a term. I would imagine that more as like a way to refer to, like, plants constricting concrete, but, I mean, what do I know? Clearly nothing. Okay, so I'm gonna put a lever right here. Which is going to get hooked up to this. And I also don't need to do this, so I'm just going to get rid of this. It's unnecessary extra labor at this point. So now we just let them get to work. So chat, what do you guys think of this kind of excessive way to start a fort? I mean, it's kind of like an unfair amount of early game building materials, but I don't know. I think it leads to some fun, maybe not challenge, that's the wrong word to use, but I should really enable this. So that's 20. So 10 is the halfway point. So if I put one more in on either side, I just defaulted to 3 because wagon size, which is usually what I default to for front doors and things. From the surface to speak? Yeah, no, totally. I mean, I see this as kind of an interesting way to go about making a surface fort for starters. Sort of, except it's more of a hostile takeover of a slave master, but you know. This wasn't conquered. I used, what's it called? Embark anywhere to just take it. So I didn't conquer this fort, I just took the fort. Also, hi, Master Spike. Hope you're doing well. So far, so fun. Sure. I'm also, like, kind of heavily debating to myself what I should use from the default buildings and what I should demo. I'm also, like, kind of hopeful that I can do this demolition without, like, you know, dropping something of importance on somebody. I think I'm gonna... Chat, should I keep or take down the building in the middle of the fort? I'm kind of leaning take it down. Maybe keep, like, a few floors of it. Keep the keep. Well, it's, like... My problem is it's just very square. You know? It's very boxy. I think maybe I'll keep the outer structure of it, but redo the inside. Like, make it more interesting. Then round it a bit. I mean, it is my personal tendencies. I prefer round buildings. Like, you know how Songs of Six has like that mechanic where certain factions like certain shaped buildings? I like round buildings. I'm that very annoying like architect in real life who's just like, super impractical spherical high-rise. Nobody will like living in it. It'll cost $1 million and look really ugly, but I'm gonna have fun building it. You love square warehouses? Like in Dwarf or in real life? I love square warehouses when there's a fun concert happening in them. Both got it. That's my city now. This is true. It's my home now. Oh, maybe we already made cheese, because now I'm seeing cheese everywhere. So you know what might have happened? I did set a make a cheese job, and I thought it canceled, but maybe they just already made all of the cheese. I think that actually is what happened here. Well, there goes my panic about where'd the cheese go. They were just too efficient at making the cheese. I don't need to make more supports for this. I'm just doing it because it looks cool. You're very much a function first type person. Fair enough. Engraver is fighting? What did you get into a fight? Did you get into a fight with a brick? You must have. I think I'm going to remove these bottoms. This bottom wall. And let's... Ooh, shoot. I think I'm going to build floors into here. Can you have the fighting engraver? Well, it's more the falling engraver. Yeah, okay. Greg and then some. What would you like to name your lady engraver miner, Dwarf? Was there any strange goo in this castle? No, this is a very different. This is a calm biome, neutral. So this is going to be a very different kind of fort from the last one. I needed to change it up after the last one. Greg and then some. Figure praised. She truly treasures the company of others and lives a high energy and kinetic pace. She lives at a high energy and kinetic pace. She forms strong emotional bonds with others, at times to her detriment, and she isn't given to flights of fancy. She thinks she's fairly important in the grand scheme of things, and she often feels discouraged. She's slow to trust others and does not easily fall in love or develop positive feelings. She finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding, and she does not often feel lustful. She tends to avoid any physical confrontations, and she works to spread this natural tendency with her respective martial prowess. She does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity, and she is conflicted by this as she values artwork and its creation. She can handle stress, and she has a greedy streak, and she generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. She commonly winks as a form of greeting, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't mind being outdoors. Dreams of mastering a skill, and personally likes tetrahedrite, platinum, and red spinel, as well as plum wood, giant mole leather, and koala parchment, as well as chains and ducks for their quacks, and king cobras for their charming hood. And the sight of the pedal of singing, and when possible, she prefers to consume a giant brown recluse spider, and blackberry wine, and spelt seeds. Crunchy. And she worships Solon, who's the god of, I'll remember this eventually. Fortresses, war, and chaos. Appropriate. And she's a skilled engraver. Got into an argument with somebody. I wonder who. Only now and then. Not all the time. The funny thing about preferring to eat things like brown recluse spiders for a dwarf is they'll only eat, like, vermin when they are... like, well, not giant, I guess, but like if it just says the normal size, they only eat vermin if they are literally starving to death. Essentially meaning that like they will only ever do that if they are literally dying. This is Okay, hold on. I actually, can I dig you out of this, or are you just, like, dead? I've got a dwarf stuck in dirt. This is what happens when you do things the game's not supposed to do. This. Dwarf, you wake up. I need you to mine this dwarf out. Please and thank you. Because Greg and then some got to name something. YouTube folks, the first person to put 3 smiley face emojis into my YouTube chat can name something. They're not my slaves. They're that human slaves. I am simply recruiting them periodically and unslaving them. But they may keep the slave task. Which... slaves is capital punishment for dwarves. I did say 3, so Arcloid already has one. Necrontier, you're cheating. Double dipping. You're also in the Twitch chat. Tisk. So I will give it to Baltiri because I will have to classify that last one as an emoji. I did say emoji, but that's still an emoticon. What would you like to name, and what would you like me to name it? I could just teleport that dwarf out, but they got themselves stuck in there, so. First, you're going to go eat, though. I mean, you can redeem here. It's just not currently on cooldown. I'm trying to incorporate the YouTube folks in, and you're double dipping. Eating a potato. I mean, hey. I need you to go dig, dwarf. Guess you've got one more construction to remove first. Two more. Okay, I lied. Now can you go dig the door? There you go. Please don't be dead, dwarf. That would be awkward. There you go. Just had to free him up there. So nobody technically has a scholar job yet, but I will assign a scholar job because, well, tis a thing I'm going to have to do anyway. I'm going to not use jet blocks. I'm going to keep the floor looking consistent here and use these. And I will just make this into a library. The library is going to be for only us. And, let's go with... So you want me to just name him Killa? Let's go with this one. Although I'm just going to immediately delete the library for right now because I don't want them wasting time in there. Killa. Can be very single-minded and is prone to strong feelings of jealousy. Lacks confidence in her abilities, and she is trusting. And she can sometimes act without deliberation, and she takes offered helping gifts without feeling particularly grateful. She is quite ambitious and is pleased by her own appearance and talents, and doesn't cling tightly to ideas, and of course is open to changing her mind. She tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects, and she is not particularly interested in what others think of her. And she tends to hang on to grievances and laughs very loudly when she's surprised. She needs alcohol to get through the working day and likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at bad weather. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and personally sees competition as wasteful and silly, disregards tradition, and doesn't care about art one way or another, and doesn't really value merrymaking. She likes silver, steel, and purple spinel, as well as dogs for their loyalty, green devourers for their bizarre appearance, and when possible, she prefers to consume spelt beer, and hates lizards. And she has 4 pet dogs. Right. You're an astronomer, yeah. I gave them astronomy at the start for funsies. I was presuming that was an Escape from Tarkov reference, the name, but... We're also about to get hit by ads. When those play, I will pause the game. Also, Necrontier, don't feel bad about double dipping. I was just poking fun, but people have redeemed in there before, and I've given it to them. We're also in an ad break, so I'm going to leave the game paused until the ads is done. Also, YouTube folks, don't forget to leave a like on the stream. I do have to say a real quick thank you to the 121 likes, but we can make that number go higher with the almost 200 of you watching here. And over here on Twitch, we do have 241 people watching, which is like, there's 500 people watching Dwarf Fortress right now, which like... between Twitch and YouTube, which is kind of nuts because according to Steam charts, which is bad data, but it's still data, there's 1,000 people playing Dwarf Fort right now, which means half of the people playing Dwarf Fortress right now are potentially watching my stream. At least people playing on Steam that have public data enabled, which is a lot of people, turns out, but still. I mean, you'd have to subscribe to not get ads, yeah. Yeah, streaming wise, technically Krug Smash is a bigger YouTuber, but I get more views than he does. Subscriber count wise, Krug Smash is bigger, but I do get more views than he does. So yes, I guess at this point I'm #1, at least, except for when Von Galactic uploads a video, then Von Galactic can beat me out in views every now and again on YouTube. But as far as like streaming goes, yes, I'm the biggest. We are obliged to play while you watch? I mean, I never said that. I was just saying, like, just numbers and volume-wise. I think that that's kind of crazy, that's all. You're one of the 1,000 and 500? Yeah, I don't know. That's crazy. I like the term necromantic experiment, Mamba, in YouTube chat. Your queen is a necromancer experiment and used to be a goblin. Your king is also a goblin. Well, there you go. Wait, your queen is a necromancer experiment? And is married to a goblin? Like, is that the queen consort? That's kind of crazy, actually. I didn't know that could happen. The more you know, hey? I'm also going to go up to here and make a bridge out of jet. And I think I'm going to go down to here and make a dining hall that is a guild hall. And this dining hall guild hall is going to be an armorer's guild. Is how I'm going to do that. And I'm going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I'm going to have to get rid of that. Oops. Chairs, not tables. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And I'm just going to go up here and make a little stockpile for prepared meals and drink. And I'm going to say that you are going to take from here. And I'm just going to jump up here real quick, and I'm going to make me a kitchen. I'm going to go here, and I'm going to go here. Ooh, no, I'm going to go here. Kitchen. And I'm going to say, please, for the love of dwarfs, do not cook my booze. Everything else can be cooked, though. And I'm just going to go here and say, meal. Let's just say fine meals, and say 20. Holy shit, hi. What's up, Quill? You know, it's very rare that I get starstruck, but a little bit. Just a little bit. Thanks for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. Chuck, can I get a round of beers for the Raiders? Please don't drown them. From a fellow Canadian streamer as well. That's wild. Thank you so much. What were you guys playing? Also, hello, Banana Cabana and Green Elite. Pretty tile set. I mean, it's pretty normal tile set at this point, I'd say. You're eating the galaxy in Stellaris. I used prepare carefully to embark on a castle, and I'm slowly freeing these necromancer experiment slaves into my faction, and gonna build a really big library without using metal, because the only metal on this map is gold, and I'm not allowed to import metal for weapons, except for pickaxes. I'm not allowed to buy weapons, and I'm not allowed to use anything that enemies drop. So I'm gonna be, I guess, dropping gold bricks on people's heads or something. We'll figure it out. Isn't Stellaris perpetually cooked? Like, it's one of those games where if you play it and you like it, you love it and don't care, and then everybody else is like, game bad, meh, angry, or something. I feel like that's just like every Paradox game. You either like it and don't care, or you listen to people and hate it. I've heard a lot of actually really good things about current Stellaris from people. But if you guys somehow don't know who Quill is, for the love of everything, Go watch Quill. It's multiplayer that's messed up? Okay. I mean, that's not too surprising. I'm actually gonna... We're about to do some pretty destructive demolition in this map. You can do both in the same time. Love and hate the game. Yeah. I mean, that's fair. That is fair. That's actually kind of how I feel every single time I play one of the Trials games. Is like, I really like the Trials games. They're kind of a guilty pleasure for me, but it just kind of makes me mad because, well, I mean, everything around those games is just so Ubisoft that it's painful in a lot of ways. But like, man, I like Trials. I should just only play Trials HD though and not get mad at my life. Did you miss the collapse? No, I'm in the process. In the process. We'll get there. We've got 2 supports constructed, and I've got my miners digging through these bricks. Bouldered brick, but rough blocks, rough walls. Yeah, that's the word to use. 1 pickaxe at a time. That's where the salt is. I mean, okay, isn't that like any game with a multiplayer though? Like any game with any sort of PvP will just like make you inherently incredibly salty. Why are we collapsing? Because these are all made of boulders and I want to make them into bricks, and it's gonna take 1,000 less years to just remove all of the ground level and drop it and make it go boom than it is to manually dig out every single layer one at a time. And because, like, embarking here was pretty hacky, I'm going to have to tell them to dig through all of these on high priority first, because these walls are just going to keep appearing here. Oopsies. That's not what I wanted to do. Yeah, I mean, dropping stuff just makes gravity pull it downwards. It doesn't make it less effective. Yes, if you cave stuff in, it just deconstructs it upon falling. So often when I need to get rid of a large building, I will just drop it because it's faster. It's the same reason that, like, when I was building that Fortress Creature Keepers a while ago, I just caved the mountain in because it was significantly faster. Yeah, Disaster Fee got you, Nasty. So often you'll see me caving stuff in just for sake of efficiency. Yeah, you're always going to get some mechanical oddities when using embark anywhere on places that you're not supposed to be able to embark, so. Such as, like, there being walls and dirt here. You fixed your script blockers. I had to explain that to somebody a while ago at Gruntier. Like, they got real uppity with me about not being able to redeem things. And I'm like, well, like, you gotta, like, lower your internet security. I had to do the same thing, but... It is a retention mechanism to sell ads for Twitch, so... Let's get these deconstructed first. Did you get deconstructed? No, you didn't. So these 2 doors need to go first. Not that I'm aware of, Romanoid. It's just following an IP. That's all it is. And tracking like amount of time lingered. Like it's just basic fingerprinting. So it wouldn't... Like if there is a country that doesn't allow it, I'm not aware of it. It wouldn't surprise me because like I know you get some bonuses, you get extras if you are subscribed. It wouldn't surprise me if that was limited in certain regions. But that's about it. Just gonna restrict these, just to fill this stockpile up. Is it bad that when people say Gamba, I still think of the type of music that has a very similar name? Enjoy your lurks, Diamond. Yeah, that makes sense, Laya, but... Alright, we're storing a lot of stuff in stockpiles. What are we actually putting in stockpile right now? Where are you going? Okay, so probably actually the way to do this is to just build a burrow. Just put everybody in the burrow. I don't want anybody to, you know, go outside and die. All right, just double checking. It looks like everything is down. Let me just double check all these doors. All right, who's ready to hope that this cave-in works? Because I don't pre-plan generally. And I also don't generally pause constructions. And that's all that Blueprint is for. Like, this is a digging thing, right? If I'm going to dig, I'm just going to dig. And then if I want them to stop digging, I'll just do that. Because I find that easier than changing this to a blueprint and then having to remember which button to click to go do that. I find just literally cutting a hole in the wall to be more efficient. That, and fun fact, I played this game for like 10 years before I learned it had a blueprint mode because I just never saw the hotkey. So I'm just not used to doing that. And it doesn't really give any additional functionality. So I never really saw the purpose of it, I guess. All right, friends and dwarfs and everybody else. It's party time. If you want to see a big rock fall, hopefully, now's the time to look up. Who gets to do the honors? Ah, Joshua gets to do the honors. Who's currently not in the fortress, so maybe it's a good thing that you get to do the honors. Jack, can I get, I don't know, what's a good emote to post for a lot of dust? I don't really have a dust emote, but post an emote that you would post in regards to Midsummer Crunch Day. As the dwarf moves up, I think it's super clear. Okay, so the game is frozen. So that's a good sign. Aha! Excellent.
Woohoo!
Woohoo indeed. All right, so now that that's done, I can deconstruct this lever. I'm also going to actually just make another one, except the other one I'm going to put up here. Farmer or a dog? Okay, so both my farmers are named, so you get a dog. Would you like a boy dog or a lady dog? So I got Datan, Atir, or Az or Kavish. Farmership. Also, what would you like me to name the dog? Boy dog. Okay. We'll give you Oz then. You are the pet of Killa. Shib. Shibbity Toilet is room plane, and as room plane is has a noticeable lack of perseverance, often feels envious of others, and tends to think before acting, and is slow to trust others. And I'm sorry about that, by the way. And is slow to trust others, and is generally quite confident in his abilities when undertaking specific ventures, such as, I don't know, biting, barking, yipping. You're 5 years old, and that's all I really got about you. Has a great sense of empathy, a natural inclination towards language, but a meager kinesthetic sense. So you're a clumsy mutt, a clumsy pup, basically. Not the worst role, I would say. Why am I like this? I mean, so there was that one person who commented on one of my videos recently who said that I look like Gen X but talk like a Zoomer, which is sad because I'm a millennial. So they added like 20. And not only that, but I was like, I'm 94, so I'm like the tail end of millennial. So I'm like, they added a lot of unnecessary age to my age is what I'm saying. But they said it as like a compliment. They didn't say it in like a negative way. They're like, oh, you talk like a Zoomer, but look like Gen X, and it's amazing, was the exact comment. So I take it as like a weird compliment, but at the same time, I think it's really fucking funny. Let's just keep working on this. I am not 49 years old. Well, I mean, you have a natural inclination to language, which means as a dog, I would presume that means that you either bark a lot or come when you're called very effectively. I'm leaning the second one, though. Parsnip plant stew. Let's see how the Aww. I think we should bring another one of the slaves in. Yo, we've got wild ones. Oh, that's kind of cool. Let's bring in legendary Glazer, speaking of Zoomer speak. Keep thinking this character's last name is Balls. Let's bring the parent in first. Make own. Welcome to the fort, Dyke Gorged. The dad has joined. Your kids will join in due time. I'm thinking I go up to the top here, dig out these walls, and dig out these walls. I'll just build all the way across here. $11 kids? I mean, hey, maybe it's their job. I also have to say, it's really nice to play on something that isn't Untamed Wilds and be able to just dig without, like, on the surface without worrying about, like, giant animals attacking me. All right, so one thing at a time. I'm also going to go down here and fill that in. Up here, I'm going to get rid of this hatch. And yeah, this doesn't go up any higher. And I'm going to begin building that library. By begin building that library, I mean I'm going to put 2 bookcases in. Do I have any of these? No, I don't. There may be one down here, actually. Nope, just a bag. Oh, no, there is one. Right. The walnut wood chest with the whips in it. I don't know if I should be allowed to use these whips. I'm kind of leaning no, but they're fancy enough that I feel like I should put them on pedestals. So I'm going to grab 2 of these pedestals, actually, and throw them up here and maybe put them on pedestals up here. Can I make whips? No. No, they're just here. They were left here by the previous owners of said location. Chains and whips seem to excite chat. Gotta say. Naughty? I don't know about that. Dirty mind, definitely, though. You see, you guys are just like, oh, that's kinky when you guys see the chains. And I'm just like, man, this is an area with a baron and her gaggle of slaves. And his gaggle of slaves, rather. So, to me, this is just really grim. Because there's whips there. Like, you guys are like, kinky, and I'm like, that's actually a bit too real. So, you know. We should drop a building on that baron. I was going to interrogate them and hope that I somehow get a crime on them and then arrest them forever. That's what I was going to do. Should put the baron in a cage. I don't think I can do that. Hold on. Is there a rope in here? I mean, I can try. There is a rope. I can see if I can rope them. Dangle them above a massive pit. Yeah, I'm not positive I can assign them to it, but I can certainly try. Okay, so this up here is now going to be assigned as the Diamond Homes, which is my library. And this down here, did I set this to everybody? No. Okay, so everybody in the fortress can now join and go here and hang out. I'm also gonna claim them whips because they're currently forbidden. Actually, can I even do that? I may also need to figure out a cool way to make bedrooms in this fort. There's also spelt everywhere, which I really like. I'm actually just going to make this into a gather zone. We'll just let everybody do this again. And some migrants have arrived. As in design-wise. Yeah, I always want to find a creative solution. Oh shit, we got a High Master Weaponsmith off the bat. Welcome to the Curse of Knowing, good dwarf. Emtanotom. What is that? I mean, I know it's a religion, but what religion? The god of metals, crafts, creation, pregnancy, family, children, birth, youth, longevity, and hospitality. The very busy god. See how many we get. So once again, this faction is pretty dead. There's only 5 population in the whole faction. My queen's apparently a glassmaker. Looks like we got 2 migrants. Total. It's a good thing we have all these extra populations here. Possibly. It depends on where the queen is. Did it say queen or king, actually? Queen. Yeah, it depends on where the queen is. They may just naturally migrate here kind of quick. Read The Master of Altruism. This dwarf is reading all the books. I'm actually curious, how many books do I have in here? 2 currently. We should all work together, says the dwarf. We're gonna go off and read other books. And she brought 2 more. I once had a dwarf who hooked up with every other dwarf in the militia, which would be fine. But in that fort, I was trying to keep it alive for 1,000 years. We made it to 470. And the problem with this is, if a dwarf has multiple lovers, they can't get married in fort mode. So, what ended up happening was... Oh, also, I'm trying to figure out why they can't go outside. I haven't turned the burrow off. Ha! Anyway, so problems began to arise when it turned out that none of the dwarves could get married, so she couldn't have kids and none of them could have kids. Also, she literally hooked up with every single other male dwarf in the fort who wasn't married. So until she died, getting dwarves to make babies was kind of a pain in the ass. Her factory and barracks with a small middle hall for farming? I mean, I could do like an outer wall pretty easily. Like that would be a very simple thing to do. Also, that dwarf was named Basthead. Reference. Which, if you've been around this stream for a while, might just be funny in and of itself. You're sorry? No, you weren't. You were laughing hysterically during that month. Okay, can I chain you up, I wonder? No. Okay, so I cannot, in fact, chain up this person. I could teleport them onto a roof, though. Is that cheating? Or, like... Okay, well, I'm gonna lock this roof. Teleport. You. Go there. You live there now. With no ceilings, so you get rained on whenever the world decides. Blah. I mean, I don't want him to die gruesomely. I want him to be locked outside in the rain. Don't just do it while the ads are playing. I mean, I will wait until after the ads. I mean, no, he walked up there by himself. It was quite magical, actually. Blink, blink. If a rock decided to show up, oh man, what a shame that would be. I mean, actually, for this fort, that would be kind of bad, but. Cruelest Canadian punishment? No, that would be you have maple syrup in your socks for the rest of your life. And you have to be bit by a beaver. And chased by a moose. While riding a sled dog. Word. Wolfist Wolf, thanks for the 2 gifts. I appreciate that greatly. Free anime. The notification for it's really funny. It's like, you've unlocked unlimited anime, and it's like, what? I didn't ask for that. Why do I have unlimited anime? So, you know. What if I don't want anime? Nobody asked me. I'm also going to grab this lever and connect it to this bridge. It's because it's on cooldown, Disaster Fee. It does have a cooldown. But I feel like I talked about this not 20 minutes ago. If you have cookies fully disabled, it kind of doesn't work most of the time. And also, I'm not tech support, so that's unfortunate. I'm sure you'll have an opportunity in the future, though. Castle fort. Yeah! You know, I'm kind of real tempted to dig underneath the fort and just, like, prop it up with supports and just have, like, a one-pull destroy whole fort button. Because that would be extremely easy to do right now. Like, hysterically easy to do, even. But why? I just said I'm tempted to. I didn't really have a logical reason as for why I wanted to. I just said I was tempted to. Why not is almost always the actual answer. Is the Baron still alive? The Baron is locked on a roof. I didn't kill them. I locked them on a roof. For their crimes. Are they a necromancer? Nope, they're just an elf. An elven slaver. And slavery for dwarves is capital punishment, so. While I'm not giving them capital punishment because I haven't convicted them of any crimes, I intend to interrogate them if and when we have crimes. As Armok intended, guilty is charged. Naturally. Actually, this seems like it's off by one. Yeah, that's right. Have I seen caverns on this embark? I haven't dug a stair yet. So, no. No, we have not. Not at all. Not even close yet. You didn't notice this thing has been loading the entire time and now you're pissed. What thing has been loading the entire time and now you're pissed? I mean, I'm digging, but I'm not digging through dirt until we run out of rocks. So. And I'm also currently debating between roads or just building floors around the edges of the fort. Because I want to put flooring in this moat. But if I do roads, then I don't want to use the jet. That's the thing. I guess I could do dirt roads. I like never use dirt roads. Wait, do you mean like the stream's just been idling in the background the whole time? Linux? Because I'm sorry about that if that's the case. What are the bird people up to? hanging out, existing, and I'm slowly using DF hack to make them join the fort. Naturally, diamond. It's rigged so that somebody wins. So trees don't grow in it, Tipping? And because trees are just a free ladder for anybody who has a skill in climbing. Because notice there's trees growing everywhere around here. I think for right now, I'm just going to do this. And this can just be a dormitory. So at the very least, I have a bed now. Know when to walk away and know when to run. An entire expedition site for channeling. Gonna make every dwarf a minor dwarf, and this is purely to test that game and not intended to be an actual fort. What are you trying to test? Actually, why don't I just do it this way? This will be easier. Oh, you're going to try and channel the whole world. I mean, you won't be able to channel the edge of each map. So what's going to happen is you will have like almost a chessboard pattern of giant empty squares. If you're trying to channel the planet. I would do that in a pocket world. If anything. I mean, I think that's probably doable, but would be exceptionally time-consuming. I'm also going to grab an additional one of these. Make own. And the other thing I'm going to do is go down here and make one of these. Because I currently don't have a trade depot. Probably about to need one. Up here, I'm going to go and make two offices. One over here. It'll be assigned to my manager. And my manager does everything. My beekeeper apparently has some broker e-skills. My beekeeper can have the other one. So start up here, dig through that first. Why the weird empty floors? Because I haven't built anything in them yet. And I didn't build them. I deconstructed about 2/3 of them. This is not a site that I built. This is a site that I embarked on. This is a castle. It's a world gen feature that isn't something you really see in fortress mode usually. It's something that you would see in adventure mode. And these castles are usually used as military outposts for various in-game factions. And I have decided to embark on one for fun and excitement. Also, let's make this out of this instead. Cancel that. They are not slaves. They are random surface things. How do you get slaves? You don't. Humans can. Elves can. For dwarves, that's a capital punishment. They are not part of my faction. Well, these ones are, but citation needed. They are part of this guy's faction who lived here before I embarked here, and I'm slowly using a DF hack command to force them to join me. I'm going to have to give them different jobs because they are maintaining that job, but they are not something that you can get in the vanilla game. Well, I mean, unless you use DF hack to embark anywhere and embark on top of a site where they already live. You can rescue them, though. If there's a site that has them and you raid the location, you can free them. Freeing them basically just gives you new citizens that are those. If you type in !ethics in the chat, you'll get a link to the Dwarven Ethics page. The Dwarven Ethics page is kind of super interesting, in my opinion. It basically just shows the ethics of dwarves and like what they will and will not allow in their civs. And what is considered a crime for the different factions. What's DFAC? This. It's a tool that lets you... it's basically like a built-in trainer. Like it's a built-in RAM editor. You can install it separately or through Steam. I have it installed through Steam, and that's a save. So I'm going to go use the toilet. I will be right back.
Cheese for everyone! Flobberdobberdoggadoggies?
Bark, 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 bark.
Sandwich!
Man, the chair can't drink that much. Be nice to it. Should have dried my hands. I washed them and didn't dry them. So now I'm dripping. Whoops. Guess I'll dry them on my pants.
You fucking donkey!
I mean, Jesus, you know the answer to that question. I respond to what you say all the goddamn time. I'm not just talking to the Lord Jesus Christ in my, like, off time for fun. Jesus is in the YouTube chat and just said he doesn't... Why can't he read the YouTube chat anyways? It's because I do, you doofus. What do you want from me? Why the slander of me not reading your chat? I mean, if he's a troll, he's a very amusing troll. Jesus' privileges have been lost? I think it got lost when I, like, you know, stopped giving a shit. Oh, you're not wrong, actually. Jesus did, in fact, die in the last fortress and became a buckler. This is very true. That is very true. Jesus did, in fact, die in the last fort and became a buckler. I don't know why I kind of forgot about that, but I sort of did. Okay, well, I need to do some farming. I think I'm just going to dig out most of this layer. A dwarf had a fell mood and murdered a dwarf named Jesus and turned him into a shield. That's what happened. And strangely enough, didn't come back to life after some time. We unfortunately weren't on a resurrecting biome, so it obviously didn't happen. Bible spoilers. That's a first. First time I've ever seen somebody write the words Bible spoilers in my life. Dwarves have dark vision, yes, Danny. If you play adventure mode, you have lower line of sight when you're in the dark, if you're not playing a dwarf. Dwarves have more or less the same line of sight in the dark. That's why you don't need that many boos. And people often freak out when they're like, oh, why do you have so few boos? It's like, well, you don't need that much. All right, so traders should be arriving soon. Speaking of boos, I should actually brew some. Highly unlikely. Man X cat coot. I'm just gonna doubt that. Also, I haven't played in an area with a bunch of fruit in a while. And so they all have sprites now. They don't just look like generic leaves, which is nice. Look at all those peaches. We're getting spelt as well as peaches. And I'm just gonna real quick jump over to here and go to drinks and say, please don't brew my cider. Thanks. We're also making persimmon stew, which sounds odd, but we're rolling with it. You're all digging. We're building down here. I'm gonna make a pen pasture down here. I'm gonna move the chickens and the hens down here. I'm gonna move up a level. Get rid of that. Go over to here, get rid of that. I'm actually gonna get rid of this, I think. And I'm gonna go back here. Maybe? Yeah, let's go back here for right now. I'm gonna go pen pasture. And this is going to be for the cows. And the 2 horses. And I missed a hen. I missed your redeem. Oh, sheesh. Some cozy job. I don't know what's cozy. I think being a dog is pretty cozy, but like, what do you define as cozy? Is Weaponsmith cozy? Squizzly Girl is a really good name for a pupper, I'm just saying. You know, thank you for, you know what, I'm just gonna have to give these all other jobs. Let's just call you Weaponsmith, because you are a weaponsmith. You are a woodcrafter. You are a what? Herbalist. Actually, why don't I just call you farmer? You are a peasant right now. Brewer is taken. Where did I get those experiments? I used Embark Anywhere to build on top of a castle that already existed, and I'm slowly using Make Own to siphon these slaves that are owned by this person who's locked on the roof from committing the crimes of owning slaves, into I'm slowly assimilating them into my fortress as, you know, dwarves. You like the weaponsmith? What is that demon? Some wild animal. Did I misspell peasant? I did. Squeezely forms strong emotional bonds with others at times to her detriment, likes a little excitement now and then, and is curious and eager to learn. She isn't particularly ambitious, and she is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger. She currently is more fearless, and she tends to be a bit stubborn in changing her mind about things. She doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges, and she is very humble. She tends to make a small mess with her own possessions, and she has a calm demeanor. She can handle stress and talks quietly when she's angry. And she lowers her eyes when she's annoyed. She needs alcohol to get through the working day. And worships Emtan Netom, which... I'm trying to actually remember the names of the gods. The god of metals, crafts, creation, pregnancy, family, children, birth, youth, longevity, and hospitality, and too many other goddamn things. The god of, fuck it, everything. And, she dreams of mastering a skill and personally thinks friendship is important and doesn't care about nature one way or another. She likes gold, nickel, silver, blue, garnet, clear glass, picks, alpacas for their long necks, and the sight of the petal of singing, not the fatal, the petal of singing. And when possible, she prefers to consume horse cheese and wild carrot plants, as well as artichoke wine and bitter melon leaves. She has an upturned nose and her hair is clean shaven, and she has no friends. So welcome to the fort. I've had banana beer, actually. I think it's, I'm not actually sure where the brand is located, but there's a rather large brand called Wells that makes a banana bread beer that's quite tasty. And I've also had a banana ale. But to me, a banana beer, I know this isn't technically banana beer, but Hefeweizens to me just fucking taste like bananas. So to me, I just imagine a Hefeweizen, a Hef beer. Although it is a grim reminder of the winter hardships to come, a supply caravan from the lean paddles is a welcome sight. Their eyes are alight with the anticipation of inspecting the splendid products of your industrious craft stores. Take careful stock of your own stores. What these merchants offer might very well be the difference between a prosperous future and a slow and meaningless death. Also, in other news, they were not in fact able to remove these. So I have no idea what I'm going to sell them. Let's see what we got. I guess I could just sell that. Wait, what? I have a yak in a cage? Where the fuck did that come from? Or is it counting stuff from the traders? Because that seems kind of busted if that's the case. It certainly seems that way. I don't know. When I sell these doors, at least the ones that I can carry, digging randomly, it's like that screenshot from the first day that Dwarf Fortress was out on the Dwarf Fortress subreddit, where it's just a giant penis shape, and it's just like, I told my dwarves to dig a big square, and this is what they dug, and then everybody in Reddit said that they needed to make that into the Miners Guild, so they did. So, you know, natural occurrence. You're coming in to attend a meeting. It is low-key satisfying. I think it's pretty high-key satisfying, kind of like watching an anthill. The expedition leader, Neither, meets with the outpost liaison Ushrir Domastul, and they say, let's discuss your situation. Greetings, I'm the liaison from the mountain homes. As if we have a mountain home, even. So, I'm only allowed to request metals that are not usable for weapons. So I'm going to ask for brass and platinum. Brass, platinum. They want tanned hides. Sure, we can do that. Do I have any pets? No. I have many houseplants, though, and many edible plants that live outside. But no, I don't have any pets. There's a stuffed rat on my desk, but that's a long story. I have zero interest in owning pets, really. At least in my current state in life. Maybe at some point, but not for a very long time. Why does everybody presume that I grow weed? Like, we literally talked about this for about 25 minutes at the start of the stream today. I mean, I own some weed, yes, but I don't grow it. I seem like the type. Everybody who seems to think that I would grow weed has clearly never tried to fucking grow weed. I live in a two-room apartment, one-bedroom apartment. Stand in the same room with a weed plant for 2 minutes, feel the humidity, and smell. And ask me again if I would grow weed. I don't want black mold on my walls. I don't have a well-ventilated garage. And it costs more to grow weed for shitty weed than it does to just simply walk to the store and fucking buy an ounce for 80 bucks. So, especially with the amount that I smoke. The day that people stop asking me if I grow weed will be the greatest day of my life. Because have you seen the price of fucking baby lettuce and spinach? So much more expensive. Gosh. Can I sell them peach bits? Doesn't seem like it. That's sad. I wonder why. Joker of Spades. If you go to my Discord and click on the plants section, you'll see my garden. Kaima. I love the smell of weed. I just don't want my whole apartment to smell like weed, you know? It's like I like the smell of sage, but if you walk into a store that's full of perfumes and reeks of sage and you can't breathe all of a sudden, it's kind of the same effect. Have you seen the price of fucking baby lettuce? Doesn't really matter where you are in the world. Lettuce is expensive. I mean, obviously prices are relative, but like literally it's cheaper for me. I save more money growing lettuce leaves than I would if I grew wheat. Lettuce, peas, tomatoes, beans, you know, the essentials. Is it a surface fort? Yes. Have I traveled outside of Canada or the US? Yes. Have I been to Europe? Nah, that's too far of a flight. I don't need that on my carbon footprint. I also fucking hate flying, so someone would have to pay me quite a bit to make me go to Europe. I'm just seeing what they actually have. I'm gonna take the glass, the dwarven beer, the fancy coat, and if I can, the sandbag. And one of the meat pieces. That's it. That's the buy. I live in Canada, Laya. Of course, food is more expensive than drugs, because drugs are generally free if they're necessary, and I live in Canada, so weed. Also, this is like just besides the fact, there's literally like a bylaw in my building that if you grow weed, you'll get fined kind of a lot of money. One, because it's more logical and cheaper, and two, because it's a very common cause of mold. So, you know. I think the day that, like, the internet just learns that some people have boundaries, you know, like, if you want to give me $1 million, I'll go to Europe for 6 weeks. But I just don't want to go to Europe. That's kind of the reality. Like, there's no reason for me to do that. It's like 16 hours minimum of flying. And because I have to fly all the way across this goddamn continent and then an ocean, I fucking hate flying. And will go and do anything in my power to not do it, unless I absolutely need to. So, how about I ban you and you go back to the YouTube chat, Jesus? I want to do that. How about that? That's my preferred option here. In other news, I need to figure out what the hell I'm going to do with bedrooms. If I can try me. All right, see you in the YouTube chat. Sorry, I just wanted to ban Jesus. I'll unban you now. I genuinely just wanted to ban Jesus. Now I can say that I've banned Jesus. I think I'll do the bedrooms down here. Blasphemy? Probably. Yeah, I probably just blasphemed something. The word of our Lord. Damn right, son! Word of these nuts. I'm calling the Pope. I mean, careful. His mouth's probably full of deep dish pizza and chili dogs. There isn't another pope, mate. Everybody's like the Chicago pope. It's like there isn't. I don't think there's multiple, mate. There is only one pope. Meanwhile, Angel Man in YouTube chat says, "Bro, I don't want Jesus here." But Jesus is like, you should have thought about that before becoming my subordinate. Should have hung out with Satan more, man. Anyway, there used to be 2 popes. I beg your fucking pardon. I didn't know this. I'm learning so much. Correct. Devilish. Well, I mean, I know about the anti-pope, but I'm not really counting the anti-pope. Oh, I know what you're talking about now, actually. You know, I was listening to a podcast the other day, and they had like this random thinking out loud question. You know, those like, I don't actually know the answer to this, but I'm thinking out loud, so I'm gonna say it anyway. Which was, can you arrest the Pope? Like, I don't know, if the Pope was just like in your country and you decided you didn't like something the Pope was saying, could you just arrest the Pope? Like, what would happen if somebody arrested the Pope? Because like the Vatican's its own country. So they could just like, sure, but like, what if you don't give a shit about, because like we live in the era of people just not caring about rules. So like, what if you just did it anyway? I know, like, sure, diplomatic immunity is what should happen, but like, what would happen? Like, humor me here for a second. Like, would it actually start a holy war in the current year? I mean, that's fine. I'm sure there's a billion salty people already. The Catholics will find you. They are legion. They are anonymous. Fear them or whatever. But like it's genuinely a question. Like, you know, because I think too much about you know, the classic film, National Treasure, and how they could possibly make another sequel to such a brilliant film. And I have an idea. I'm not saying they need to kidnap the Pope, but that's up there with stealing the Declaration of Independence. They did also kidnap the president in the sequel. I don't care. Someone over there. Also, I genuinely wonder what would cause more international turmoil. Kidnapping, like, arresting the Pope, or, like, kidnapping a famous movie star from Hollywood. Probably kidnapping the Pope, right? You're not sure yeah, but the Vatican only has like 24 people living there. I know that's not true. Please don't correct me. There's not that many people in the Vatican. What are they going to do? Like, like, are the Swiss going to invade you? Because that's who defends the Vatican, right? Yeah, I mean, like, you might, yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking, Romanoid. Like, if like, I don't know, Japan arrested Taylor Swift, that might cause a bigger international incident than... but only care. Yeah, sure, but I'm saying international. You need to remember that there's other countries in the world that aren't Trump. I realize that the great nation of Trump is now a country in and of itself, but like, there are other... There's more than one... Only America exists for Americans. Yeah. Don't say the T word. Can I just reiterate that I feel really bad for anybody who plays card games and uses the word trump card? You know? Like, just in a card game sense. Mr. T is, in fact, in the 18, yes. Jesus says they will send Angel Man to get back the Pope. I feel like Angel Man was like the first rejected DC superhero. Or like a superhero in the Saturday morning cartoons that only air in the Vatican. Maybe in Marvel, I don't know. Angel Man could also be a Marvel superhero. As you can tell, I'm very much not a superhero buff. I think that's pretty clear. But anyway. So this is going to be bedrooms. That's why I'm hollowing this out for anybody who's wondering. I don't know exactly how I'm going to build this just yet, but I'll figure that out in a minute. Also, when these are done trading, I'm going to move the trading depot down here. And make it so that dwarves don't get stuck. You have to build scaffolding. So, like, treat it like you're building... Well, first off, I didn't build these. This was built by World Gen. Is, I guess, like, the first thing I should say. For full clarity here, I didn't build these. The second thing is... it's one of those things where you just kind of get used to it after a while. Like, I use a lot of drawbridges for scaffolding. I use a lot of various materials for scaffolding is the easiest way to explain it. I feel like Angel Man's arch nemesis would be Thor if this was a Marvel discussion. Well, no, here's the thing. Elves communicate with trees and ask the trees really politely, and the trees simply grow stuff for them. So they attack the dwarves out of frustration because they're like, if you just talk to the trees, they'll just make you the wooden thing that you need. And the dwarves go, tree dumb, and chop down and make, I don't know, table. Whereas elf go, hey tree, can you please grow me a table? And then 12 years later, the tree grows a table. But dwarf go, I ain't got all day. And then they chop down tree and make table. It's a matter of efficiency versus patience. I'm so sorry, Angel Man in YouTube chat, by the way, for this entire interlude. Right, I was gonna make stone workers down here. But I may have chat writing fan fiction about you now. They're like discussing your backstory and lore. It's like kind of intense. My other favorite, like, this is a me theory. This isn't necessarily canon in any way. My other favorite little factoid about elves is that because elves also get mad if you destroy I'm going to just put a metalsmith over here, just so nothing steals my anvil. Elves get mad if you chop down cavern trees too. But a lot of players get upset with this, going, those aren't trees or whatever. Well, riddle me this. In real life, trees can transfer nutrients from tree to tree. and can tell when there's other trees close by them via mushrooms and mycelium. So in my headcanon, the reason elves get mad at you for chopping down the cavern trees is you're cutting their internet. It's like snapping the phone lines. They're like, "Hey, why can't I see what spruce number 753 is thinking?" So, you know. Yeah, you know, honestly, most of my biggest requests for this game involve better diplomacy in like in any way, really. Okay, so somebody who understands young people speak, what the fuck does crash out mean? Like, I presume it means getting mad, but does it have like another meaning attached to it, or is it just that? Also, hi, Shenrir. Thanks for the raid. Today is everybody raids blind day, I suppose. I'm almost out of coffee. I could go brew another pot, though. Anyway, welcome, Shannon Raiders. I used DF hack to embark on a castle, and then demolished half of it, and am now building a castle. Because it goes all the way down to the ground, so I'm kind of going around the edges and filling it in. That's what I'm doing. I hope that you had a good stream, Shannon friends, and I'll take some tea. Actually, I could go make some mint tea. I got some mint growing on my windowsill. Jesus, I hate to break it to you. I think it's called the Old Testament. That's an in-joke for me and Jesus in the YouTube chat. But yeah, to anybody who doesn't watch Shen, go watch Shen. Shen does cool stuff. Shen friends, what were you guys playing today? If I can ask. This is Dwarf Fort. I play too much of it. Sometimes chat lets me play other games. Cheers, Disastrophe. I mean, all slang loses meaning without, like, any time to pass. I'm turning gray. So, spoilers. I got my first gray hair in my mid-teens. I've been going gray my entire life. This is nothing new. You're 30 and bald. In like a week, I'll be 31 and getting grayer. Slowly. I tried to grow a beard when I was around 19, and it was already gray. My dad is the exact same way, actually. My dad has a few photos of him when he was a lot younger with a mustache and briefly with a beard. And it was gray, like, immediately. So, and my mom made him cut it because she said it made him look old. This is a castle renovation stream, actually, Danny, in YouTube chat. Whatever I feel is fitting. You know, your name to me looks like the words adamantine and zucchini smashed together, and these are two things I like, so. Chat, what do you think is befitting of that dwarf? A befitting thing to name after that person. I think one of the experiment recruits, potentially. Adamizuchi, embrace conjures, can be very single-minded and forms strong emotional bonds with others. At times to his detriment. He is bashful and he tends to be passive in discussions. He tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects, and he is pleased by his own appearance and talents. He doesn't handle stress well, and he doesn't try to get things done perfectly, and has an active imagination, and is moved by art and natural beauty. Dreams of seeing the great natural places of the world, and personally finds the pursuit of skill mastery rather off-putting. Doesn't particularly care between war and peace. Likes earthenware, sterling silver, wax opal, eight-sided prisms, sparrows for their dust baths, and the sound of the bell of larks, and when possible prefers to consume bullhead and river spirits, and hates bats. Has a very large family, and is a member of the Citizen, of the Lean Paddles and the Curse of Knowing. Good morning, Malachite. And is 8 years old, very young. You have joined. Have you joined? I'm going to let that character's mom join. Make Own, who has now joined the fort. And you're a glazer. Well, glazer it is. And is going to go read books. YouTube chat, the first person to put, I don't know, the words, I don't know, into the YouTube chat gets to name something. I had a stroke of non-creativity. No. Today. Why? Because you'd eat any glazed donut you saw? Is that why? I mean, I said I do not know, and the first one said I don't know, followed by I do know, and then what do I know? I mean, you're saying the right words, just not necessarily in the right order. But I will just give it to Brian, because I don't know. Brian, what kind of thing would you like to name? What am I naming it? You hate glazed donuts? I mean, fair enough. Any brewers? The only brewer is named Joshua. I got this thing. We're running out of things pretty quickly, actually. I got a miner. I've got the mum thing and this thing. I've got a broker, I've got this thing, and I've got, yeah, that's it. What's up with my right eye? It doesn't work. Like that's what's up with it. And if you repeated that, I didn't see it the first time. Probably because my eyes don't work very well. I mean, some people don't like plain donuts. Man. No preference then? Okay, you'll get the minor. Brian takes no pleasure in his talents and appearance and forms only fleeting and rare emotional bonds with others. Sometimes he acts with little determination and confidence, tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions, and tends to make a mess with his own possessions. He doesn't try to get things done perfectly, and doesn't tend to hold on to grievances. He is quite polite, and quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture. Generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity and has a little interest in joking around. He occasionally overindulges and needs alcohol to get through the working day. Also, I just got a dumb thought. If you attack a place and steal prisoners, they'll join your fort, right? If I had a fort with, like, say, 200 goblins in cages, and the cages were constructed, hypothetically, and then I retired the fortress, and then I invaded that fortress from another fortress, could I kidnap those goblins? I've never tried this, so I have no idea. I'm just curious if anybody has. He doesn't try to get things done perfectly and doesn't tend to hold on to grievances. He is quite polite and is comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture, and he generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. Or do they literally need to be arrested? They don't die, no, because they don't get hungry or thirsty. But they don't leave until you reclaim the fort. Pooping Astronaut. It's a funny name, by the way. If you get lucky and complete the thing when I ask you to. Right. I mean, the game's gotten some pretty good updates recently, Kel. Anyway, I'll finish reading this. He is quite confident in, while others, he's quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture. And he generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity and has little interest in joking around and occasionally overindulges. Needs alcohol to get through the working day and likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at bad weather. Dreams of creating a great work of art and personally sees perseverance in the face of adversity, bullheaded and foolish. And is put off by family. He likes lemonite, lead, onyx opal, impala hoof, puffin tooth, chains, the words of the bejeweled diamond, the sight of the scintillating sparkles, and when possible, he prefers to consume. I lost my spot. Barley, wine, and hates lizards. Abandon, which scatters all the populace to the wind, is the alternative to retiring. We don't have that many books, but at the very least we're acquiring more. You worship Shittim. That sounds worse than it is. I'm just going to put a meeting... Oops. I'm going to put a meeting zone there and not delete it this time. Shittim is the god of dusk and twilight. Sparkly vampires. Shittim. Sheddim? Probably Sheddim. Looks like Shittim to me. But Sheddim. Shedim. Maybe? I feel like Shedim sounds more offensive than Sheddim. But this is going to take some fiddling. Maybe the corner bedroom just bigger. Yeah, we'll just do it that way. Corner bedroom gets slightly bigger bedroom. Also kind of screwed this up a wee bit. Yeah, I'll be fine. One at the end here gets slightly bigger bedroom, but I mean, it is the god of dusk and twilight, so sure, there isn't that much natural light. So if we take it literally, I suppose so. Let's do wooden door, although I think I'm actually entirely out of wood. Let's do maple. I like maple. The question is there that much maple in the fort? Lots of peaches. Peach trees. Anybody else here watch Dread? Dread's good. Big fan of Dread. There's a maple tree. There's a maple tree. It's a persimmon. Maple tree. Lots of persimmons. I'm also trying to chop down trees that don't give anything back, such as persimmons, which drop persimmons. No, the movie just Dread. Not Judge Dredd, just Dread is the name of that movie. I think Dread 3D is what it was called in a lot of regions. It's because the building they're going into is called Peach Trees. Okay, well, Water Buffalo Calf is going to become Water Burger Calf. Ooh, you're a Spear Dwarf. Do you dream of... Wait, hold on. He finds Crafts Dwarfship to be relatively worthless? I mean, intolerant, bad kinesthetic sense, hates everything. I mean, okay, you seem unfun. You're tough. Ooh. Dreams of creating a great work of art. Well, I should start a squad. This is actually a proper migrant wave. I'm gonna eat that piglet. I'm gonna eat that baby horse. I'm gonna eat the biggie horses as well. I'm gonna eat this. And I'm gonna make Butcher and Tanner. That's what I'm gonna do. Yes. I think it's kind of hard to exist on the internet and not have heard of the Great Beer Flood of I don't know if it's actually 1814, but whatever year that was. There's also a beer flood that happened up the street from where I currently live, where a brewery called, well, not quite up the street, it's like a couple kilometers from me, but a brewery called Phillips Brewing, one of their brew tanks burst and caused a small river to flow down the road. I've seen pictures. It was pretty dramatic, actually. The molasses flood is like actually, you know, I don't like making fun of the molasses flood because it was kind of horrific, and I would imagine that being an awful way to die. So like, I kind of can't in good faith make fun of it because it is kind of just horrific. Yeah, I agree, Danny. Music in this game's great. Well, molasses goes slow, but a lot of molasses would move pretty quickly, yes. The 2 million liter wine flood in Portugal? No, I have not. Sad for the wine? Or did people die? 'Cause if it's sad for the wine, I mean, sure. But like, if people died, then yeah, okay, I'll agree with you, it's sad. What, the molasses foot is too cartoony? People died, man. Like, a lot of people died. Like, a not small number of people died. So, like, sure, I'll give it to you that it's cartoony, but it doesn't change the fact that it's terrifying. I think I can also milk some cows. So we're going to milk cows and make cheese. Just a lot of damage. Okay, well then, it's kind of like dying to lava. Okay, like watch videos of cities getting destroyed in volcanic eruptions. I don't agree. Because usually the lava isn't what kills you, right? It's the dust that like suffocates you and obliterates you instantly. It's like a bomb going off. I think in like a Looney Tunes sense, certainly very funny, but like in like a reality sense, like terrifying. Terrifying. I'm gonna go down here and we're gonna just make more jet blocks. Sucks to be the dwarf with the small bedrooms. How convenient. 3 doors ready to go. Only 2 beds, though. And I don't currently have any kind of wood crafting set up, so I'll just plunk her down over here again. It's a kind of a wild game, especially when you're going through the discovery period of like learning everything, CC Man. These are jet blocks, yes. This was a surface castle, which I've demolished half of, and I'm now going through and renovating the half I didn't demolish slowly. Also, yo, I was wondering if this would happen. It snowed a little bit, chat. Look at this. That's kind of cool. We getting snow. Starting to look like Christmas time. Will I fill the moat with water? No, I'm probably just gonna build a dirt road at the bottom. I highly recommend against building any kind of like water-filled moat. That's generally like a really good way to drown your own dwarves a lot and never actually, you know, get any real benefit out of it. I'm just gonna start off with named dwarves. Is there an idea or plan for the fort? If you type in the exclamation point goal, that'll give you the idea and goal and / plan for this fort. I also need a proper crafts dwarf shop. I'm going to go up here and type in wooden nest box. But yeah, dry moats are usually what I do. School's canceled? Excellent, Shaku. Get outside. Go play in said snow. And after you're done shoveling the driveway. It's so nice to make bedrooms again. My dwarves are going to be so much happier. want to say it was you. Yeah, this was the married couple. Must acquire all book. I don't know. Must acquire all book. Also, currently all book equals 7. So not very many book. But hey. Also, it appears that Killa is pondering the screw. And is content after pondering the screw. I don't know why I have a yak, but apparently I also have a yak. Who I'm going to eat. We also have a bunch of tallow. That's the way we like to ponder. Long day, tell us ponder. Let's give Killa a bedroom. At least 700, sure. Actually, speaking of 700, my previous fort had 700 plus books in it. And it's right there. Although, where was that? Yeah, I want to say it was this. Helmsfrost. That I settled on top of. Somebody should have, like, clipped that chunk from the beginning of the stream. When I used Embark Anywhere to embark on this thing. Literally the entire first cavern layer is full of forbidden books, and they're not single stacks. The entirety of the top layer of the fortress is covered in them, and every single staircase layer all the way down is full of them. There must be like 20,000 books in that one tile. They ought to, if they're married, they automatically claim the same bedroom. So you don't need to manually do anything. They'll live together naturally. I'm kind of thinking that, Joker. Kind of thinking that. There are no commands in the YouTube chat. Sorry, YouTube chat. I don't have 2 bots, and my bot doesn't have any YouTube chat compatibility, and I don't feel like running 2. How did all those books get there? They bought them, stole them, and wrote them, I would presume. That there's a lot of it in the Embark. I have no idea. I haven't dug down to stone yet. I also didn't prospect. I just know there's gold here. Of the world, I started the first fort in 1050. So this is Fort 3. I also did a very short adventurer. I think it's got everything to do with what the faction that made it had available. Emperor Iron. I don't want to use Nightbot, so no. I mean, there's lots of bots that can do both. I use Firebot. I'm quite happy with Firebot. I intend to keep using Firebot. And I also don't want to update 2 bots, so I don't care, basically. It's kind of that simple. This is a Necromancer experiment. Necromancers can make Frankenstein's monsters, basically. This is a large-scale humanoid, so like a human size. Has a short tail and dark olive scales, which are round and set far apart. Is what this critter is. It's also Moreb, yes. This is a vanilla creature that, you know, can just exist in your world if somebody happens to make them. Yep, they're wearing clothes. This one's wearing a dress. Well, a skirt, rather. And sandals. And socks. They can also wield stuff. They just are like, they just don't, they're like animal people. They don't have fully contextual sprites because there's a trillion of them. Different possibilities. Same with these guys, you know? They're talking with each other. Good friends. I mean, they are married after all. And they have 11 children. 11! God damn. Anyway, we'll let one of their kids join. You're a brewer, so you can be a brewer. What are these guys? I just explained it, Jesse. Like, literally 3 seconds ago. Chat, let's see. This is an awareness test. Did you hear what I said, and can you repeat it accurately to our friend here? Woo, Laya, what do you want to be, have your name bestowed upon, Laya? Do they have triplets? I don't know. We'll find out if they make more babies. Like, genuinely, I don't know. They haven't had any kids since I got here. They were all born already when I got here. Any beardless? Sort by hap. And, unless you want to be the necromancer creature. Because, is it you? This one is technically beardless. And also a lady. Unless you consider that weird face a mustache? I don't know. Fort's going pretty well, I think. What does having more world lore do? It makes the world older, which means there will be less populations of everything because more things will have died in wars. Usually more of these critters and less big mega beasts. So less like dragons, titans, giants, etc. But more creepy kind of Cthulhu freak monsters kind of deal. No, you just need to have an older world. To get these creatures in your fort, the vanilla way to do it is either hope that they show up as part of performance troops and then perform in your fortress, and then you allow them to join when they ask for citizenship. The other way that you can get them in your fortress is by freeing slaves from other locations. I'm fucking with this game to get them in my fort. It certainly makes it easier, but you can get them in your fort without doing anything fancy. Adventure mode's another way you can get them into your fort. A lot of them have them playable in adventure mode, so just make an adventurer party with a bunch of them and then just walk to your fort. Or convince them to join you in adventure mode and then walk them to your fort. But my last fort had like a population of about 12 of these guys because I just saved them as slaves from mostly abandoned locations. For a first run, start at 250 and keep everything on default. Yeah, especially if you're new to the game, do younger worlds because you'll get less necromancy, which will give you less of this, but the game's more straightforward if you have less necromancy. Lyagushka. Did I construct the whole fort? No, I deconstructed half of the fort and I'm reconstructing it. See all these boulders? This was the rest of it. I caved them in, and these were already here, and I'm building all of this at the front. I haven't even started digging yet. This character does not trust others and only rarely tries to assert herself in conversation. She lives at a high energy kinetic pace, and she takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful. She has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications, and she prefers to present herself modestly. She tends to not be swayed by emotional appeals, generally acts impartially, is rarely moved to mercy, and doesn't cling tightly to ideas, and is open to changing her mind. She dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and personally values eloquence, and finds those that deny their impulses somewhat stiff. She's a small feathered humanoid, and its midnight blue feathers are long and sparse. This night creature was first created by the dwarven necromancer Olin Steel Spreads of Dentmighty after horrible experiments on the dwarf Rith Mansion Groves in snake focuses in the year 899. She is a legendary glazer, and she's 384 years old, probably immortal by that logic. And that's everything. She's a very large family, lots of children. Or creating your own challenges. Pick a mechanic you don't know and learn it initially. And then once you get through that, see what other people are doing. Ask around. Like, as far as like finding your own fun goes, I maybe am actually a bad person to ask, because I've been playing this game for so long and I just find it interesting that just poking the game systems to me is entertaining. I just try to not do the same thing twice. So like, settle in a biome you haven't, like some people get into this mindset that like the only way to play a game is like to find either the optimal way to play it or to like find the most violent way to play it and then just repeat that repeatedly. And that's how you ruin games, especially sandboxes, as far as I'm concerned. To me, this is a game about like, find something you think is interesting and then do it again. 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 And then find something else that's interesting and then do it again. Like, there's always the easy basics ones, which is like theme a fort after a certain thing, like violence or non-violence or water or lava or like the very simple kind of theming. But like you can get more like complicated than that. Like try and build a fortress with a very small population that just manages a giant like tavern complex, or maybe try and build a big temple complex to specific deities, or like I don't know, kill everything of a certain faction, or try and tame specific types of animals, or only grow certain kinds of crops. And then you just, you know, go from thing to thing. The wiki has a page called Playstyle Challenge, which, you know, kind of came from the Something Awful 4chan era largely. So some of the challenges are a little questionable. But that page on the wiki has some really good suggestions for like different ways to play the game. Yeah, I mean, like, once you get to the point of being able to make consistent, sustainable fortresses, then that's when you start looking into other ways to play the game, right? But, like, you know, learn to play the game first, and then try expanding from there, right? I've just been playing this game for so long that, like, it's not even something I really think about anymore. All the giant Kias in the world, and it was good. Did you? Did you manage to make them extinct? Another fun thing to do is if you run around in adventure mode, you'll learn the locations of caves in the overworld. So when this is done saving, I can go to the overworld and show you some caves. If you settle on a cave, whatever lives in the cave will just be in your fort. So like maybe you settle on a cave and there's just a dragon that lives there. It'll generally stay in the cave, but sometimes come out and turn you into toast. So like then you catch the dragon and then you train the dragon and then you teach the dragon tricks. Or, you know, other fun things like that. Maybe try and build a fortress just in the caverns, or try and build a fortress just in a particular mountain peak. Or build a fortress without digging in a deep forest. Following along with the narrative of your fort? Here's an example. I fucking hate the Hobbit movies, so I'm talking about the book when I say The Hobbit, for clarity. The Hobbit. has a bunch of main characters, but there's big battles that happen with lots of nameless characters. Dwarf Fortress is a game, for me, about finding your main characters. In this fort so far, you know, we have Brian, who's a hardworking miner who wants to be creative, but has been told he just got to mine all the time. He was an adequate wrestler, so he's got some training. Maybe we'll put him in the military at some point. We've got, you know, various other characters with names. We get Neezer, the expedition leader, who's got a very developed sense of empathy, but low willpower. He's kind of gregarious and doesn't like fighting much, and doesn't value knowledge, but dreams of mastering a skill, and will have to work towards that. You know, really, really, really likes chickens, which is why he's got 4 pet chickens. And, like, my advice, I guess, in that sense is just name a couple dwarves and follow them. It's sort of like the best advice you can give somebody who's playing XCOM. Like, how do you get, like, committed to the characters in your run? Name them. Pick some main characters and name them. How did I get the pre-constructed forts to cave in? Skills with a Z. Some people seem to like them, so I have to preface it with I don't like the Hobbit movies. Some people have unironically argued with me in the chat about them being good. And I question their sanity. I mean, just go watch videos, Riasart, on YouTube of Kias disassembling a car. Like, motherfuckers just, like, get to work on those headlights and just start pulling screws out. Like, those birds are smart. Links are not auto-bopped, no. I run with a rule, which is if you post something in my chat that's worth bopping, you don't ever need to post in my chat again. I'll just unexist you from my chat. Just immediately. Yeah, but the thing you need to remember about me is I play this game more than any human being should. Like, there was a thing floating around at one point with another Dwarf Fortress streamer years, like before Dwarf Fortress came out on Steam, of how Dwarf Fortress streamers probably play this game more than Toady does. Also, we're in an ad break, so I will pause. Glad you found it helpful, Casual Steve. Disassembling a Kia. I've only seen one of like a 4-door sedan and one of a cop car. Did it take anybody else like way too embarrassingly long to figure out that the new Kia logo was a Kia logo? Like when they changed the logo? I know the old one just looked like Killed in Action, but like I was trying to figure out why it was a KN. Like, what's a KN car? And eventually I looked it up and, like, turns out that I'm just dumb. Or their logo design is real bad. Oh, it's real bad, Laya. Should look it up. It's real bad. Because it looks like an N. It doesn't look like an A. Yeah, and then you name the vampire, and then the vampire becomes the main character of the fort, right? Massart? Travenoid in YouTube chat. Wow, that logo is ugly. You thought it was a 9-inch nails emblem? Oh, that's funny. That actually is really funny. Yes, Draken Soul. Correct. Autobop to be like the bot automatically nukes a link. You can like basically block links in Twitch chat with either a bot or like within your chat settings. I don't do that. Another thing I'm going to do is I'm going to make a bowyer. And I'm just going to plunk it over there. Whatever. We'll worry about that later. And also a leather worker. I guess that's under clothing and leather. I'm smart. How much leather do I have? 20. Okay, let's just make leather quiver. How many bones do I have? I guess that's under body parts, right? Plenty. Fuck it. Actually, let's make bone crossbows. Let's make 20 bone crossbows. Let's do 10 of each. I'm actually not sure how many I will have, but around 206 bones. Yeah, we'll I'm not sure how many bones are used in a bone crossbow. I will be honest. I don't actually remember the last time I made a bone crossbow. And then you make a totem. What? Oh, that's a carpenter shop. That's fine. Where's my craft store shop? Where did I build the craft store shop? Did I not build one? I guess I didn't, because I've got a nest box queued up. I thought I did. Maybe I did and, like, immediately demolished it. Also possible. Also, I must state that this map only has gold on it. So my options for weapons are limited, shall we say. Ah. Well, that answers that. Let's see how many bones these take. Okay, so it's going to use a whole yak worth of bones. That's a bummer. I mean, I'm kind of... So I've got a armor smith's guild running. And I'm kind of hoping that I end up with a bunch of armor smiths. Because I think, like, oh, you know, just gold plate armor would be fucking rad. So I got this this armorer guild. Welcome back, Elfie. That many. Here's some books. Some books, all right. Okay, no, it doesn't use all of them. That's lovely. Because some of these constructions do and some don't. Okay, so now I need a dwarf that would be good for crossbow dwarfing. Let's see. What about you? How about you? You want to fight, be extravagant, make merry, and you want excitement, Darklight. What about now you want to master crafting dwarf someday? How about you? You are literally a bowyer. In fact, you're talented. You dream of mastering a skill. You're a quarreler. You're private. You value harmony, independence. Is private to the point of paranoia and willing to let others get a basic information about herself. Unfriendly and disagreeable and is conflicted by this for more than one reason. She is often nervous and occasionally can overindulge. She's comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture. And she tries to keep her things orderly, and she has an active sense of humor. She is stubborn, and she generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. She personally believes war is preferable to peace in general, and values a harmonious existence. Well, I guess you're hired. I guess armor, generic. Leather helm. I'm not going to specify legwear right now. Let's say leather high boots, shields or bucklers, and crossbows. Crossbow basic. I'm also going to go here. Can't make bone shields. Thought so. Wooden shield. Make 10. And I'm going to make them out of maple. I mean, I could assign hunters, actually. I hadn't even really thought about that. But yeah, I could do that. I just kind of don't want a rangers guild. But I'll assign 2 hunters. Because like what's on the map right now? There's a skunk, a barn owl, and a peregrine. Oh, I also need to go to standing orders, sieges, and dumping. Forbid used ammunition during sieges. Don't forbid used ammunition the rest of the time. And I'm just going to set you to no orders. You thought the first floor was going to be the extent of the books? No, it just keeps going, man. It just keeps going. Like, it's an insane amount of books. Also, the incineration of tomes. Incinerate the bolts. I'm just going to call you the bolts. Of tomes. The bolts. The bolts? The bolts. Usain bolts. Wait, who rebelling? I don't get. What do you mean we're already rebelling? What are we rebelling on? Oh. I don't know why the traders dropped this stuff here. But they did. So I need to figure out what the fuck I'm going to do with this stuff. Okay, hold on. Let me just let me just figure out what the fuck I'm doing with this. Something must have attacked them. Let's unforbid all of this. You can be forbidden. You can be forbidden. You can be forbidden.
Over here, he has a sword.
You can be forbidden. I don't think I'm missing anything. I have no idea how that happened, but geez. Traders must have dropped stuff by accident, which actually really sucks. Although that does explain why I randomly had a yak wandering around my fort. Maybe I shouldn't have eaten that. Oh well. Let's just keep following you. I'm sure it'll be fine, right? Right? Oh, it was to grab a backpack, quite literally. All right, well, you'll slowly get that stuff together. This is all blocks, so that I don't need to worry about so much. Just worry about bedrooms. Man, I think I can probably stop making jet blocks for a bit. I'm starting to think we have enough. So actually, no, I'll keep this going, but I'm going to change the order of this. There's 6,000 jet blocks, chat, or boulders. When the amount of jet blocks is available is less than 300, we'll start making them again. Including the ones that are still in my fort. I mean, it is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 in some spots, layers tall. So, like, it's not a small construction. How did I get this many boulders? I deconstructed a third of a World Gen castle. Is, like, the... I caved it in. Like, I just collapsed it. I just took all the boulders. That's how I got them all. How did I do the cave-in? I've explained this basically 3 to 5 times per stream, every stream for the last 24 streams, maybe. Because I do it once or twice every stream, and then for the next 90 minutes, or every time I bring it up, 12 people ask me how to do it. You build a support and connect a lever to it and remove all the support from the support, and then you drop the support with the lever. It's a thing that I explain constantly, and I wish I didn't have to explain it so constantly, because, you know, such is the life of being a tutorial individual, is people ask you to tutorialize things. I shouldn't be surprised by this, but it's the truth. Did I make you bigger? I don't think I did. Am I going crazy? I'm going crazy. Oh, I see what I did wrong. Jumped in, explain again. Please die. Thanks. I'll get my wish eventually. You don't have to do it now, though. I mean, don't actually. But, you know, unless. That's fine. Burr, indeed. It's very cold out there. Oh, except I made them smaller on that side, so I'll make them smaller on this side too. Damn it. $98F is very... Well, I mean, it's winter in game, and there's snow on the roof, so... I'll probably cave in another tower in this stream anyway. Actually, if you watch the first 3 minutes, I think it's 6 minutes of my gremlin video. My gremlin video explains very quickly, admittedly, but it does explain how to cave in anything. That's probably the one I should reference. If you're not getting attached in Dwarf Fortress, you're not reading the descriptions as much. I have zero interest in ever playing RimWorld again. I'm not sure why there's a strip of wood blocks right there, but there is. Yeah, it is very unlikely that I will ever stream RimWorld again. So no, you will not get a RimWorld video. I can say that pretty safely. I would rather literally do anything else with my time. Well, actually, that's not true. I'd rather play RimWorld than Call of Duty, but I'm also not going to play Call of Duty anytime soon, so. Oh, did I? Whoops. That would do it. YouTube chat is asking about the World of the Rim. It was the first one you watched me. That one did real well. I'm very happy with that one. I kind of wish the flooding one kept up longer, but it'll have a long tail like most of them tend to. It's a deep puddle, as they say. At least I say. I don't know if they say that. And if they didn't, they do now. Well, I mean, here's the big difference for me with RimWorld and Dwarf Fort. I streamed about 3,000 hours of RimWorld and decided I never wanted to play RimWorld again. I've streamed, I fucking don't know how many hours, because the first 5 years I streamed this game, which is longer than I streamed RimWorld, it, hasn't gotten boring yet. And then an additional, 3,000 hours since the Steam version came out, which was after the first 5 years. And I'm not even close to bored yet and still have new ideas of things I could do that I want to do, and I still enjoy playing the game. Admittedly, if I, plot committed to RimWorld and played it even though I kind of started to hate it and played it the way the audience wanted instead of the way I enjoyed playing it, I'd probably be a bigger content creator, but whatever. Let's not make this an argument. It's if you want to argue, please go to DMs. Thank you. Someone has an opinion. I'm not going to comment on it. Let's move on. We're not even playing that game right now. They can fly, but they don't fly for pathing. So, if they get thrown off a wall, they'll hover down, basically. I would say having wings and being a member of a Dwarven Fort is the equivalent of having fall damage, more or less immunity. All right, let's do this. I'm manually assigning characters even though I don't need to, just so that I know who has a bedroom and how many people still need bedrooms, and it gives me an idea on how many more I need to make. It's just convenient. What's my opinion on Songs of Six? I wish I liked it more than I do. I don't hate it. I play it and will play it again. But I get bored of it quicker than I'd like. That's my opinion of Songs of Six. Yeah, because they don't know where they're pathing to. Basically, Fortress mode doesn't really account for that kind of pathing. This vertical pathfinding. Uh-oh. This is what happens when you use DF hack to embark in places you're not supposed to. It kind of makes some things fucky. Such as this. Oldest dwarf / experiment in the fort. Why do people always ask for such specific things like that that are annoying to search for? Probably this one's husband. I'm not going to dig deeper than this. 288, that's what you're getting. Necro 1 TYR. There you go. Yushrir would never pass up the chance for a good fist fight, dislikes abstract discussions, and would much rather focus on practical examples. Has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others, and tends to be passive in discussions. Could be considered rude and does not easily fall in love, and rarely develops positive feelings. Is quick to anger and is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture. Prefers that everyone live as harmoniously as possible, and dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and this dream was realized. Personally finds merrymaking and partying worthwhile activities. I agree with that. Sapphire Starship, thank you very much for that brand new Prime sub. You don't have any preferences. Your wife is Laya, and not Alaya is Laya. And you are musical and you have high willpower and you're sickly. You're a legendary woodcrafter. And you're wearing a llama wool skirt. And it looks like you wear dwarf-sized stuff, which actually is pretty helpful. And I'm actually going to throw you in... to the Marks dwarves. Oh, also, I need to tell them to equip this uniform. How did I get so many experiments? Hacks. I used Embark Anywhere to embark on a castle. And they already live here. And I'm slowly recruiting them using Macon. Okay, so you're just grabbing a backpack from there. Yeah, and the Baron who lives here, who owned the slaves, I've locked on a roof. And will likely kill at some point. But right now, they're just locked on a roof. Which I think is appropriate. Got horse bone bolts. Right, I always forget that bone bolts only can be used in increments of 5. I always forget about that. The new landlord of the castle? Will they starve to death on a roof? No. Characters that aren't part of your fort can't starve to death. So it's a bit moot. Not really our concern, I guess. Also need to go hack down more maple. Because for some dumb reason, I've decided that maple is the only tree I really want to chop down. Because they are a cool color. Almonds are also pretty good. There's another maple. Right there. There's another maple. Should also just hack down willows because they don't produce any fruits. And right now I'm subsisting entirely on gathered fruit and vegetables and stuff that my livestock leaves when I stab them repeatedly in the face with a big axe. It's the Canadian me in me as far as the maple goes. What, starving them to death? Well, I'm just gonna wait until the dwarves have some, like, the ability to interrogate, and then I'm just gonna try and interrogate him and hope that he's actually committed crimes. This is a Forest Titan parchment scroll entitled Harmony in Practice by Thalu. Concerns the value of harmony and is quite cheerful. What's the chance that you run out of maple trees? They'll keep regrowing, so I'm not too concerned about that, but I mean, there's a chance. This is going to be an only bolts ammo stockpile. And I'm going to make a barracks over here. And they're just going to start wrestling, practicing, as they do. I don't think that necromancy is a crime. Like, they will get booted out of AI factions, but I'm pretty sure that's not considered a crime. You want to fight, cause trouble, and argue. Arcloid, you're going to join this. I don't have a single goose in this fortress, so checkmate Drakensoul. Yeah, owning slaves is capital punishment for dwarves. I apparently have to save the game, which is like perfect timing because there's also an ad running. I do, in fact, have a beekeeping video on YouTube, yes. To get honey out of them... Okay, let me see if I remember. It's been a minute. I think you need to use a presser to press the honeycomb, which then gives you a wax cake, royal jelly, and honey. But in order to do that, you also need jugs? I think. Now, the problem with jugs is they can go into bins and also, I think, into barrels. So they need their own specific stockpile so that they don't get stuck. And then you can make honey and use royal jelly as cooking. And you're only able to do... I mean, we could do... This is a service for it. I could do bees. You can only remove the honey every... Is it like 8 months? It's every X number of months. I can't remember how long. I do remember it took me 2.5 hours to record that tutorial, though, because I just had to let the game run. Yeah, it's yeah, Screw Press is a specific workshop. It's way less than once a month. You know what I should do? You should be locked on the roof full of beehives. Hold on, let me see. Can I actually do bees? Are there bees on this map? Chat, look for beehives. Aha! We have bees! Honeybees. Looking for more.
Jeez! for
No.
everyone.
Wrong potato. Bees, not cheese. We're also doing that, but bees first. So we do in fact have honeybees, but I'm looking to see if there's any other hives. I'm only seeing the one. Lots of anthills though. Like that one. Oh no, sorry, termites, my mistake. Also a skunk was fighting because a horsebone bolt hit it. I'm sure that smells great. Get him, buddy! You got this. The skunk jumps away from the flying horsebone bolt. The horsebone bolt strikes the skunk in the rear leg, tearing the muscle. The flying horsebone bolt strikes the skunk in the left front leg, tearing the bone. Well, you'll kill it eventually, maybe. It'll die of bruising. It can't stand anymore, so I guess that's something. Okay, it's got some cuts. Oh, hey, they got it. Look at that. And you chopped its tail off. Don't forget its tail, man. Anyway, what should I make my hives out of? I think just wooden hives. I can make wood hives, right? Rock jugs, okay. I'm also gonna go to my food stockpile right away and get rid of the honey from here, which I think is an animal extract. Correct. Why does venom go in food stockpile? I'm not a fan of that. And neither of those should be in there anyway. Maplewood hives would smell nice, yeah. They're either gonna be maple or almond. I'm also just gonna go all the way around this, deconstruct all of this, and just construct new walls. Why is it even on the list? You know there's a lot of things like that in Dwarf Fortress. Wait until you see that a dwarf just ate a full serving of, like, bumblebee brain. This is, like, barely even my own construction. This is a, like, this is a world gen zone. Fresh to the stream, why is blind building squares? Because I embarked on a world gen area, and I'm fixing it slowly. Don't worry about it. It's probably actually going to be a pretty square center building, and then the outer building is going to be, like, I'm going to build, like, a circular tower, like, right here, which is just going to go up to the top. No, like a bee brain roast, where all of the ingredients are various formats of bee brain. I feel like bee brain is like a way of insulting somebody, like calling them a pea brain. An insult like that really has to sting. Like, that sucks. Can't believe somebody would say something so rude, to be honest. I deserve that one. I think the correct thing to say there is, I know, but, you know, doop. Doop. Yeah, let's just leave this side until we got this side done. I'll do this one first. How long do I normally stream? Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursdays, sometimes Fridays, 9 a.m. Pacific on Twitch until I decide to stop. Usually 8 to 12 hours. Although I'm not I'm considering streaming this Friday. I'm not positive I'm going to stream this Friday. Mostly because I've got a video that I need to finish, which I started on my editing week, which was when I edited the drowning video. That sounds bad. The flooding video. We'll go with that. Then I need to finish that video before I go on my actual vacation, which is second week of June. I'm going to Montreal for about a week. It's going to result in about probably 8 days of no streams. So I need to have that video done before then. Chat's buzzing with that joke. It's a pretty sweet one, if I gotta say. Valid. Koi Splash. Let the bodies hit the flow. Let the bodies hit the flow. Let the bodies hit the fla. You know, I've never seen. I've been to so many metal shows and I've never seen Drowning Pool. Not once. What? Okay, you can't boo me for like literally saying the lyrics of a song. That's not even fair. Unless you're booing Drowning Pool, in which case, okay, fair. Justified, honestly. I guess I just get punished for uttering the words of YouTube's national anthem. Oh, because Koi requested it. Right. What's Venom used for anyway? Absolutely nothing in Fortress mode. Jesus. You can poison people if you coat weapons with it in Adventure mode. You can sort of coat weapons with it in Fortress mode, but it's tedious as fuck, and in my opinion, not even remotely worth doing. Because by the time the poison kicks in, you've definitely stabbed them to death with the weapon, or you're dead. So who fucking cares? It's one of those things that, like, there are ways to remove venom from barrels and then put it on things, but, like, I can't be asked. My time is more valuable than that.
Hola, friends.
Holy shit.
Crypt beer.
You know, I recently subscribed for 105 months on a friend's stream. Speedy. We're getting scary close to that. Hope you're doing well, mate. Hope things are all right. Thank you so much for the absurdity of over all these years. Appreciate you, dude. I mean, that's how high you can... That's the highest possible number you can have on this channel, is 90 fucking 5 months. So long. Don't put them in their... Just put them in their own stockpile. Crashed over. Like, I explained the jelly jug issue. Don't put them in a normal food stockpile. Basically, honey products should just have their own stockpile. And don't put bins and don't put barrels in that stockpile, and you won't have any issues. Or forbid mixing similar foods. Basically, it's not an issue if you just make your own stockpile for it and don't permit them to be put into a normal food stockpile. It is that simple. Which, as far as I'm concerned, is extremely simple. It's like it's one of those, I guess it's an issue if you don't manage your stockpiles. I sometimes feel like I'm being really condescending when people ask about problems with Dwarf Fort, because, like, maybe I've just played this game for too long, but a lot of problems that people have with this game mechanically that they don't understand, I don't even register as issues because it just seems so straightforward to me. Like I don't even. I mean, blowguns are horrible and dwarves shouldn't use them for the same reason they shouldn't use arrows. Blowguns are horrible and dwarves shouldn't use them because they can't make blow darts. Without being able to make blow darts, like, there's no literally no reason to make things with blowguns. To use blowguns, rather. If dwarves can't make ammo for it, I highly recommend against using it as actual ammunition. Have you examined all of the menus? I mean, to be fair, I did just learn a menu exists the other day in this game. So, like, which one was it? This one. I learned, like, last week that this menu shows the percentage full of stockpiles. I had no fucking clue that this menu even existed until, like, last week. So, I can't, in good faith, Rage Brew in YouTube chat, ask other people if they've examined every menu. Because I don't think I have. There's certainly menus that, like, on a relatively consistent basis, like, in the older UI, this menu, I'm convinced, like, 80% of the player base didn't know that this menu existed. Which is just the tasks screen, which is like this tab next to creatures, which shows like all of this. Or like, I didn't know that the treatment tab in the old UI existed until Premium came out. I went back and found it retroactively. But this version of the UI, I learned that you could see the upcoming treatments for dwarves, and also learned that that's, like, after playing thousands of hours of this game, I learned that you could see the treatments that needed to be done on a dwarf. I would just go by the cancellation menu. I just, in the old UI, I would just hit A, which would give you the announcement screen, which would see why jobs are canceling. It's like, needs splint. Okay, we'll provide splint. So, you know, I don't think I can in good faith tell people yes, that is me. What I think is funny about that is I don't think I ever actually mentioned that publicly anywhere, Greg and then sub, until that came out. Because I asked Tard about that after one of my interviews. It might have been on air. I don't recall it being on air, though, about if that screen was new. Like, I'm pretty certain that that wasn't on air. So, like, you know. Anyway. You've watched it so many times. Well, that's good. Shoutouts to Danny. Danny did good work on that thing. It's like maybe one of the first pieces of Dwarf Fortress content that I've ever been affiliated with that my parents have watched. So, you know, it's pretty cool. Crypt of the Necrodancer, you mean? I haven't played Crypt of the Necrodancer since it originally released. Where did that come from? Like, I beat it once and kind of realized that I'm really bad at rhythm games. Or remembered that I'm really bad at rhythm games and then stopped playing it. Because if you look at the blue text up there, it says rough. That means they are boulders. They're constructed with boulders. I'm reconstructing them with bricks. So every time I deconstruct these, I get a boulder back. A boulder is worth 4 bricks. So I'm basically exchanging bricks for boulders. With the first half of the fort, I just simply caved it all in. Now I'm doing it by hand. So that I can maintain the design, basically. We have no idea. Only speculation, Baronhead. But I wouldn't be nervous because if you don't like them, you can turn them off. Just like any other Dwarf Fortress change in the past, if you don't like it, disable it. Just get rid of it. Nuke it. Requires empty food storage
Hi
item.
all.
Ah.
Looking forward to the new fort.
Ace Vitura, thank you very much for the 2nd month. Welcome back. It means a lot, dude. Was this a pre-made structure I embarked on? Correct. That's why there's so many necromancer experiments running around. Because they just lived here. So I used embark anywhere to embark here. Yeah. Castle renovation simulator. It's actually going to go way quicker if I just do it this way. We'll finish that afterwards. How did that dwarf get there? That's impressive. All right, we'll get you down in a second there, dwarf. Gra, thank you very much for the raid. What's up? Welcome, raiders. Welcome, Gra. What were you up to today? What you playing? What you streaming? You know, true. Industrial Havoc. It's that, and where did that cat come from? And why is there 150 puppies? And how did you die in that room, completely separated from the rest of the fortress? I suppose we'll never... Now there's 2 of them there. I still don't know how they got there, but... Oh, well. Huh? What do you mean? White furniture. At the Venus Newcal Aerostat Station. I don't know what any of those words mean. Well, I mean, I do, but just not in that order. I gather it was entertaining then? For some reason, I'm presuming this is a horror game. All right. Now I've got a block wall area and I got to renovate this. It's more of a space poverty sim. So normal space. Or normal Earth, actually. Youngest dwarf, but you don't really care. There are no children, so pick one. I'll sort by happy. I'm not going to dig through and figure out who the youngest is. Sapphire. One that's not named, obviously. Tense space. Like Project Zomboid, but space station and top down. Ah! Now I'm suddenly curious. I'm going to look it up. Oh, astronauts. Okay. No, I am familiar with astronauts. I thought you were talking about something else then. I completely spaced on the fact that this was astronauts. But astronauts is something that's been on my... I need to play that list for about... since it initially released. So too long, probably. Yeah, I'll do. Yes, spaced. Elfie, correct. No, otherwise I would be playing that one. Come on. Like, as to give you an idea, I played about 90 minutes of, maybe not 90 minutes, I played more than that. I played several hours, I think, of Timberborn. And got really bored and just wanted to play Dwarf Fort because Dwarf Fortress kind of did everything that Timberborn was doing at the time, but it was Dwarf Fort, not Timberborn. And I was like, I'm just going to go play this instead. And I've looked at the improvements they made to that game and I go, yeah, it still kind of looks neat, but like, I'd rather just play Dwarf Fort. I find when games try to do Dwarf Fort, I'd rather just play Dwarf Fort. Because they usually emulate some of the mechanics, but what is like unfair to ask them to... Sapphire Starship, what am I naming this? Just Sapphire Starship? Or am I naming this something else? Like it... The thing that Dwarf Fortress does well is it generates believable characters. And like even RimWorld does this terribly in my opinion. But like even RimWorld does it better than most games that try to be like this. And the other thing that Dwarf Fortress does that... Actually, I would say Crusader Kings is probably comparable. But another thing that Dwarf Fortress does is it, like, just has its history generation, which makes worlds feel persistent. Like, I've played a lot of colony sims and a lot of city builders. And the thing that every single one of them does is it tries to just give you named characters. It very rarely manages to feel even remotely persistent. Even RimWorld doesn't really feel persistent to me. Like, you can kind of get a bit of that in RimWorld. They've tried really hard to make it seem persistent. But the second the settlement dies, the persistence is gone. And that sucks to me. And I've never played another game that has managed to make the world feel alive and persistent in a convincing manner in that way. And that's what I enjoy about Dwarf Fortress is it doesn't matter how many hours I put into this game, I keep poking it and I find new interactions. And that excites me, and that's fun. And if I get bored, I can generate a world with a different length of history and find new interactions or different interactions. Or if I really truly get bored, you don't have to do a lot of modding of this game to make it feel completely different. Krug Smash posted a piece of art on social media recently, and he's done some stuff with this, where he's generated a world using a mod that allows Cyclopses to become part of civilizations, which is not a complicated piece of modding. It's like one line of text that he's changed, and also allows them to be like god figures. So he had like this image that he drew of like a Cyclops wearing full armor and all of these dwarves just praying to it because it's their god and their queen. And there's something about that that's not hard to change in the game. Like it's literally a line of text in a raw file that you need to edit to be able to do that. And that's very easy to do. And it completely changes the context and the lore and the feeling and the vibe of the entire game. And there's not a lot of games out there that let you do that to that extent. Like, Can I have a different game within this game? No, it's not that moddable, but it is moddable in very specific ways that can completely change the game for me. Like, there are games with similar levels of complexity, and there are games with similar levels of replayability, and there are games with similar kinds of depth, but nothing does it the same way that Dwarf Fortress does, and they should, because they wouldn't be able to compete. They would go the way of No Moria. They would stop selling and vanish because people would play it for a bit and realize Dwarf Fortress exists and then go play that instead. And then there are games that like try to do the Dwarf Fortress thing, but differently, and they almost always flop or cease to be relevant pretty quickly because people just kind of look at it and go, it's just that. Like, and kind of an example of this, right, is RimWorld exists, right? But also Going Medieval exists. Going Medieval is RimWorld, but what at 3D? But turns out 2D is boring enough that there is a contingency of people that want that, but what 3D? It's still not Dwarf Fort, though. Because it's actually just RimWorld, but 3D, with less guns. So, like, I don't know. That was probably a way longer answer than you were expecting. Sapphire Starship, who's probably about to be in an ad. Actually, no, you're not, because you're subscribed. Is bashful and accepts favors without developing a sense of obligation, preferring to act as the current situation demands. He doesn't cling tightly to ideas, is open to changing his mind, and he does not go out of his way to help others. He likes to brawl, and he could be considered rude. He tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions, and he tries to keep his things orderly. Generally is quite confident in his abilities when undertaking specific ventures, and he has an active imagination. He doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges, and he often feels envious of others. That's what I was looking for. And he occasionally can lose focus on the matter at hand, and is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or lives differently from himself. He tends to share his own experiences and thoughts with others, and he has a greedy streak, and he tenses up when he's nervous, and when he's surprised, he has a very unique laugh. And he needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't mind working outdoors, and only grumbles mildly at bad weather. I mean, it depends on who you are as a person, Kaima. I'll elaborate on that in a second. And he tends to share his own experiences and thoughts with others and has a greedy streak. He tenses up when he's nervous, and when he's surprised, he has a very unique laugh. He needs alcohol to get through the working day, and he likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at inclement weather. He dreams of creating a great work of art and personally values eloquence and finds blind honesty foolish, and doesn't care about family one way or another. And he likes steel golden barrel, as well as giant Kia leather, warthog hoof, and copper, as the color copper, as well as bucklers and quivers and large gems and sheep for their tendency to flock, pineapple plants for their fruit, and the words of the music of glossing, and the sound of the berry of sweetness, and the sight of the fortuitous tulips. And when possible, he prefers to consume water buffalo cheese, dwarven ale, parsnip seeds, and blueberries, and absolutely hates lizards. He worships Etum Notum, which that was Dawn and Twilight, right? Or was that something else? Nope, that's the really long things. That's metals, crafts, creation, pregnancy, family, children, birth, youth, longevity, and hospitality. Ay. Anything else about you? No friends. That's sad. I'm sorry. You're also my bookkeeper and my broker. I mean, it's like 15, 20 plus years of concurrent development for Dwarf Fort. It's not even that it's hard to compete with it. I think that the thing that Dwarf Fortress doesn't give a shit about, that a lot of other games have to care about, is being a video game. Like, to try and explain what I mean by that, Dwarf Fortress was a crowd-funded video game that was played by a very specific group of people who had very specific interests for a very long period of time. And when you're making that kind of game, it doesn't matter so much if you appeal to audiences that aren't giving you money, because you're funded by a group of people that give you money to make that thing the way you make that thing. And the way a lot of games have made the way a lot of games have made money over the years is you sell a product so that people buy more of that product, right? And I think Terraria is kind of an example of a game that has kind of eclipsed that, where that developer can just kind of do whatever they want, right? Like they can just do whatever because they've sold enough copies of that game that it doesn't matter if nobody ever buys it again, because they can just release a patch every couple of years and quietly tinker on whatever they want. And people that like it will just play the new patch, and it'll obviously sell more whenever there's a new patch, but like there's no pressure to sell copies, right? Dwarf Fortress has never been, or for years was in a position where the people who are playing it needed to be satisfied in order to keep making a living, but isn't in a position where it needs to sell copies. They're funded. Like they have years and years of runway because they're not rapidly expanding. And the game sells consistently enough at this point that like, yeah, they can sustain. They're fine. And I think that's kind of where a lot of games wish they were. But the fact that this game is in that position, it doesn't need to be a very good video game. And the reason I'm saying this is a lot of the games that try to be like Dwarf Fortress, Kenshi is kind of a different thing in a way. Like to me, Kenshi is a bit closer to almost a Mountain Blade sandbox than a Dwarf Fortress. But yeah, Kenshi's got a good thing going. Yes, that's true. Because Dwarf Fortress doesn't have the pressure of needing sales, it doesn't need to be an immediately compelling video game. So Dwarf Fortress could be like a weird art project for a very long time, which is kind of what it was. Until it got to the point where it was a compelling video game. Because for a while, it wasn't something that like needed to sustain a whole studio. And then at least initially, for a good chunk of that time, it was just a thing that Tarn worked on. And then eventually Zach started like properly helping full time, but that took a long time. Like if you make a game that is trying to be like Dwarf Fortress, like let's use Odd Realm as an example. That game's never sold particularly well. That developer works on Odd Realm in the weekends. He's got a job. And occasionally works on the game. And when he has time and has runway, he takes time off and develops the game quickly. But most of the time, he works on it in his spare time. If you're trying to compete with Dwarf Fortress, you literally have to do that. Most developers aren't willing to do that. Like, take RimWorld as an example. That's a game that came out, sold really well, and they're very focused on being a video game. So they made it a good video game before they made it a compelling story generator. I want a story generator before I want a video game. Like, yeah, RimWorld has very compelling combat. It's a very good tower defense game. It's a pretty good strategy game. And people can disagree with me all they want. I don't think it's a very good story generator. I mean, even Tynan has stated he doesn't think it's a very good story generator. Because it has like 6 stories it can tell. And yeah, the DLCs that are more expensive than Dwarf Fortress can add more stories that it can tell to it, certainly. And the mods, and a lot of them that require those DLCs, can also add more stories to it. But the vanilla game doesn't have the same... I mean, I'm burnt out on RimWorld. I don't hate RimWorld. The vanilla game doesn't have anywhere close to the same storytelling potential of Dwarf Fortress because it focuses on being a video game that's compelling as a video game versus something that generates a compelling narrative. It does, but like I said, Wolf Sage, a lot of those mods require the DLC. And if you already have the DLC, that's fine. But if you don't have the DLC, then you're spending $150+ on a video game. Which, like, that's a lot of money. So you're talking about a very different kind of value proposition. And if you're like me and you're only going in for the storytelling perspective, and the gameplay is secondary, and if the gameplay is good, then that's a benefit, but it is secondary, which it is to me, then why are you here? You know, like, why would I play something that isn't doing the part that I want done well. No, absolutely. But like the original intent for RimWorld when it started as a video game, like if you go back and look at the original Kickstarter for RimWorld, you watch the original pitch videos, you read the original blog posts and forum posts by Tynan, he's talking about Dwarf Fortress unapologetically and trying to emulate it. And the reason I stopped enjoying RimWorld the more I played it, and I didn't realize this at the time, but I slowly learned it as time went on, is all of that stuff was removed throughout early access. Like all of this stuff that made it an interesting story generator, slowly, piecemeal got removed. Like the stuff that took control away from the player and just let shit happen, which is what makes it interesting to me, was slowly, piece by piece, removed. Because it didn't make for as good of a video game. Unless that's specifically what you're seeking out. What kind of mechanics did they remove? The one that I always like to remind people of is fear and suppressive fire, which suppressive fire sort of still exists, but not to the extent that it used to. They used to be able to cause suppressive fire and they would just drop their guns and run and you would lose control much easier. The panic in rough firefights was much more severe. Stuff like that. It's been a long time, admittedly. It's been like 10 freaking years. But those old versions had quite a few things in them that stopped existing. The implementation of research and having to like very systematically, without like, you know, turning it off, which makes the game a lot better, or at least in my opinion did, was something that you had to dedicate time to. And what if I wanted to start by building geothermal power and didn't want to deal with building batteries at all? Why do I have to research this shit? We're in fucking space. We should know how they work already. How the hell else did we get here? What the fuck? Why do we forget every goddamn time? And that, you know, you start a second colony on the same map, and at least when that mechanic was first implemented, I don't know if this has changed in that game, it may have. Like, you have to research that shit again, and it's like, where's this amnesia coming from? And that will always bother me in games. Like, it just... I fucking hate tech trees in games. Tech trees ruin sandbox games. So, like, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, sure. I find it makes the fan base insufferable. Someone over there. Like, that's the part of RimWorld that I hate. Is it makes the people who fan gush over it kind of intolerable as far as I'm concerned. Corian, thank you very much for the 9th month. Welcome back. Can I get a round of beers for our friend here? Like, to me, I can play a story generator virtually indefinitely because I'm just sitting there role-playing with myself, basically. It's the reason a lot of people have been playing the same D&D campaign for 30-something years. 40 years in some cases. With the same people, largely. Or at least building universes off of it and then eventually develop a video game in that universe. It's the reason people can do that. It's because it's a story generator that's powered by your imagination. But like, I played thousands of hours of RimWorld. I streamed thousands of hours of RimWorld. And I got bored. Because it's not a story generator. It's a video game. Like, that's why, to me, there really isn't another game like Dwarf Fortress, because what I can think about and limited my empirical knowledge. I don't know. Like, I realized the question wasn't initially, like, about RimWorld, and I kind of turned it into that, but at the end of the day, I'm never going to enjoy a game that makes me play it as a game indefinitely. I'm eventually going to get bored of it. Because eventually I will see all of the tricks that it has, and they can add more shit to it, And that's fine. They're allowed to do that. But if I don't like what they're adding to it, and especially if I don't like what they're adding to it and they charge me money for the thing that they're adding to it, you're going to lose me extremely quick. How is Dwarfs today? Dwarfs is pretty good. We've settled on a castle because we are a dead faction with almost no population. And the only locations that this faction has are castles and monasteries. The population is very small. It's less than 100. We're in the same world as the previous fort. And I am setting out as on a goal to renovate this old castle and make it look awesome, which we're working on slowly. And I'm not allowed to use any metal for weapons, basically, unless it's made on my map as an artifact. So the only metal on this map is gold. So we're very limited on what we can use for defenses. Illwinter's games are neat. I think Dominion's a bit much for me. Like, it's kind of a lot. It's kind of in the same way that I find Stellaris and like Paradox games to kind of be a lot. I do quite like Conquest of Elysium though. I have a an upper limit for the amount of it that I can play though, because I get tired of it after a while. But yeah, I played like 50 hours of the last one. I'll play another one when they put it out. I'm very much looking forward to Lands of Acra, which is very much an Illwinter inspired game from Ulfsire, who made Path of Acra. Obsidian swords incoming? Maybe. I don't know. We'll see. Probably not, actually. I'm probably just going to stick to more ranged weapons and maybe blunt weapon traps or blunt force trauma weapons. Mayhaps minecart cannons and fire shrapnel. No. That would go against the spirit of this fort if I used goblin weapons as shrapnel, but so I won't do that. Although I could like shoot statues at people. CUD's cool. I mean, I have like 500 hours in CUD. I started playing CUD initially when it was like within 6 months of it going into early access or something. So I play Caves of CUD on and off, though. It doesn't grab me as long as Dwarf Fort does. Like, when a run ends for me in CUD, I don't want to play CUD for 6 months. Like, I really like Caves of CUD, but it's very much an on-again, off-again game for me. Dwarf Fortress is the escape from Tarkov of survival games? I don't agree with that in any way, shape, or form, but okay, that's a statement. YouTube chat. I think Escape from Tarkov is the escape from Tarkov of survival games, but I just said probably not, Magic Vex. Mostly because Obsidian short swords are not very good. I'm much more likely to use wooden shields and just have wrestlers. They are necromancer experiments that were slaves of this guy who's locked on a roof who will never be allowed down until I decide to kill him. Although I need to actually do the bees thing, who I slowly grab and do make own in DF hack, which forces them to join the fort. It is an elf, yes. Who was the only populace here beforehand. You dream of mastering a skill. Are you brave? Sense of obligation, preferring items to certain commands. Yeah, sure, we'll toss you into the squads. Wait, what was your name? Zan, not Zon. My bad. Yeah, you use the command embark anywhere. It lets you embark on anywhere or anything, even areas that are blocked off with the red squares. Or in the middle of the ocean if you want to watch your dwarves drown very fast. Why are their portraits full moons? Because they don't have, like, specific armor portraits, and all night creatures are classified as full moons. Which is very confusing if they become were creatures, but... Anyone with a pet. I think the 2 dwarves with pets are already named, but I can double check. Actually, Domas apparently has a pet puppy. This dwarf has a pet puppy. Wrap up. Does this dwarf work for you? Anyone can be a necromancer. Well, not any. Almost anyone can be a necromancer. Necromancers are just a character with weird hobbies. Somebody who's immortal can't become a necromancer, though. Yeah, necromancy is a knowledge what is learned. Aren't they making a Darkwood too, YouTube chat? Kilvan, I think you've drank too much Kool-Aid and should probably drink water once in a while in YouTube chat. All right. Scrolling back up. Name them Taz. Taz. Taz is private to the point of paranoia, unwilling to reveal even basic information about herself. She is unfriendly, disagreeable, and she is conflicted by this for more than one reason. She is assertive, and she occasionally overindulges, is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture, and tries to keep her things orderly. She has an active sense of humor and is stubborn. She generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, and when she becomes exasperated, she clicks her tongue. She repeatedly snaps her fingers when she's trying to remember something and needs alcohol to get through the working day. Most necromancer experiments are immortal. I've never seen one that isn't, anyway. When she becomes exasperated, she clicks her tongue and she repeatedly snaps her fingers. Usually things that live in places where the secrets of life and death are available don't or can't become necromancers. Necromancers are already overpowered and have a habit of steamrolling the entire planet. So, like, goblins can't become necromancers. Because if they could, they would all just go read the secrets of life and death on the slab that hangs out in the goblin, like, every goblin dark fortress, and every goblin would be a necromancer, and they would be unbeatable. And they'd steamroll the world in 20 years. Which is why you should drink some water, Kilvan. She has an active sense of humor, and she is stubborn, and she generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, and when she becomes exasperated, she clicks her tongue. Right. I already read that. Dreams of mastering a skill. Personally believes war is preferable to peace in general. Values a harmonious existence, and values independence, and views loyalty unfavorably. Our pet puppy is named Zan. Who's name? And she wears Kovastotsed Etril, which is, Gesundheit. It is... the god of wealth. Greedy dwarf. Greedy, greedy, greedy. And everybody is bedroomed up. We're going to brew some drink from fruit. If anybody's wondering why I'm telling Kelvin that they drank too much Kool-Aid and should drink some water, is because they said, if I had a team of 5 developers, I would create a banger of a game 100%. Or a team of devs in 5 years, I would create a banger of a game 100%. And they say, nah, like deadass, if you give me a decent team in 5 years, I'm creating a banger. Not saying everyone would love it, but it would have been a great fantasy story generator game. I'm feeling like there's a genre of games that is missing, like an immersive story sim generator RPG, 3D open world, with AI NPCs that you can talk to. That's why I said I think they drank too much Kool-Aid. I'm not just openly insulting somebody. I genuinely think they drank too much Kool-Aid. I mean, maybe some of column A, some of column B. It's a 100% science-based dragon MMO, right? What? Sorry, it's been a minute since I've heard that, so it just all came back to me. Anyways, as with those things, I'll believe it when I see it, and please don't make me play any game with, like, out human writing and just AI bullshit in it. Like, that's... There's, like, no like, there's a reason I still remember Jacked Up and Good to Go from, you know, StarCraft. And we'll never play Darfall, because Darfall has, you know, AI voices, and in StarCraft, Jacked Up and Good to Go was recorded, like, in like the Blizzard offices. And there's something about that will forever stick in my brain. And make it eternally endearing. Nobody sets out to make a bad game. Everybody sets out to make a good game. Right? But making good games is really hard. It turns out. I don't understand the statement, Big Tom. I mean, the thing is, like, if you want, like Angel Man in YouTube chat, if you want a game that's entirely storytelling generated by AI, go play AI Dungeon. Actually, maybe don't. But, like, go play AI Dungeon. It's funny for a few hours. I don't think Getting Over It with Bennett Foddy is bad. Like, just as a game. Like, if we're talking about Getting Over It with Bennett Foddy now, I do think that game is actually a very intelligently designed thing. Like all of Bennett Foddy's games. Foddy is, like, kind of a genius in a weird way. The issue, I think, is that people get the wrong message from games like that, usually. And in the case of Getting Over It, they most certainly got the wrong message. Yeah, no, but that's the wrong message, Darthoriel. Bennett Foddy makes art. And unfortunately, you need more than a brain cell to be able to comprehend art. If you don't believe me that Bennett Foddy makes art, go play Ape Out. And also, if you think that was the first game like that, well, clearly you never played Sexy Hiking. Was it called Sexy Hiking? Fuck, I think it's called Sexy Hiking. I also haven't played Sexy Hiking. I just know about Sexy Hiking. Also, I'm pretty sure I Want to Be the Guy existed before that. Exactly. Which is why it didn't invent a genre. It's certainly one of the first Rage games I encountered, yeah. I Want to Be the Guy. No, I'm not a fellow sexy hiker, unfortunately. Well, I mean, maybe some people think I'm sexy, and I go hiking sometimes, but unrelated. Actually, you know, I think Quap might be the first Rage game that I encountered. I think. If that counts as a Rage game, I don't know. I thought it was funny, but... I guess, yeah, Mario ROM hacks too, right? Prismatic. Also Bennett Foddy, yes. No, absolutely. It's also in the Museum of Modern Art, right next to Dwarf Fortress. Well, I mean, I Want to Be the Guy exists because of Mario ROM hacks, right? Like, I'm pretty sure, like, Mario ROM hacks are what created that. Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. Like, that's why I'm kind of, like, backing off of what I was saying. I was like, actually, maybe Quap is more just slapstick. Mods on Skyrim are like... Caliban, do yourself a ginormous favor. If you keep trying to argue that statement, or like justify the statement, or convince me otherwise, or change my mind, just talk in a different chat room. They're saying this. I've seen some mods on Skyrim with AI NPCs and some showcases, but they seem limited and clunky. Like there is literally nothing positive about AI in video games in its current format. Literally nothing. Procedural generation is one thing. And outside of like, I could see an argument for using placeholder assets. But all of those demos are fucking terrible. They're funny on a stream for about 40 minutes, but that's about it. Like, the day that they start advertising language models as the one thing that they're good at, which is fucking spell check, will be a good day. It's not going to improve, and it's going to get worse. AI generated NFT games? You mean 6 months ago? Or maybe, sorry, 2 years ago? Like, years ago? Like, that was like the first thing they did. Vibe coding, like, exists for a reason, man. Like, one of the things to me that makes Dwarf Fortress charming is all of this is Zach's writing. Well, not every bit of text, but a lot of the text, like a lot of the weird kind of wording that Dwarf Fortress uses is Zach's writing. Zach is a very interesting writer. And if you go read his stories on Bay 12, like he writes very weird little compelling, oddly worded stories. And to me, that's a lot of the charm of Dwarf Fortress. And there are people who are like, what if the dwarves could talk? What if you could talk to the dwarves or see what the dwarves are saying using like an LLM or something? It would hallucinate things. Because like you go ask like, I don't know, how many products Google has gotten rid of in the last 20 years, fucking Copilot will get it wrong. Because like, they're predictive text models. They're not they're missing the logic of human touch. I'm sure they have half-assed actual development, but isn't that literally like what vibe coding is half-assed actual development? Half-assed actual development doesn't matter if it's good or not. It's just, it's all just half-assed actual development, half development. Okay, let's set you guys to train. I think that procedural generation does not equal AI generation, right? Procedural generation is human-made pieces connected together based on like priority and property, right? Mathematical equations. Sorry, I don't have all the verbiage to say this correctly. Large models remove the restrictions and the human element. I think like if a game says, oh, we're using an advanced AI to generate levels in a dungeon. If you're just using procedural generation, that's false advertising and it's shitty marketing. The second you remove the human element from it, I don't want anything to do with it anymore. Like at all. Like literally at all. Because you've removed what I find interesting about video games, which is that it's art made by people. I'm going to see how many beehives we have, because I'm kind of curious. What I'm going to do is I'm going to dig holes up here and just let the bees come up and sting this motherfucker. Docs implemented an LIM for corrected commonly misspelled words, and their misspellings were the wrong, and they included misspellings were the wrong ones. Sure, but when I say spell check, I mean like predictive recommended words for your phone. But like that's admittedly a pretty good use for it. Looks like we have a lot of honeybee colonies. You know, just a small sum of 11,120 bees. You turn that shit off right away. I mean, hey, to each their own. I use autocorrect on my phone because I think typing on a phone is awful. I also use voice to text. Fucking hate screens. Typing on a screen. It's barely mine. This is actually like an overworld fort that I took over. But thank you. I mean, that's the thing, right? When I'm talking about models and generative AI, I'm talking about the heavily marketed modern implementation of these models. I think the underlying technology is fascinating and has some incredibly useful uses in research with very, very specific models. I think if somebody wants to train their own model on a thing for a use in their video game with absolutely no outside interference and can prove that they did it that way, then I can see it being potentially beneficial if implemented well. But what people are doing right now with the tech writ large, fucking waste of time for everybody. So I realize it's very blanket when I talk about this, but that's how it's marketed, right? That's what I'm pushing back against. I will for probably the rest of my life, unfortunately. Like, I think cryptocurrency is interesting and has useful uses and potential. I think every single implementation I've ever seen of it has been absolutely fucking dog shit. And I'm gonna stand by that. Exactly, but if they're using stuff that's in the public domain, I almost already don't want it. Cursed metal. Because I already don't trust it now. Now you've made a plagiarism machine. Are you going to be exceptionally clear on everything that you've used that's in the public domain? Properly credit all of it. I doubt they'd do that. Yeah, I mean, VLC knows what the tech is useful for, right? I mean, like, it sucks right now and probably will suck for a very long time. YouTube's live translation for subtitles and redoing of voices is interesting. I'm using a word interesting. I don't like it in its current implementation at all. But it's interesting as an accessibility feature. Eventually, hopefully, maybe it'll go in the right direction. But right now, it's just fucking waste of goddamn time. Especially because, like, every single person I've talked to who's tried using it, and it's like, oh yeah, no, it's in my language now, and it's half the words are different. It's like, okay, well, that fucking sucks then. Cool. I don't like being beta tested on, I guess. But I guess that's just big tech. What scares me about this tech, and the reason I'm so dismissive of it, is just like all of the... is just the reality of, oh, well, you know, it's rampant in schools. Like, and that shit sucks. Having unique and original thoughts and actually having, you know, digested a bit of information in school is going to give you a huge leg up in life. I will also say that it is actively ruining the internet. None of that stuff should have ever been made public. But they're not demons, they are necromancer experiments. And yes, I do. What do I think about LLM transcription models? I'd trust it more if a person did it. For me, it's kind of a waste of time because if I need to reread something, it's already wasted. So, like, to give you an idea, if I'm doing subtitles for a short and I need to reread the subtitles for the short to make sure that they're right and correct half of them, I might as well have just typed it myself. And my experience with that stuff is largely, it's faster to just fucking type it myself. Because if I have to go and check everything, what's the fucking point? Got 3 more dwarves migrating. Or immigrating, I guess. Like, you know, it's completely defeating its own reason to exist if I have to reread all the work that it just allegedly did for me. Yeah, I'm not a programmer, so... I don't necessarily see the purpose of using LLMs as a leg up. I think that a lot of people with critical thinking skills realize that they can do it faster without the LLM. Like, I don't see that as a leg up. And it is the problem that I'm having. Like, let's use video editing as an example. Adobe is cramming models into everything. And right around the time I stopped using Adobe was when that started. And every single tool that they'd added up until that point, with, you know, some actual examples of, like, you know, face tracking and stuff that's like, okay, it's useful if you're trying to do specific things. Vast majority of the tools that I've seen don't actually speed things up or make things more efficient. They just make you depend on... Yeah, exactly, which is why one of the reasons I stopped using it, Emperor Iron. I kind of lost my thought. Anyway, that happens sometimes. Gotta love the brain. Mental illness. Again, like, I would rather just take notes. ShadowX. Like, if that works into somebody's workflow, if I'm still doing that research, I would rather just take my own notes. Because if I summarize it, I don't trust it. I don't care, really. if it's summarizing something for me, I don't trust it. Even if it's only trained on that data, I don't trust it. But that's also partially because I'm, you know, not a researcher, right? Like, it's the example of, like, that day, what was it, last year? There was that one day where ChatGPT was down. I typed in chat instead of throne. And, like, the entire tech sector just shut down for a day. Because half the people they'd hired in the last year, like, straight up just couldn't do the job. Anyway. Let's do 20 tables and 21, 22 thrones, because I need one, 21 thrones, because I need one additional throne, because I'm short one. That movie wasn't very good, but I see your point, Halbert. Based on the way coding is going, Emmanuel, in YouTube chat, I don't think that's a good take. I'll just say that. Am I still making rock pots? I am, in fact. Okay, so down here I got a shit ton of bees. So if I go up here, you probably aren't going to leave, right? No, you're just going to stay there. Excellent. As you should. Doop, doop. Doop, doop. 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 Doop, doop. Doop, doop. Doop, doop. Doop, doop. Doop, doop. What's going on in YouTube chat? Shrug. I mean, that's why I said their name, Angel Man. Oh, there's a hamster in my wall. In other news. Bees can travel through grates, yeah. You will get stung by many bees. All right. Yeah, see, like, I would say that's a valid use for it. Because you're using it for grammar mistakes, Emperor Iron, and not, you know, doing your work for you. I think I kind of need to give these dwarves a bit of a break. Dwarf, you bearded, prefer military, but literally anything. You can have Tholtic. He is a perfectionist and pleased by his own appearance and talents. He often feels envious of others and sometimes acts with little determination and confidence. He rarely feels discouraged, does not often feel lustful, is moved by art and natural beauty, and he is troubled by this since he dislikes the natural world. He does not easily fall in love and rarely develops positive feelings, and generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. He tends to avoid crowds and can handle stress. He is very humble and he tends to think before acting. He is assertive, and when he's nervous, he sometimes cracks his knuckles. He needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of mastering a skill, doesn't feel strongly about the law. Personally finds maintaining decorum is silly and fumbling waste of time. And is a dabbling marksdwarf and dodger. Welcome to the fort. You worship Avuz, who is, Oh, I should make this part of the Avalanche of Rocks, which is that guild, the Armorsmiths Guild. And, all right, there you are. Yeah, you just have passing acquaintances. You really haven't been in the fort all that long. There's very few places I'd rather be than in nature. I was very tempted for a moment there to make a your mom joke, but then I realized I'm 30, almost 31, and I'm probably too old for that. Also, hi, Ramori. Nature hates your ass. Well, mosquitoes hate me. Well, maybe mosquitoes like me, actually. That's the problem. I guess this is like where I disagree with a lot of the internet. Like, my God, I love being outside. I don't know. And do you still make your mom jokes? Well, fair enough. I mean, you're a reptile mom, so you can make reptile mom jokes. That's maybe bad. I'm not gonna think about that statement much. Spider Mom? Just don't tell Peter Parker. It's probably removing this. Oh, no, it's not. Wow. Okay. Camping stream when? Never. Because I don't let you participate in my fun alone time. That's for me, not you. Well, congrats, you made it to the stream side of things. What makes humans human? They weren't programmed by a bunch of tech bros who don't know how their own fucking code works. That's what makes humans human. Buddy, you have one kind of more statement before I just give you the day to go think about your statements. So I don't have to read your silliness anymore. I mean, don't you, Hilbert? What does it matter if it's at home in the comfort of your own house or, like, in the forest? As long as you're not bugging anybody, who cares? It's like that one time I went whitewater rafting and came down and around a corner and there was just, like, a bunch of people fucking on the beach. True story. That actually happened. YouTube chat is debating on what is human. Like in the context of like whether or not AI stuff is as valuable as human work. You know, your usual brain dead Kool-Aid fueled debauchery. Not really. Picked an interesting time to come back. It's Wednesday, my friends. My cough, dudes. Is the time you came back. We should rename it to Unkool-Aid. I'm starting a petition. You know, I think the last time I had Kool-Aid was legit when I was like sub 10 years old at the zoo. And I recall vaguely getting a novelty plastic Kool-Aid cup with Kool-Aid branding on it. And I want to say we had those cups for like a very long time and actually took them camping. I don't think we ever had Kool-Aid in the beginning. I do remember putting Gatorade in that cup though. No, it really isn't. Actually, I've probably had Kool-Aid in other things. I know I've had, oh shit, what's the name of it? Did I at least join them? I was a child in Scouts. Jesus. You're asking me if I joined them. This fucking guy, man. With a, like, scout leader tour guide. I was, like, maybe 15, tops. I can't remember exactly what year it was. Did I join them? That's what you go to, man. And you call yourself a fucking god. I mean, son of a god. What's the name of that drink that I've had? It's the one what the astronauts drank that's orange flavor. Tang. That's something I've had more recently. I got there eventually. Ponder the screw. I think I'm actually going to forbid all the books is what I'm gonna do. You know, Jesus makes a very valid point, Twitch chat, which is, well, I did inspire the Catholic Church. Lisai. At that point, that's just grim, man. When humor go too far. Raro was a powdered drink of choice. Raro? What the fuck is a Raro? I want to Google that, but I feel like I'll just get Rutro meme. Which is kind of how I feel about Jesus in the YouTube chat right now. I gathered this. That's fair, but what is a Raro? This is like the same time that somebody like first uttered the words marshmallow fluff in my presence, and I was is still very disturbed by that concept. I maintain that marshmallow fluff sounds like the most disgusting fucking thing I've ever heard in my life, but comes in various juice flavors. Does it ever say Raro? They better have a dog mascot, or they're missing some very easy marketing material. I don't even know why, but like when I was in sports, Tang was a very commonly accessible thing in regards to Tang being a thing that I've had. I don't know about the most disgusting thing I've ever heard of in my life. I think the thing that Jesus just said might be more close to one of the more disgusting things I've heard in my life. I feel like there's got to be somebody that's lurked in my streams and just heard me making these references to things that Jesus said, who is the most confused individual on earth right now, is just sitting there going like, what in the shit is he on about? Sorry to person watching on TV with like no chat up. That's you right now. Jesus is somebody who's chatting with the username Jesus in the YouTube chat. There's also somebody named Angel Man who, as far as I can tell, is completely unaffiliated with Jesus, who is in on the joke. And the two of them are just like babbling. A contractor beam? You mean a tractor beam? It is very boxy. Oh, a contractor dream. I read that as a, like, okay, sorry. I sci-fi did that a bit too much. I also didn't mean to do that, but I guess I did. Contractor's dream. Yeah, no, I put 3 and 5 together and it equaled 12, and I was confused. Big fort already? Well, I'm not going to say I cheated, but I kind of cheated. I bet you could make a lot of money if you could contract dreams. Something, because in my dreams he's always there, the evil face that's staring into my mind and making me feel despair, or whatever the fucking lyrics of Number the Beast is. Mr. Sandman. Na, 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 na. I don't think they're really contracting dreams in Inception. They're more like mind controlling using dreams, which aren't we kind of already doing that? Except instead of literally like using dreams, it's like convincing people that things are possible that absolutely are not. Like, believe. Appealing to people's belief, as they say. God damn it. Sorry, there's just, I'm real tempted to just put this lamb on top of one of the rooftops and just leaving it up there until it starves to death, but yeah, absolutely. Girl boss. I know this bit. Necrontier. You're gone for a bit? How did I cheat? I mean, this was a long time ago. I used Embark Anywhere to embark on a castle. This was back at the beginning of the stream. So I already had a structure created that I demoed half of, which gave me a ludicrous amount of materials, which is how I have like 1,556 jet blocks without even digging. Really? Well, without digging into any jet. That's adorable, Alfie. No. Well, I mean, I guess I am using Macone to make these guys join me periodically, but that's about it. I didn't think I had enough blocks. Maybe too many. Whose castle is it? Well, okay, so it was this person's, who now lives on this roof and is getting eternally stung by my bees. This elf, who's 971 years old, owned a bunch of slaves here, and dwarves consider that to be capital punishment. So I'm giving them something worse than capital punishment. They live on my roof and get stung by bees. Forever. And eventually I'll figure out some way of killing them, and then I'll kill them. I just need an appropriate fate. I send him to hell. Yeah. Drop a ceiling on their head. That's too quick. Not the bees, not the bees. Yeah, I did have to use DF hack to teleport them up there, though, so. We had to ask Scotty to beam them up. To the roof. Morning, Stone. How is you? You know, I have to say one of my favorite episodes of Next Generation is the one where they find the Dyson sphere and Scotty's just like hanging out in it. Well, not in it, but like on the edge of it. Just like suspended in time. Can imagine traders coming in and be like, all right, let's check on those 7 guys and see what they've managed to dig out in a couple of caves. Holy mother of stone, they've built a castle. Pretty much. Also, Stone, did you hear that? Your mom's holy. I don't think I slept enough last night, chat. I don't know what to do with this ledge up here. No. Still short a table down here. And short a chair over here. Maybe I wasn't short a table. Oh, god damn it. If you find aluminum ore, yes. Let's just make some bone bolts on repeat for a while, so that I've got extra ammo. Let's make a bin. And I need to make a honey industry. I think something I'm going to do on this side specifically is I'm going to start up here. Knock that out. Knock that out. I think what I'm going to do is this, 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 this. Yeah, there's a lot of little things like that that could be better about it, Zombie. Fidel Castro. What are you looking for in specific? Josh the 123, thank you very much for the 3rd month. Welcome back. 123. Do you have to add a 4 to your name now? So you're running out. You've hit the 3, so I don't know what we're gonna do next. If there's a mod that allows bauxite into aluminum, I'm not sure. Around 8% of the Earth's crust is aluminum. That's a very large portion. Actually, the way to do this is this. Just erase all but one. And then go over them again with the ones that have been erased. Is getting the aluminum is hard? I thought aluminum was pretty soft, though. Something doesn't add up. We're supposed to be mining aluminum, not hardium, you know? I must be missing something. Yeah, I deserve that one, Wolf. It's like, well, there's lots of balsa wood in the world, but we just can't find it, you know? Yeah, it's really deep down, isn't it? Diffuse in bauxite, and it's hard to extract. Right. I've read about this before. I remember looking at this Wikipedia page. This sounds familiar to me, actually. I think 40 hives is the maximum number of hives you can have. Although, I don't think that was true the last time I got a rash, so... Now this dude literally doesn't even have a way down. Oh no, you were caught in the rain. Well, life's rough. But we don't extract because it's not worth to get anything useful. Yeah. Okay, so screw presses, if I remember correctly, are in... brain malfunction. I literally never make screw presses. Can you tell? Actually, you know what I should do? Jokes aside. I should go up to here. Make me one of these. Get me some logs and make me some of those. Is something I should do. Because we're all on the surface. Like, might as well just make some windmills. What was I doing? Right, screw press. This is also one of those things that every time I do it, I have to find it again. Still. Vermin catcher. Quern. Screw press. There it is. Problem is, it doesn't look like a screw press. Like, if it looked like a screw press, I would have an easier time with that one, but... like, the workshop and the, like, constructed result look totally different. We asked them really nicely by picking them up and running all the way over here and then sticking them in the hives. Like, not all of them have honeybees in them, as you can see. So this is going to be for jugs. Which I think are under finished goods, right? No. Or is this one of those mysterious things that's like under tools? Yeah, right. I remember why these are stupid now. Okay, well, let's just do it this way. Let's go food. And royal... honeybee royal jelly. Honey. And wax. Honeybee wax cake. And down here, none of that. None of that. None of that. Wax. I'm remembering now why I don't like doing this. This is one of those mysterious, like, doesn't exist items in here. It's okay. We're also not going to put any barrels in this, and no bins. Okay, so why nobody do nothing? They require an established guild. Let's increase the value of this. Actually, don't I have a legendary engraver? Don't have a legendary, but I do have several skilled. So we'll just actually pause and re-permit. I don't get it. Deep space. You named your legendary engraver Dwarf Finchie? Did you name your legendary performer Leonardo di Dwarfio? Or Nicholas... I'm trying to think of a dwarf pun and I can't think of a cage pun. Nicholas Cog. There you go. So above ground fort. Your eyes do not in fact deceive you, friend. I'm actually not entirely positive they'll be able to build this from down here through a floor with the floor being there, but... nope, they can. I mean, at that point, if you're going to make a Nicholas cage, you should just make a cage out of nickel. And then put a pig in the cage and name it Les. Or a cat. Or whatever you think would steal the Declaration of Independence. Oh, a Kia. There you go. Dwarves extract the buzzings into alcohol to get buzzed. If this is an attempt at like dad jokes, it's going so far afield of my forehead, it's in the other room. But clap? Pacha? And Gremlin and put it in a B tower? Poor Gremlin. Do I enjoy above ground forts more? Chat, am I going insane? No, actually, the reality is new people watch my streams every stream. You know what I enjoy? I enjoy doing things differently. Angel Man. I don't enjoy any particular style of fort. I don't enjoy building the same fort after fort after fort after fort after fort after fort. I think that changing it up is what makes games enjoyable. I haven't built an above ground fort in a while, so I felt like I changed it up and built an above ground fort. But Jesus ain't a dad, so Jesus' dad would have some good dad jokes. I'm trying to figure out what the start of this was. If dwarves are dying of suffocation randomly, it's because they died of alcohol poisoning. Almost 9 out of 10 times, that's what's happening. If they're showing up in the tavern and you have a tavern keeper, it's because somebody is pouring alcohol on their forehead as they're sleeping in the tavern. If they don't have enough bedrooms and they randomly sleep in the tavern, they will drown them, and that's considered suffocation. Or alcohol poisoning is calculated by the effect of one's lungs failing due to over-intoxication. So that's probably what's causing it. I mean, it's more booze boarding than waterboarding, but I call it over funning. But hey, you know, call it what you will. Is there a way to double check this? I mean, I can just tell you that. Like, it's not like it's not something that I could check or prove for you. But I can tell you that that's probably what's happening. Do you have a tavern keeper assigned? Because if you have a tavern keeper assigned, it's like a 9 out of 10 chance that that's what's happening. 9.5 out of 10. Suffocation almost always, unless you've got like forgotten beast dust everywhere that causes dwarves to suffocate, which is possible. It's likely just over boozing in the. Oh, check yourself. See if you have a tavern keeper who has seen people die. Like, if you have a tavern keeper in your tavern who is assigned as a tavern keeper and they've seen people die, that's your problem. That would be a way to check for certain. I don't think DF hack will say anything other than suffocation. You'll fire them that? That'll do it. Yeah, performers, if they are assigned as performers and not just ones that are hanging out. Ones that are just hanging out, we'll just perform. I was doing a thing, and I can't remember what it was. Okay, we should probably just get some above-ground farming going. I think what I'm going to do here is I'm going to deconstruct you, deconstruct you, deconstruct you, deconstruct you, and you. You, you. And then once all those are gone, I'm just going to channel this whole freaking thing down. I'm also going to go into there. Dig over into here. And then I'm going to build some stairs just going up into here. And I also need a chicken coop, which I will do when all of this flow is gone. Wait, what? Okay, I was gonna say what the heck? Oh, did I click that? Wow, I don't think I've ever done that before. Like literally clicking the priority selector instead of like placing the grid. Yeah. Well, over-funning or, like, over-funneling, you know? Basically, like, the way tavern keepers in Dwarf Fort work is, oh, there's a dwarf on the ground. They must need alcohol. Oh, there's a dwarf on the ground. They must need alcohol. Oh, there's a dwarf on the ground. They must need alcohol. They haven't moved. They must need alcohol. No response. Probably needs alcohol. Gurgling sound. Oh, they still need alcohol. Doc? We need an infirmary on aisle 3. Yeah, I mean, it's why Dwarven taverns are so popular. Also, the alcohol is free. I mean, come on. Which is also why humans tend to die a lot faster in Dwarven taverns, because tavern keepers are just like, must need alcohol. And dwarves will die of alcohol poisoning after about 4 beverages. Because all dwarves drinks are served in a pint. And most dwarven alcohol is above 50% proof. So if you're drinking booze that's above 50% in a pint, and it takes 3 to kill a dwarf, it's not going to take much to kill a human. Basically, yeah. It's like, here, just chug like a 2-6 of Jack. Now, 5 more. Like the self-assigned bartender at the all-teens party? You mean the one who passes out drunk before everybody's had round 1? Or before everybody's been served their second round? Like the teen bartender just like falls over? I need some more engravers in here. Superior image. Dwarf is drowsy. I say, why you no go just go sleep? Did you see Weremans? Wait, are you talking about these guys? They do show up as moons. If you're talking about the moons, they're these guys. They're friendly, don't worry. Yes. Yeah, no, they're necromancer experiments, not were creatures. Who are considered slaves of this baron, who I am slowly, once or twice a year, typing in this command and making them mine. They're also largely part of one gigantic freaking family. Why do dwarves complain about now worshiping their god when they have a corresponding temple? About not worshiping their god when they have a corresponding temple? Because they are overworked. Dwarves are like humans. If you're told, here's 70 hours of work and you have to get it done in 25 hours, or you're fired. Most humans will try to get as much of that done as possible. Dwarves also try to get as much of that done as possible. It's unhealthy, it's unfortunate, it's sad, but they need our help. To be told, take a fucking week, dwarf. So help them help you. Take a break. Because they need it. Made deeply uncomfortable by your dreams of raising a family. Personally holds shrewd and crafty individuals at the lowest regard. Wants to fight, make merry, acquire things, good meal, etc. Go get yourself your wooden shield and your bolts. You've been hiding to say you're here and to say hi back to lurking. You said something about hating something earlier? Like something was paused in the background and you missed something and you were mad? What was that about, Lanix? Unless you've already pieced out Whiskey Slaters. Made a guy named Jesus on an old EverQuest server, and we started a tradition of gathering for fishing in the city and joking about in a pious manner. We called it Good Friday, and it was great. That's one thing I do miss about old MMOs. I kind of doubt modern MMOs have the same kind of feeling to them because I'm sure a lot of it's just straight up nostalgia. But I do genuinely miss the weird community feeling you'd get from games that were like locked to a particular server or that kind of thing. Did I play EverQuest? No. No, I did not. They work hard, party hard, death by alcohol poisoning as you learned today. Yeah, I mean, just go play adventure mode and drink 4 drinks in like quick succession and then have fun suffocating over the next 12 hours. Which actually makes me wonder, if you drink 4 drinks in quick succession and then drink a magic potion, does that cure it? were more widely popular. I actually disagree. I think MMOs are more popular now than they were back then by a lot, sheer numbers wise, which is why they won't be that way. Because you don't have a bunch of like obsessive nerds playing them. I mean, you do still, but it's a different kind of obsessive nerd now. The thing is, everything's an MMO now, so nothing is, right? Well, whenever they add building to adventure mode, we'll do another big adventure mode run, and I'll have to try that. I'm pretty sure that's not true, Weasel Whale. If you're talking about one game in particular, sure. But MMOs as a genre? Pretty sure there's more people playing MMOs in Korea alone right now than there are playing MMOs at their peak in the West, that we think of as peak MMO. I'm talking about the global market. The thing is, like, it's fractured, right? Like, there isn't, like, you know, when World of Warcraft was the biggest MMO or the biggest game in the world, sure, yeah, I mean, that was the peak of World of Warcraft, but there's more than 10 million people playing MMOs as a whole right now. Although it also kind of depends on your definition of MMO. Because, you know, some people consider things like... I was going to say Destiny an MMO, but Destiny's an MMO. Like, fucking everything's an MMO now, so nothing is. But, like, there's definitely more people right now playing a combination of WoW, Final Fantasy on the MMO, whatever that other one is, and whatever that other one is, which I'm blanking on the name of now because I don't play any of these fucking games. There's more people playing those games right now than there was on WoW at its peak. Also, like, if you combine, like, all of the classic variants of WoW, and also even fucking things like RuneScape Classic, like, there's a lot of people playing MMOs. Yeah, I mean, before social media, it was social media. Like, before you had social media, it was, like, basically the equivalent. Basically, what I'm saying is if Facebook made an MMO instead of Facebook, we'd already be living in the metaverse. No, absolutely. It is fairly popular. I mean, it's not as popular as, like, WoW was at its peak, but... I mean, fucking EVE Online still exists. So... I actually genuinely wonder how many people are paying for EVE Online. We're waiting for ads to finish. EVE used to be better. Every game used to be better back when you enjoyed it. You know, I've started to learn that, like, if I grow to dislike something, instead of talking about why I think it's bad or how it used to be better, things can just not be for me. And I'm totally okay with just accepting that. I've never played or watched a single second of a Fantasy Star game, but, like, heard people talk about them for a very long time. And it's one of those mystical genres that, or not genres, mystical games that I'm sure exists. Definitely, yeah. But I've never even seen it being played, so... Doesn't exist until you prove it exists, is all. Is Diablo 2? There is a world where I probably would have played a shit ton of Diablo 2. But I never played Diablo 2. So, I played a bunch of Diablo 3. It was okay. I've just never been a Blizzard guy. I played a bit of StarCraft years ago. I played through the campaign and thought it was okay and then uninstalled. Like a normal person. Specifically Brood War. I played about 90 minutes of StarCraft 2. I played one of the co-op missions, and I played a workshop game or whatever their like storefront thing mini game is called. And we were both Zerglings playing soccer, and I was mildly confused for a couple of minutes. I was like, why does this exist? Yeah, I mean, Factorio is absolutely not for me. I'll tell you that for a fact. I tried. The trains look cool in Factorio, though. Just like Dwarf Fortress is a game that's not for everybody. Like all the people who constantly tell me that they would love to love this game, but just can't because they'd rather just watch people play it. And it's like, well, okay. The Sienna Hall has many members in SKULLPONDERS and requires a metalsmith guild. Okay. A little bit annoying, but what's the value of this? It's not high enough yet. Well, shit. These are offices. How values is this? Quite values. How values is this? Not quite values. Take this. Mint. Azimuth. I mean, Mass Morass, can you just pick somebody? Like, that's just, can you just pick someone? If you're gonna, like, I kind of renamed it to not be gifting it so that, like, people kind of wouldn't do that because it's that just, if you want a dwarf, pick a dwarf. Instead, I will simply decide that the emoji of my choice is you redeeming that, and I'm gonna give you a bed called Mass Morass. Are those necromancer monsters? They are necromancer creatures. What is the quality of bed? I need to find it again. It is a well-crafted maple bed. This dwarf needs a bedroom. I mean, I gave you a bed already, mate. If you'd like to name it, what are there any well, there's no necromancers, but there are necro creature critters. I mean, there's Como, Gib, Uja, Gustem, Zan. But I'll give you something else. That's fine. You are in fact a bed, but you can also have a. It's okay. The fisherman. The fisherman. I will give you fishing back, much to my dismay. You are a legendary fisherman. Fishman. Mass Morass accepts favors. Whoops. Without developing a sense of obligation, preferring to act as the current situation demands is grounded in reality and can be very single-minded. And does not... Why do I hear bacon? Welcome back, Devilish. And she can be very single-minded and does not trust others. She tends to hang on to grievances, and she is very humble. She's quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture, and she finds obligations confining, but she's conflicted by this for more than one reason. You're back from my dinner. What'd you miss? Me losing my sanity slightly. Not a ton's really happened. We got some migrants. That's about it. Oh, I set up beehives. Underneath the person who owned all the slaves. The proper punishment. She accepts favors without she is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture, and she finds obligations confining, but is conflicted by this for more than one reason. She personally values eloquence and sees war as a useful means to an end. I almost read that Deep Space Renegade as I wish I were a fish. Does anybody get that reference, or am I just old? You worship Rud and Korud. And I can't remember, I don't know what Rud is. So what is Rud? Rud is the god of mountains, okay, and Korud is the god of animals and plants. And you have no family or relations. You were previously a member of the Cyclopean Doctrines and the Oars of Foot. The Oars of Foot! And the Society of Reticence. And you were enslaved by the sensitive confederacies, but you are now a citizen of the Lean Paddles and no longer a slave. Is that a Monty Python thing? I mean, it's a movie. At least that's how I knew it. I'm gonna make a well. In a way that I haven't made a well like this for a very long time. No, I wish I were a fish is a bit from the movie The Incredible Mr. Limpet. It's giving you Odd Realm vibes? Man. Odd Realm mentioned. I'm awake. I think this might be the most times Odd Realm has been mentioned in this chat in a while, actually. Actually, why don't I just stop doing this? Twice in one stream? Yeah, it's 100% more than normal. I must pay for all that enslaving us. I have no idea what you mean by that, Celestaris. When you say Roman warship, is there a oh, I guess they're paddled with oars, aren't they? Maybe like a Roman warship if it was powered the same way cars are powered in the Flintstones. The building looks cool. Thank you. I'm kind of improving on an in-game design that the World Gen made. Paddle boats, yes. The oars afoot. I get it. I only slept for about 4 hours last night because my blood sugar kept going low, so I'm a wee bit on the loopy doopy side today. Every time you play DF, you accidentally crank out a 12-hour session and go to sleep at 5 a.m. Maybe, like, start 6 hours earlier would be my advice. But, like, it kind of does that sometimes. Especially, like, when it's engrossing. Like, when Dwarf Fortress is good, it's really good. Like, sometimes Dwarf Fortress gets a little sleep-inducing, but the vast majority of the time I find this game is just extraordinarily weirdly compelling, which is why I'm still playing it after all these goddamn years. Also, congratulations, Celestars. You managed to make me feel extremely stupid. I don't think you did it intentionally, but congrats. Last I checked, I am. If I stopped being diabetic, that would be kind of crazy. I mean, it would mean they cured type 1 diabetes or something. Yes, I have, no, not that arm. This arm. I have this fucking nonsense stuck to my arm. That costs too much goddamn money, even though it's mostly covered here. Still too much goddamn fucking money. New fort looks epic. Thanks, Mark. You know, DF'd in sometime. I mean, the player counts represent that accurately. Mm-hmm. You can lock the werechild in his room. I mean, you could also always just start a new fort, you know? Wish that bill and pedestal was worth more. Just gonna deconstruct 2 of these. You need to put an alarm before playing. One that just like, actually, you know what you need to do? You need to get a universal power supply and then just have like one of those like electric switches that just like have a timer built into them that you plug into an outlet that on a timer just unplugs the power from the power supply. I mean, that would be pretty effective. It's like an actual countdown timer before the computer just shuts off. The front of the fortress, you're trying to revive a civ with the most appropriate place. I'll say this, if you're trying to revive a civ, the actual way to do it is to just start like 15 forts, like in quick succession, and don't play any of them, just immediately retire them. Because they'll all develop 20 to 100 population just by themselves naturally. I mean, like, it tells you when the power is about to go. Sapphire. Like, it gives you a 5-minute warning timer. Oh, true. Yeah, but sometimes, like, factions can be dead. We also got an individual migrant this year, because I'm at my population cap now. And I've definitely ended up in factions before that are, like, unplayably dead. Pop cap of only 30, only for the first, like, year or so. Because this is a very heavily themed fort. And I'm trying to get a bunch of armor smiths in the fort, which is why they're taking armor smithing demonstrations. And one of the best ways to do that is just wait until they've trained a bunch of dwarves in that particular task via the guild before you allow huge populations, so that stays the primary guild, because I'm not allowed to use any, well, if you type in ! goal, you'll see it. I'm not allowed to use any goblinite whatsoever, more or less, in the fort. Essentially restricting it so that the only metal material I can use in this fortress is gold that I find in this fortress, because that's the only material that's naturally here. So the only thing that I can use for any kind of gear is gold, which is fine. But the issue that I'm going to run into is gold can't be made into weapons or gear. So thus, I'm, I mean, I can use wood, but I'm kind of hoping to get some gold armor. I mean, sure, I could use obsidian plates. We might, actually. But at that point, you need to lean more on the ability of your dwarves to fight in other ways. What's my map size? 5 by 5. Found rhyolite. Oh, maybe there is jet here naturally. Interesting. I'm just gonna go to wood. Just make wood cork. Wooden pipe. 1 and 1. And I'm just gonna actually just kind of go over here and just chop down some shit because fuck it. And what this is gonna be is I'm going to put probably a little windmill. I can also hack these down. So what I'm thinking I do is I go jet, 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 jet. And down in here as well. A little bit of jet. A little bit of jet. You can't make gold armor, no. This ain't RuneScape, my friend. I'm also going to make wooden grate. Let's make maple grates. Because I'm going to put a wooden grate right there. Put a wooden grate right there. And also a wooden grate right there, there, and there. Well, maybe just there, and then build around it. Yes. Strange moods don't care what material type it is, as long as it's a metal bar. But I'm not going to leave the population cap this low for very long. Nope. Oh, you're a wild animal. Speaking of wild animals. Yeah, it's just the one. So you are a member of a religion. We now have a singular religious critter, who's Cog, the holy seed. Of the Teal Doctrines. And is immediately going to go attend a meeting. Oh no, are you going to go? Are you pissed? You must be pissed off. You're either pissed off or you're going to go demand a temple. It's one of the two. Pissed off or is demanding temple or both. Let's see what it is. Do I have a tavern keeper? No. I don't even have a tavern, actually. Satisfied after yelling at somebody in charge. Well, okay. Good for you. It's a very expensive little statue right there. This is going to be a metalsmith's guild. But I'm not going to make this one public. So it's just going to be only members can visit. Although most of the dwarves are going to be a part of it anyway, so it doesn't really matter too much. Yelling at somebody in charge. I mean, you can. You just might not be able to do it very many times. Depending on where you work. I don't know. Make sure they're rated for the power coming from your wall. Also high. Yes, correct. Make sure that your universal power supply is rated for the correct amount of power. This is solid advice. I love how the YouTube chat can sometimes just be like a pretty good source of advice, and then sometimes the YouTube chat's like the most questionable takes and the most questionable advice just of, I guess it's like an accurate representation of humanity, right? It's like either great advice and like friendly, welcoming individuals, or like absolutely terrifying and how did I get here and can I please go home? Necro Critter needs a drink. Well, I mean, they can go get them with once they join. I mean, here. We'll let a couple of them join. You're an engraver. And you're a... I mean, that would be a very quick way to drown them, actually. You're a trapper. We'll just call you a smith. I know that's a lie, but you're probably not going to do much trapping in this fort. And then let's go up here. Oh, true. True. But Twitch chat, I do find genuinely it's much easier to build a community and kind of just have a standard vibe. Because of the way YouTube is built and because YouTube is so big, you get some bizarrely random people out of nowhere sometimes. Did get some random large gems in these. Did I get any crowns, maybe? Honey bee remains. Who's squishing my bees, man? I mean, I should start just digging and try and find me some gold so that getting these values up is much easier. Actually, you know what? Why don't I just do this? This will speed this process up. Laia has given birth to twins. Well, that explains that. Also, I gotta say that it's cool that they don't have, like, the slave moniker when they're born in my faction. Let's see, do you immediately go claim clothing? Because if you don't, oh fuck, I need to make clothing. Also, oh fuck, I need to make clothing. So because I have some critters in this fort that are, yeah, I need to make clothing. Because I have some creatures in this fort that are joining the fortress via, DF hack, I have some creatures that are, slaves of the Baron that was here before, who's currently locked on my roof, perpetually getting stung by bees for all eternity. This person, this elf. And there are these slaves here that I'm using DF hack to force to join the fort slowly over time, and which is fine. I can do that. The problem is they're considered slaves even after they join the fort, which is considered a capital offense in Dwarven society. So I'm evading prison. Also, what plant sim is I processing? Rope reed. Okay, so I need a loom is what I need. Clothing. Loom. 1 loom. 2 loom. 3 loom. 4 loom. Clothing. Clothing. There is no DF hack unslave command that I am aware of. If there is one, please let me know. No, I am doing things the game is not intended to be able to do. If I were to play adventure mode and convince them to follow me and, like, kill their leader, then they would lose it. But because I used, well, we're in an ad break now, so they might not be able to hear me. But because I used, basically a RAM editor to force a thing into functioning the way it currently is, yeah, it's going to break some things. We have trousers, we do. Dress, hood, gloves. What do we have for shirts? Is it just cloaks? I guess it's dresses, yeah. The building that I am building in is one of these. Human fort, human fort. There's castles as well. This is a castle that we are in. Castle is made by not dwarves usually. It's like elves or sometimes humans. Forts are generally made by humans. They're kind of like basically locations that are intended as, how do I word this? Like military outposts. I used a DF hack command, which is embark anywhere, to embark on top of it. And holy fucking balls, there's a mountain hall there with 5,000 humans in it. And anyway, sorry. I used embark anywhere to embark directly on top of this, like, semi-abandoned site. It was listed as abandoned, but there was a person living here with a bunch of slaves of theirs. So basically, the reason they are keeping that tag isn't because it's a by choice thing. It certainly isn't, especially if you go look at their legends. It's a, I am literally busting the game to my will. I'm forcing the game to do a thing that it's not designed to do. So if you go to if you have DF hack installed, even if you have all of the scripts disabled like me, you can still use embark anywhere, which is this, which I can't use because I'm not in the embark screen. But embark anywhere, that script basically just overrides the no, you can't embark on this big red square and lets you embark on the big red square. So I did. But you gotta be careful, because if you embark in a lot of them, it will just fucking wreck your frame rate. Not really. Not really, because I've embarked here. I'm just gonna stick to it. Because it could also cause some weirdness to happen. Because, like, this castle is technically its own entity on the map, so it may actually cause more problems if I retire and reclaim this fort. So I'm just not gonna bother. It's fine as is. I'm just renaming them after whatever their best job is, and we'll just go from there. The thing is, if you're like me, when you launch DF hack at the start of the game, do this. Type in disable overlay. Because in my opinion, DF hack makes the game kind of play itself. I know a lot of people like a lot of the scripts that it has built in. I find almost all of them kind of obnoxious, and they drive me nuts. So, not everybody's like me, but if you are, just know that you can disable them by doing that. What's up, Mordet? You don't even play that much? Well, I'm glad you like it. Appreciate you. Thanks for the kind words. I do need to brew some more booze, though. Which I'm still doing manually, and we'll probably just keep doing manually until... Okay. I need to grow some rope reed is what I need to do. No imported metal from trade caravans. Yes, correct. If anybody's wondering why I just built a piece of floor there and then deleted it immediately, it's because I wanted to get rid of that sapling. And this is the faster way to do it. Progress. Sapphire Starship, I'm going to ask you a very, 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 very kind question. If you make this weird, I will remove your ability to speak. So if you make it weird, if you think that's funny, I don't. So please don't make me do that. Because I realize that, like, that's mean. But I've learned over the years that my sanity is of higher value than having as many people typing in my chat. So if you're just gonna, you know, reinforce, pester, bother, reinforce, please don't. Just don't make me do that. I don't like doing that. Sanity, what's that? Something that I value greatly. If you don't, that's okay, but I do. Okay, no, it's fair, but, like, that's why I'm trying to be as, like, clear and direct as I possibly can be. Also, your bookkeeper is now a queen. That's amazing, Sanic, actually. Shoutouts to your bookkeeper now being a queen. Did their relative die or something? Did great Aunt Granny Queenie McGee just, like, pass away? Or did I embark on a random castle? Well, not quite a random castle, but hunted around until I found a cool castle and embarked on that. This is going to become a hospital. You know, it's kind of funny because when I respond to people like that, Sapphire, there's generally two ways people respond. Way number one, which is like, honestly, unfortunately, the more common one, they get like weirdly offended with me and like oddly mad and then like basically just beg to be banned. Or they respond well. So thank you for responding well. Why wouldn't you want to become a barony? Because it fast tracks you to nobility, which requires you more or less to like satisfy the needs of your barony. And if you don't want to satisfy the needs of your barony right away, sometimes you're not ready yet. Or maybe you have a particular character who you want to make a baron, but you're not ready to make that particular character set baron, the baron yet. That specific character, a baron yet, if that makes any sense. I don't know, there's plenty of reasons to not be ready to be a barony. I'm trying to decide if I want to keep all these boulders. I do definitely want to get those gems out of there, though. There's plenty of times where I will wait another year on becoming a barony. Let's also grab you. Also going to go over here and make a farmer's plot. Also go over here and make a farmer's plot. Go over here and make a farmer's plot. Down there to make a farmer's plot. Above fort time? Correct. It's been a minute. Yeah, exactly. Sanix description is actually pretty good for, like, usually why I don't accept barony right away. I love the color of bayberry wine. It's like such a, like, deep red. Okay, so rope reeds, rope reeds, rope reeds, fucking rope reeds. Also, surprise, more rope reeds. Construct faster, please. Plow quicker. There you go. Rope reed, rope reed, rope reed, rope reed. Okay, maybe like 2 seasons here on this one. We'll do something else. Let's do spelt and spelt. Over here, what else do we have? We have wild carrots, lovely. Let's go parsnips, maybe potats as well. And parsnips initially clicked. Potatoes and parsnip. Partridge in a pear tree and parsnips. Down here, let's do just spelt year round. We're also super duper duper just gonna run out of friggin' seeds like immediately. I'm also gonna go out to here and just do that. And then say process plants. I'll just do this as friggin' simply as possible. When there's 10 plants available, process 10, please. The other thing I'm going to do is... Ooh, we could do flour. The other thing I'm going to do here, I think, is... Is it annual, like yearly that you can milk or seasonally? I can never remember. Anyway, milk. Seasonally? I'll try seasonally. And, cheese! How many cows do I have? I has 2 cow and 1 sheep, so 4 seasonally. You desire to be in charge of Fort's cheese. I don't have a cheese-specific person. Apparently I do. Never mind, I lied. Sorry about lying. Not sorry about lying. You are now Little Blast McCheese Makemer. Razor Sizzles. Who would never under any circumstances speak up or otherwise put forward his point of view in a discussion. You're fired. He never feels discouraged and dislikes obligations, will try to avoid being bound by them, though he values the concept of loyalty and is troubled by this natural tendency as he is always tense and jittery. He has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others, and he is comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture. He tends to be a bit stubborn in changing his mind about things and has an active imagination. He is curious and eager to learn and is stubborn. He is somewhat quarrelsome and he is bothered by this since he values friendship. He doesn't focus on material goods, overindulges, and is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger. He is very humble and he laughs in a unique way whenever he is annoyed and becomes very rigid when he's angry. You can also make, like... The thing is, like, when I do stuff with pigtail, I have so much fucking pigtail. Also, if somebody's newer to the game, I personally would recommend just importing sheet and skipping the process of making paper entirely. But you could also use pigtail to make paper. I mean, it depends on what you're trying to do, Kaima. If you're trying to revving a civilization... Also, genuine question. How fucking long did it take to generate that? If you're trying to resurrect a situation, like, from basically nothing, just make 5 forts without doing anything. Or 10 forts, maybe 20, without doing anything. Just make, retire, make, retire, make, retire, make, retire, make, retire, make, retire, make, retire. And then build a functional fortress. Also, the enemy have come and are laying siege to the fortress. But they immediately left. And the dead walk. Hide while you still can. Well, that's grim.
They saw the name SKULLPONDERS and figured, nah, not this time.
I'm here to ponder the skull. Speaking of pondering the skull. It appears to be a human spearman corpse and a couple elven corpses. This is going to be a pain in the ass. Oh, shit. Do I have anything assigned to this still? Yes, No, I don't, actually. I can get rid of this. I can also get rid of this. Look at the line of them. Line them up. That's actually, like, really tight on the timing there. This is going to be some good training for the Marks dwarves, if nothing else. I don't even know. Yeah, they do have bolts. I think they're too steep down right now to be able to shoot accurately. Nope, you shot at a skunk most recently. There they go. Now they can hit them. This ain't gonna hurt them, really, though. The gates are shut. The way is shut. They cannot get in. But my dwarves now have a very good opportunity to both get really pissed off and also feel things while in conflict, but also very rapidly improve crossbow and archery. And then power through all of my ammo supplies. If anybody wants to see this... No, they're extremely ineffective because they're made of bones. If anybody wants to see this in ASCII, I guess we'll just zoom all the way out. I guess maybe we're already out of bolts. No, they're incredibly ineffective because... No, they're not out. Okay. Just couldn't see them. No, they're incredibly ineffective because they're made of bone. Your eyes? Mine are fine. You probably have eyes that work better than mine. Have you never seen a naked video game before? I mean, come on. Quit blushing like that. Sheesh. Yeah, I mean, like, Yakbone Bolt strikes the human bowman in the corpse, bruising it. Or tearing the muscle. Okay, I mean, we're softening the baddies, but... It's also not shooting back at us, which is probably good. Are they all out of ammo? I think so. Let's check. Yorp. One of them is leaving to go pick up equipment. Let's throw boulders at him. I mean, the way to probably do this, actually, is to just catch them in cages. Because there's what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of them? Yeah, 5 of them. So I only need 5 cages, and I already have 1 right there, so... Let's just go here. And yeah, let's just go into this corner. That'll be fine. Also, I need to check this. What's the value of you? 2,000. Ay, freaking bay. You right here. Cut gems, please. A lava cannon with a bridge. With what lava would I do, though? Oh, I see. You don't know what you're talking about. That makes sense. Go to my YouTube channel and just type in the word FAMP, F-A-M-P. And, let me know what you find with your research. Or just look up mine, like lava cannons. Yes, you can make them, just not with drawbridges. That's not what I needed. It's not a no dig fort. I've been digging. I haven't really had much reason to dig so far. It's not that it's a no dig fort. It's a no making weapons out of metal that is designed to be made into weapons fort. I realize that sounds way sillier than it needs to, but that's what's happening here. Let's also do just 10 rock mechanisms. Just also going to nuke one of these. Thanks, Salty. Okay, you here. So what I need is to actually dig. Speaking of no digging. turn off the burrow for right now. And I'm going to figure out where I'm going to dig. Chat, where should I channel down to build an entry tunnel? I'm kind of thinking in the middle, maybe right next to that L bend. Like just north of the garden beds. Maybe? Because then I could build a little hut on top of it. Double it as like a storage shed or something. By the side of the tower? Sorry, but you're going to need to be a bit more specific. Which one? There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 towers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 towers. The middle center one. Oh, the big and pointy one. Got it. Southwest. It's like this one. We could do like one of these little nooks. Why don't we do this? Right here, actually. What's the value of this? Still not freaking high enough. Screw it. And kind of my thought here. Would be something like this. And then it would surface around here. Because if we're getting attacked by zombies right now, that's just going to keep happening. I kind of expected it, but... Diggity diggity, yep. Because I didn't. The game did. The game actually made twice the amount of castle, and I deconstructed it. Quetzal. Coded... Quetzal, Code, Lus, Northropi. Yes. Sorry, but your username is a mouthful and a half. I deconstructed it using supports and a lever and gravity. So that's where all those boulders came from? Yeah, well, I mean, if you actually look at this, it's made out of rough boulders mostly. Because World Gen made it, not me. So as I'm renovating it, which is what the word I'm using, I'm deconstructing chunks of it and building it into blocks. Yeah, the center tower was made of blocks, which was odd, but... Basically, I want you to go straight there, Dwarf. Yeah. Oh, that's fair. I never would have like pointed that at a Petrosaur, but okay, sure. That's one of those where capitalization may help slightly. But I mean, you don't have to. It's a free world. You can do what you like to a point. Oh, duh. Let's just deconstruct that as well, so that they can go cut gems. We're also getting all this spelt. Look at that. And we're getting pretty close to clearing this first calamity, if I do say so myself. We are in an ad break, so I will just pause for a sec. 1, 2, 3, 4. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I didn't actually reclaim it, City Matt. I used the DF hack command embark anywhere to embark on top of a technically inhabited site. But you could do that with reclaiming as well. I once reclaimed a fort and got like, it was like 11,000 bauxite blocks or something. The kind of neat thing about Embark Anywhere is it lets you more or less reclaim locations that you can't reclaim in the vanilla game. I don't like embarking on like massively populated areas, but I've got nothing against embarking on like an abandoned human town. Or like, in this case, allegedly abandoned, not actually abandoned castle, which was called SKULLPONDERS, which is half the reason I clicked on it in the first place, because it had an awesome sounding name. I mean, how can I not? It's called SKULLPONDERS. It's right there in my, like, profile picture. I can't not take a thing called SKULLPONDERS when it's handed to me on a plate. The other thing I need to set is I need to go to sieges. Rearm traps during sieges. Was the elf a squatter? The elf was a slaver, which is a capital offense in dwarven society. So they live above my beehives. I hope you're enjoying your lurky streaking. Stone streak in public. I think that's probably a crime. So hopefully they've been stung at least twice. You may miss me, Alfie. Unless you're quick. Mostly because I'm intended to. Or rather, however long it takes me to deal with this siege, because it has been 9.5 hours. It is Hungy O'Clock. Yeah, tomorrow's stream, by the way, is going to be a little bit shorter than normal. And going forward, basically until October, Thursday streams are going to be a little bit shorter than normal. By a little bit shorter than normal, I mean only about 8 hours. And there is a very legitimate reason for this. The very legitimate reason for this is basically starting now until October. On Thursdays, I have between 4 and 6 p.m. to pick up a thing, which I've paid for. And that's the only day of the week I'm allowed to pick it up, is between 4 and 6 on Thursdays. So that's just my life now. So I will have to end basically at 5 p.m. on Thursdays and then get on my bike and ride for 1,500 meters. 1.5 kilometers. It's food that I've paid for, so. For anybody who's actually curious, I've paid for a CSA, which is a community-supported agriculture. Essentially meaning local farm, produce farm, that I get a portion of once a week, but I have to physically go pick it up. No, I know. Wolf is wolf. So I get basically a surprise variety box of produce once a week that I have to physically go get. It's like HelloFresh minus the instructions and the massive amounts of plastic waste. Let's just erase all of this. Tell you to turn around and go home. And might as well train my Mark dwarves a little bit more. Some of them have bolts. And the corpo, yeah. All right, so some of my dwarves are getting to shoot more bolts, which, you know, aren't the most effective. This is a skunk bone bolt, and then not the goblins, the zombies then come this way. Lorbam got some shots off. Seems to have hit. My biggest issue with HelloFresh is just how much plastic waste they create. Like, it just kind of bugs me. The product, the good thing about the product is that it does teach people how to cook. But, like, there's 2 different people that get HelloFresh delivered in my building, and the amount of trash. Like, I think those 2 units on their own fill up, like, a trash bin per week, which is significantly more than the rest of the building combined, considering my building only has 2 trash bins. Like 5 days a week of that stuff, Jesus. Ramen and hot dogs? I mean, hey, if it works for you, it works for you. It's also one of those things that I have a hard time talking shit about on stream, because I know for a fact a lot of friends make a lot of money off that. All right, that's so far so gob. I mean, so far so zomb, rather. Got one more. Yeah, I agree, Necrontier. I do want to tell people a pro tip, though. You can get deliveries delivered by grocery stores, and all the HelloFresh meal plans are on the internet for free. So, like, if it's the instructions that are helpful, go download the fucking internet plan, the plans from the internet, and then, like, you know, just go buy groceries from your grocery store delivered. I'm just saying, not sponsored by HelloFresh or your local grocery store. Let's grab this, grab this, grab this, grab this, do that. Done. We've caught all the zombies. My dwarves can get back to training. I can turn the burrow off. The doors is open. We've survived a year. In Castle SKULLPONDERS. It's gonna take me a minute to make that satisfied, I think. Same with that. The problem is, I think that Siege took long enough that I didn't get to trade this year, which kind of sucks.
Technology is pretty neat, huh?
Is pretty in NEATM, huh? Yes. Suited Giraffe, thank you very much for, continuing to support the channel and whatnot. And the things you do and the stuff and stuff. So I appreciate the whatnot and the money and things. And the shorts. By the way, if you like the well-edited shorts that go up on my YouTube channel, they were probably edited by Suited and not me. So, the poorly edited ones with the typos, those ones are edited by me. I take full credit for that. The well-edited ones without the typos and the cool images bouncing around are probably edited by Suited Giraffe. So, thanks for giving me money for the privilege of making shorts for my YouTube channel. Also, thanks, mate. Chat. I've been streaming for 9 hours and 42 minutes, and my tummy rumbled it for, like, the third time today. I think it's time for your boy to go, get some food in his system. I think I'm gonna go do that.
Sandwich!
Correct. Probably not a sandwich. Probably pasta, actually. Maybe rice and beans, even. Maybe I'm feeling feisty. I do have some miso soup, so maybe I'll do some rice and miso soup? I don't know. Could also go grocery shopping and get some more food. I don't know what the pasta sound would make, so I'm just gonna say pasta! And, Any plans with this fort? Plans for this fort, the short version. No metal for weapons. And I can't use weapons dropped by invaders or any gear dropped by invaders. I can't import metal for weapons. The only weapons that I can make are stuff that is made in my fortress due to a strange mood, or weapons out of non-metals. So, sure, bone weapons, stone weapons, wood weapons, etc. And that's about it. We'll be continuing this fort tomorrow. I might try and start a little more swiftly tomorrow so we can get some more time into this fort. Because as I said, I will be ending a little bit early tomorrow so I can go pick up my food. And I think that's pretty much everything. Yeah, I think that's pretty much everything. So I have to say, chat, I hope you enjoyed New Fort Day. For those of you watching in the YouTube stream, there is a playlist, by the way, that I don't talk about very often called Blind's Livestream Archive. All my streams become unlisted on YouTube the second they're done being streamed. But if you go to my YouTube channel and you go to Blind's Livestream Archive, like the full archive of all the live streams is there. Otherwise, VODs end up on youtube.com/@blindextras. By the way, can I just formally say, fuck you, TikTok, for making it okay to put ats in an at symbol in a fucking URL. I hate it. It feels wrong, okay? I hate it. Yeah, that's all I have to say about that. We're gonna go raid somebody here on Twitch, but I'm shutting YouTube down now. YouTube, thanks for hanging out. I hope you enjoyed the stream. We'll be live tomorrow at probably 9:45 a.m. Pacific with more of this stream and more of this fort, so it should be good. I mean, Twitch doesn't need to, because Twitch, understood that it's logical to skip a step and just do a /username. And apparently my blood sugar is low, so I should go fix that. I'm shutting you down now, YouTube. Thanks for watching. We'll see you on the flip. Laters. Bye. All right. I'm going to disappear for a second and turn off my recording. And we're going to put on the raid music. Yeah.